I will dedicate my life to walking the path you've chosen. I shall throw the entire continent into chaos and conduct many massacres, Soros affirmed, his eyes turning slightly bloodshot. The vertical eye behind him was now more than half open, yet nobody could discover its presence. Time trickled by, and the Church of Murder grew under Soros' charge, spreading across the world of gods. Soros himself had managed to ascend to godhood, becoming a lesser god under Cyric. Several thousand years later, he grew increasingly dissatisfied with Cyric. He waged a holy war, managing to defeat and absorb his former master, becoming the greater god of murder, massacre, and death. Soros continued these wars after, building a system of faith where he was the one and only deity. Finally, he usurped the over-god's throne. He now sat on the highest pedestal of the world of God's divine hall, his gaze passing across the rivers of time and into eternity. At this moment, the vertical eye behind him fully opened its eyes. Who is it? Soros felt an immediate threat to his life. It was a warning that came from the depths of his soul, a feeling that this attacker could consign him to eternal damnation. Why is there someone else in the highest of realms? Is there something that can transcend the entire world? The throne split into half as Soros turned around with a look of disbelief. At this moment, the giant vertical eye was omnipotent, its gaze crystal clear, as if nothing in the world could escape its eyes. A trace of crimson mist appeared, gnawing at the corners of the world of gods. Soros felt his hair stand on end once he saw this vertical eye. It was like this eye had been observing his every moment in life. What are you? A devil? This feeling of being pried on caused immense fury to arise in this sovereign. Ha! Divine force gathered in Soros' hands, turning into a purple lightning that could split the world in half. This lightning formed a spear that landed in his grasp. The spear was thrown, and it tore the void apart as it moved, carrying the various blessings of the gods. Boom! An attack which could annihilate God struck the vertical eye, yet not a single sound was produced. It was as if a speck of dust had come into contact with a rock, dissipating just like that. How is this possible? I am the sovereign. The world origin force is at my fingertips. Soros staggered backwards, the fear in his heart growing stronger. I've seen the creation and annihilation of the world, the rise and fall of many tribes. Only the foolishness of mortals is eternal in the rivers of time. The information struck Soros at the deepest part of his soul, and he understood the underlying meaning within. Immortal? How can I be immortal? Soros let out a hollow laughter, before his face contorted. He discovered that he had turned immortal, mere flesh and blood. This feeling of falling from heaven caused him to suffer a mental breakdown. However, the vertical eye did not give him any chances for a mental recovery. It opened up and gazed at Soros. Rumble, the whole world was devoured by the red vertical pupil, and Soros was but a struggling speck of dust, screaming in anguish before finally disappearing into the pupil of the eye. In the room of an inn, Soros' sleeping head was sharply twisted to one side. He was dead. Leylin rubbed his temples outside the inn, seemingly exhausted. The power of this Dream Eater spell is really terrifying. To construct a complex world, even if it's fake, is just too difficult for me right now. But it was all worth it. Leyland's face could not help but change at the pleasure of devouring Soros' entire dream. This ability to devour dreams also allowed him to absorb the target's memories, experiences, and even more. It caused him to feel full from the essence of his very soul, and Leylin knew that he had fulfilled all conditions to become legendary. He only needed to digest what he'd absorbed. If not for using dreamscape vision and entering Soros' dream, I might not have had it this easy. It seems that the best way to use this Dream Eater skill is to first lure the enemy into a dream and combine with a spell. The straight dream could do it. Having acquired what he wanted, Leylin disappeared from the inn without a trace. The outer seas basically belonged to the Fallens right now, and although it wasn't easy to conquer the entire territory, the pirate forces would pave the way for them to expand their territory. Leylin had sorted the information to identify suspicious activity and targets. He would personally confirm it all with his eyes. Soros had just been unlucky this time, like a beautiful butterfly having flown into an intricate spider web. Caught by Leyland's dreamscape vision, all attempts to conceal himself were to no avail. Spear Crusader. The tranquility of dawn was broken by an ear-piercing scream. With 2 buckets by her side, the innkeeper looked at a lifeless youth on the bed. This boy, who'd made her heart flutter yesterday, had now lost all traces of life. No external injuries nor any traces of spells. His identity certificate is forged. The public security officer felt a headache coming on as he hurried over to inspect the scene. His many years of experience had told him that this case was going to be very troublesome. Can it be some acute illness? The public security officer spoke in an imposing manner to mask the nervousness that he felt. Find a priest to come and pray over him, then send the corpse to the burial mound. Seeing this officer unwilling to let things get out of hand, the plump lady didn't hesitate to agree. They downplayed this death through various procedures, and finally invited someone to bless the burial. However, this person wasn't an official priest. It was an acolyte handling the menial tasks of a church. The acolyte did not even have the cultivation to cast a rank 1 holy spell, let alone find out what was wrong with Soros' corpse. After a quick blessing, he let the men in charge of burying the corpse carry it away. The one in charge of burying the legendary rank Soros corpse was a filthy, skinny, middle-aged white man who reeked of alcohol. His blackened teeth carried a putrid odor, and he thoroughly searched through the corpse once he was outside the city. He was looking for little valuables that the corrupt official hadn't discovered. He. What a fair-skinned boy. A pity that the officer already squirreled away his purse and other things. Soros' corpse had been stripped even of its shoes. Every inch of his body that could have contained gold was looked at by this man. Soros was a legendary however, and his priceless bag of holding, spatial ring, magic artifacts, and other items had been taken away by Leylin. The officer had grabbed the gold that was left, leaving nothing for this man to take. However, just the set of clothes and shoes alone was enough to satisfy him. He. This kiddo is rather rich. All these clothes are worth at least 30 bronze pieces. I can visit Mary once or go to the pub and drink all night. The man looked at the stark naked corpse, nodding his head in satisfaction. Since you've given me this much, I'll dig your grave bigger than the rest. This is the outcome of a legendary like Soros, huh? What a sorrowful scene. A sinister voice mocked throughout the surroundings, scaring the man away. Who is there? Zip, an icy blade flashed, and the man dropped to the floor with blood gushing from his body. A legendary who was among the top 10 experts of the church couldn't even escape death. The void warped as the figure of a high-ranked thief appeared. He masterfully picked up Soros' corpse, and the expression on his face grew darker. No, this isn't right. How can his body only be as resilient as a regular human's? He was a legendary. The high-ranked thief cried out, if not for the top-secret information I received from our bishop, I would have treated him as a regular human as well. What's more? The most important thing is that the soul has disappeared completely. Such ruthless measures, the pupils of the thief narrowed, and he felt that a terrifying presence was in the vicinity. He did not dare tarry longer, and immediately vanished with Soros' corpse. He was only a high-ranked thief in the church, nowhere close to being legendary. If even Soros had died here, wiping him off the face of the earth wouldn't be a major issue either. The thief knew this clearly, and there was no way he would stay another moment. Church of Sirik, within the gloomy valley. The bishop had received this news as well. I have already contacted our god. It seems like Soros' soul did not enter his divine realm, instead vanishing mysteriously. Was it some sort of confinement spell? A high-ranked thief chimed in from the side. No, not confinement. It's completely missing. Even our god's imprint had completely vanished. The bishop grew extremely solemn. Legendaries were the foundation of a church, yet one of theirs had died just like that. It was an enormous blow even to an organization like theirs. Furthermore, the ability to wipe out a legendary without a trace left the others extremely uneasy. The bishop closed his eyes and pondered before speaking in an icy tone, find out everything for me. Everything. Yes. The thief bowed respectfully and left to pass on the orders. Although there was no evidence, he was very clear in his heart that all of this was linked to Soros' primary target, the noble wizard of Fallen Island. An expert who managed to kill a legendary. Having me investigate this monster. Aren't you asking me to go and die? The high-ranked thief lamented to himself, luckily this is just an investigation mission. It looks like even the Lord Bishop himself won't carelessly go against this person. Fallen Island's Leylin. The high-ranked thief had a premonition that this wizard was the man of the moment in the world of gods. No. Having showcased this power, this wizard was now a powerful player who could shake the entire continent. Leylin did not pay the slightest attention to these conjectures and the dark clouds looming in his future. After he quietly murdered Soros, he peacefully returned to the wizard tower without alerting a single person. What was truly terrifying was the unknown. If he revealed his ability to kill legendaries, it could lead to excessive fear of him. He needed to slowly digest the power he had devoured. The Dream Eater ability is truly the most terrifying bloodline power. The bloodline abilities it gives are also extremely demonic and powerful, Lei Lin sighed. He was a rank 20 wizard, while Soros was a legendary expert. Using an analogy in the Magus world, it was like a crystal phase Magus squaring off against a morning star. The gap between the two was as wide as that between heaven and earth. And still, the Dream Eater ability acquired through his bloodline had allowed Lei Lin to kill Soros easily. Nothing as insane as this had ever happened even in the ancient times. The barrier between ranks 3 and 4 was one of a qualitative change from spiritual force to soul force. Even an army of rank 3s would be slaughtered by a morning star, yet Lei Lin had managed to win across this gap. AI chip. Lei Lin commanded. The AI chip had already collated all the previously collected data, and it displayed the information on this bloodline ability. Nightmare Absorption Bloodline Ability, Dream Eater, allows host to infiltrate the target's dream world, constructing an illusion and causing their true soul to degenerate. The host can then devour the target's dream world and absorb everything. Warning: if the target's soul force is too powerful, or they see through the dream world, it may injure the host in an unpredictable manner. As the host's bloodline concentration is limited, it can only be used once every 10 days. So it's a battle between souls using an illusory technique. However, with my main body's experiences, perhaps nobody except a god coming in person can best me in that regard. Lei Lin had a premonition that this bloodline ability would be his most important hidden killer move. Besides, using Dream Eater to devour energy seems to be even more effective than before. I can gain everything that belonged to my opponent, and even walk down their path to power once for myself. The benefits from that will be immeasurable. Lei Lin felt that he seemed to have found the reason why that Nightmare King was incomparably powerful. The legendary body of Soros the Cadaver Collector comprised of all his experiences as an honorary executioner. Lei Lin had effortlessly obtained all of this, and all that had been left was a decaying corpse. After devouring the soul of a legendary and obtaining all his experiences, Lei Lin had reached the threshold of the legendary realm. Ascending to become a legendary. Refining my power is the first step, and the next is to cultivate my spiritual conscience and construct an inner circulatory system. I have already fulfilled all of these criteria. Lei Lin's eyes flashed brightly. His aura began to dampen as he entered deep meditation. Just at this moment, a visitor had arrived at Fallen Island. Lord Jeffries. Xena, the gold priest of Joaquin's church, bowed deeply with respect at a middle-aged man. My lord has traveled a long way. I have already prepared accommodations and everything else. I entreat my lord to. Xena's voice was humble as she spoke. This person was Jeffries, the Spear Crusader. He was a legendary expert of the Church of Wealth, and his status and reputation was far above that of a gold priest like her. There is no need of that for now. I didn't come here to seek pleasure. You had better hurry and take me to see that wizard. It's difficult to protect a person being targeted by the Cadaver Collector. Jeffries the Spear Crusader had a head of long silver hair, an aquiline nose, and thick lips. He gave off a resilient and ascetic aura, and his eagle-like eyes revealed the endless turmoil within him. Although he did not intentionally release his aura, the elemental energy particles in the surroundings continuously swirled around him. This was a legendary, the goal of all professionals in the prime material plane. Legend. Understood. I'll have it done immediately. Xena lowered her head to show respect, while she sighed on the inside. They've even sent this lord over. Looks like the church thinks very highly of Baron Lei Lin. She could tell the favor the church had for this baron. After all, he'd created two great sources of revenue and improved their methods of detecting demons and devils. She hadn't had much hope with her proposal, but the fact that they'd immediately sent over the legendary Spear Crusader showed his value. It's not just his talent, but also the possibility of him becoming a legendary. Only a future legendary was worthy of the church's investment. Thinking of this, Xena couldn't help but envy Lei Lin. I heard that he's created many magic items to detect devils, and even our church can't make sense of them. That wizard has left us all pleasant surprised. While he was annoyed at being dispatched so urgently to deal with an ordinary human, Jeffries was rather curious about this young wizard. He's really a rather interesting person. Xena could only continue speaking as Jeffries asked questions, but she soon discovered a strange expression on his face. What's wrong, my lord? These undulations? Perhaps. Jeffries stared at the hill outside Port Venus, focusing on the wizard tower that stood tall and grim. Where is this Lei Lin right now? He suddenly asked. He's inside the tower. I heard he's been conducting some important research. This child really doesn't know his priorities, Xena spoke without thinking. After which, she was stunned to find that Jeffries was hurrying towards the tower. Wait. My lord, are you planning to meet the wizard right now? At the very least, you should. Jeffries seemed to have no plans of listening to her. He only proceeded forward, looking to be in disbelief. His expression. Did something happen at the wizard tower? Xena seemed confused, and she glanced at the tower in the distance. At this very moment, Lei was indeed experiencing a transformation within the wizard tower. Normal professionals on the continent entered the legendary realm at rank 21. This involved a refining of strength, and it was as difficult as it was for rank 3 magi to advance to Morning Star. It was a sort of qualitative change, an upgrade to the very soul. Having experienced this once before, and with Soros' own experiences of advancing this stage wouldn't pose any difficulty to him. The AI chip was working furiously, and large amounts of data flashed by Leyland's eyes to form a few prompts. Beep. Arcane spell network construct completed. Host's internal cyclic foundation constructed. Beep. Host's spiritual force has reached the limit, breaking through and solidifying. Host is advancing to the legendary realm. At this moment, Leyland felt his soul and the weave growing chaotic. It felt as if his soul was being attacked by the weave. If I was an ordinary wizard, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to advance under such circumstances. Thankfully, I have long since become an arcanist, so my relationship with the weave isn't as close as it was before. Leyland manipulated his spiritual force with his powerful will, allowing everything to progress steadily. Finally, under immense pressure from the outside world, the misty spiritual force in his sea of consciousness abruptly gathered at the center, forming a rainbow-colored crystal. It felt as if some invisible bottleneck had exploded, and Leyland's entire soul seemed to be soaked in a hot spring. It left him feeling very comfortable. Beep. Host's spiritual force has experienced a qualitative change. Spirit +1. The AI chip prompted. Host has advanced to rank 21 and has become a legendary. A huge shock seemed to impact Leyland's very soul, to the point that he grew slightly absent-minded. Beep. Host has become a legendary arcanist, and has broken through the outer weave. Contact with the inner weave initiated. Leyland's spiritual force broke through some restraints at that moment, moving past the surface levels of the weave into a deeper domain. Is this, the inner weave? From his broad perspective, Leyland could see that the weave was a network that surrounded the world of gods. It had layers like an electrical network, and he'd gotten access to a golden network within. This was a channel for divine spells, numerous instances of which descended from their respective divine realms like stars. They were sent down in exchange for faith. With control over the inner weave, the gods treated as a channel for divine spells. Leyland immediately thought back to the Arcanist records. Some Arcanists who break through the restrictions of the weave attempted to steal divine spell slots from priests. This remote power system, the profaning of priests. While this caused discontent and a death sentence from the gods and churches, Arcanists were poorly regarded to begin with. One more issue meant nothing. The benefits of breaking past the outer weave weren't limited to being able to observe and channel divine spells. Leyland could now cast legendary spells. Leyland was already as strong as the legendary Arcanists of the Netheril Empire. Once he grew familiar with and recorded down the legendary arcane spells he had, even gods' avatars wouldn't be able to frighten him. The AI chip continued to flash its prompts. Beep. Advancing to the legendary realm has strengthened feats. Sturdy has become legendary sturdiness. Erudite has become scholarly. Beep. Host has obtained legendary specialty, origin force detection, replacing arcane energy detection. More information about the feats and specialty was shown below. Legendary sturdiness, rigorous tempering and advancement has rendered your body comparable to that of a legendary beast. Regeneration has been strengthened. Scholarly, having accumulated a tremendous amount of knowledge, including many secret inheritances, you have explored many of the secrets of the world of gods. Appraisal has reached the maximum level, allowing you to appraise any material from the world of gods. Origin force detection, legendary arcanists were not satisfied with casting spells using elemental energy. They set their sights on the deeper secrets of the world, discovering the existence of the world origin force. They named it origin energy and tried to control it, engendering the ire of the gods with their deep research. Origin force detection. Making use of the origin force. This is something only beings who have comprehended laws can do. Leyland sensed the majestic origin force sea of the world of gods, feeling slightly disconcerted. The Magus world only gave him an opportunity to absorb origin force once every century as a near rank 7. And this was after he made a compromise with other beings of laws. It was evident how precious world origin force was. No wonder the gods eliminated the Arcanists, they were trying to steal their meat. Even if I can use it, I definitely can't make it obvious, or the gods won't let me off. A legendary wizard with research into arcane spells wasn't much. However, one who could make use of the world origin force would definitely force the gods to act and crush him. Lei Lin felt that there was an increasing number of secrets he possessed. Revealing any one of them would leave him consigned to eternal damnation. In any case, I already have a lot to worry about. What's one more? Let it be. Lei Lin easily come to terms with this. Beep. Host stats have been refreshed. Stat box refreshing. The AI chip projected a 3D image of Lei Lin, the numbers having gone through some changes. Lei Lin fallen. Race, human, legendary rank 21 Arcanist. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Vitality, 15. Spirit, 21. Arcane energy, 210 status, healthy. Feats, legendary sturdiness, scholarly, intermediate perfect body, dreamscape vision. Specialties, origin force detection, arcane amplification, illusions. Analysis of weave, level 0 at 100%, level 1 at 100%, level 2 at 100%, level 3 at 100%, level 4 at 100%, level 5 at 100%, level 6 at 97.83%, level 7 at 66.56%. Level 8 at 34.55%. Spell slots possessed, rank 9, 3, rank 8, 5, rank 7, 7, rank 6, rank 5, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, rank 0. Ha! It's been over 20 years since my soul split and entered the world of gods. Am I finally at the peak of the mortal world? Sensing the boundless strength within his body, Lei Lin sighed in relief. He had finally reached the domain of a legendary. This was not just the peak strength that a mortal could achieve, but the beginning of an exemplary road. In order to digest divinity, ignite god fire, and become a god, being a legendary was a definite prerequisite. In addition, after becoming a legendary, the chance of dying was small as long as he was not too reckless, since the gods could not send their main bodies down. Now that his safety was covered, Lei Lin focused on something else. Now, I need to obtain as much divinity as possible and digest it, and then ignite my god fire before becoming a god. I'll then get my main body to descend. Yes. Only about a year is left till the floating city appears. I could try to obtain it. Lei Lin's movements were never hindered by anything. What he pursued was only truth and eternity. Everything else was like passing clouds to him. Great waves. I already contacted him via magic. He should come out immediately. Xena stood behind Jeffries, looking puzzled. With my lord's status, is there a need to stand on ceremony? However, Jeffries had no intentions of explaining himself. On the contrary, he stood even taller, like a pike that could pierce through the heavens, eyes fixed on the main entrance of the wizard tower. He's here. Jeffries exclaimed softly. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the main entrance opened to reveal Lei Lin, looking apologetic in his golden-purple wizard robes. I never thought Lord Jeffries would come himself. Why does it feel like Lei Lin has changed? Xena sized up the young wizard in front of her, bewildered. While he looked just as young and handsome as before, she had a feeling that he had undergone a huge transformation. It's his aura. He's giving me the feeling of being on equal terms with Lord Jeffries. How is that possible, when Jeffries is a legendary? Oh. Xena seemed to think of something, and then vigorously shook her head, as if trying to shake the thought out of her mind. What am I thinking? How is this possible? Indeed, my lord. You have entered the realm of legendary. The moment Jeffries said this, the entire group broke out in a ruckus. So he's really entered the legendary realm. How long has it been since we last met? Xena covered her little mouth, looking stunned. She wasn't the only one to forget herself in the moment, the others began to create a disturbance as well. This was a legendary wizard. The fallen family would now shake the outer seas. Legendaries held peak strength in the world of gods. They could influence the change of rulership, and were even more important to a kingdom than the king. A kingdom without protection from a legendary could not last long. Although I did sense the energy from your breakthrough, I never thought it would be you. Your age, Jeffries smiled wryly. Actually, even us old folks find it hard to believe. Age. It was only at this moment that Xena and the others reacted. Right, Lord Lei Lin is not even 25 yet. Gods. A 25-year-old legendary, and a wizard at that. It's the hardest profession to advance in. There was too much shocking news, and the entire area turned mute, as if everyone had been shocked stupid by Lei Lin's miracle. Heavens. Gods, Xena now had no idea how to describe Lei Lin's aptitude. I'm very sure that he must be some miracle in the wizarding world. He'll definitely be written down in the records for eternity, and his achievements will be narrated to our later generations. I was just lucky. Lei Lin had a good-natured smile on his face. Whatever it was, since the goddess of wealth dispatched a legendary to protect him, he definitely had sensed their goodwill. Come, let's go in and discuss this further. Lei Lin seemed to only have Jeffries in his sights. Let's go. Jeffries appeared amiable to someone of similar rank, and Xena and the rest only found this natural. A legendary would only take another of the same level seriously. Similar strength was the prerequisite to associating with one another. This was the law everywhere. The God of Murder's Church. An old bishop was reading the information in his hand as he muttered to himself, legendary might and also a secret trump card that can kill other legendaries. Seems like the rise of the fallen family in the outer seas can no longer be stopped. Make it known that our men have to be very cautious while investigating. Try not to be discovered by him. Understood, Lord Bishop. A black-robed priest quickly bowed and left, knowing that they would give up their plans of revenge for now. There weren't all that many legendaries even in Syric's church. The fall of Soros had already dealt them a huge blow, and before knowing what Lei Lin had up his sleeve, it was not a good idea to take such a risk. The god of murder never cared about honor anyway, and he was the best at conspiracies. With enough time, they could definitely bribe someone and break in, finding out all the secrets of this young legendary wizard. Within the Dambrath kingdom, the aging king had abandoned his afternoon entertainment for a report from a trusted aide. Hearing what was said, the king went silent for a long while before speaking in a low voice. So that wizard has already become a legendary. Yes, your majesty. Lord Jeffries of the Church of Wealth has proof of it. The person speaking was the king's trusted aide, as well as the leader of the court wizards. There was a tartness in this silver-eyed wizard's smile. He was only a high-ranked wizard himself, and Lei Lin advancing at such a young age was a huge blow for him. You're a wizard yourself. You should know this best, speak without reservations and I'll trust in you. The king rubbed his temples in distress, and then waved his arms. Understood, your majesty. The high-ranked wizard thought for a while, and then spoke. Legendary strength is the peak in the secular world. It can even. I know. Get to the point, the king answered in annoyance. All right. The high-ranked wizard took a deep breath. Our first priority should be to avoid angering him. Thankfully, our information shows that he has good intentions towards us. He is a court wizard himself, and that status is something your majesty granted him. I believe we can also do what Marquis Gold Thornblossom proposed. Actually, a legendary wizard in our kingdom will surely be helpful in our diplomacy. Granting a title? The king took a deep breath and made his decision. Then let's do that. Take care of it for me. In a city near the north, the god of justice's church. A slender knight was piously praying to a god statue. Divine force that was bright and full of righteousness rippled about her body, causing the young female knight's face to glow. At this moment, a benevolent old priest walked over. Raphania, the church has a mission for you to complete. Grandma Maria. Raphania immediately helped this priest, who was so old she would pant with a few steps. I am also a member of this church. On top of that, you saved my life. If there's anything I can do, please tell me. Good. Maria gave a summary of what had happened at Fallen Island, and then said, the church wants you to be the envoy. After all, you are friends with him. Lei Lin. I'll need to think about it. Raphania bit at her lips. After the priest left, the image of the young wizard appeared before Raphania's eyes, and all that she had experienced with him appeared vividly in her mind. Sulking after her attempt to get Lei Lin to help Silvery Moon had failed, she'd headed to the battlefield on her own, arriving at the broken city. Gravely injured in the war, she was saved by the paladins of the God of Justice and accepted their call. She grew faith in the God of Justice, and joined Tyr's church. Perhaps from the attraction from her very nature, she improved very quickly and was now already a formal paladin. With her training going well, she'd assumed her past was no longer important. Yet, such a thing was happening now. You've already become a legendary. Raphania muttered to herself, and then recalled the hot-blooded knights that had backed her up at Silvery Moon. Their bones had all turned into ash. Those that chose to help are mostly dead, while you who chose rationale became a legendary. Are you trying to mock me? Raphania suddenly began to chuckle, the glimmering rays on her body now more distorted than ever. God! Please forgive me for my lack of resolution before. I promise to stand by justice, and even death will not make me feel fear. Raphania immediately knelt by the statue and began to pray, looking decisive and cold. Even if you've become a legendary, I won't give up on my dreams and my path. At the end, I'll definitely prove to you that your decision was wrong. The only things in the world worthy of protection are love and justice. As news of Leyland's advancement spread, an increasing number of envoys from various organizations arrived at Fallen Island, causing Port Venus to be even more prosperous. Along with the envoys came large merchant groups, and all the merchants in the surrounding seas now chose to trade here. After all, the protection of a legendary was a considerable boon in the world of gods. Ordinary merchants only needed a fair and safe trading environment. This was only possible with enough strength. What was more persuasive to them than a legendary? Preparations for ascension. The vacant manor on Fallen Island was opened up once to welcome the honored guests from the continent. Baron Jonas had sent all the manpower he had, but he was still a little undermanned for the guests that were still pouring in. What's more, guests from the western desert and the northern lands were still on their way to the island. These organizations had to travel far and wide to reach them. Even if they had received the news by magic, the emissaries would reach Fallen Island later than the other guests. Very soon, the guests had no choice but to seek lodging in the inns of Port Venus, which was a huge opportunity for the merchants here. The prices for various items had increased manifold. As Baron Jonas scurried around to tend to the guests, he was also suspended in a state of disbelief. Fortunately, Butler Leon was around to tend to things, so order could still be maintained. My son has already become a legendary. Baron Jonas and his wife felt as if they were on an emotional roller coaster. While they weren't at the peak of nobility, they still had a certain understanding towards the power system in the world of gods. A legendary was a powerful entity that could influence an entire kingdom. Bards would forever sing hymns of their tales, the tales of these beings at the apex of power. Right now, their son Leylin had achieved such an accomplishment too. Right now, the esteemed guests were also fervently discussing this youth who had become legendary. He. A legendary who has yet to reach the age of 25. Lord Leylin has broken the record in the continent. There are rumors that he is a favored soul of the goddess of wealth, there are no other plausible explanations. A favored soul can only advance quickly as a cleric, and even that would require a large amount of divine force. Evidently, this emissary was more privy than the others to the powers of the extraordinary in rankings in the power system. From my observation, this Leylin must have had some sort of extraordinary talent, which would explain his progress. Rumor has it that he's taken up piracy in the past, and he's even conducted taboo research relating to Netheril. A voice filled with annoyance and hostility sounded, apparently belonging to someone who treated Leylin as his enemy. That's indeed a problem before one becomes legendary, but almost all legendaries engage in such dark research. To use this to condemn him is just. Also, for his past as a pirate, haven't you seen that even the Dambrath Court's chief wizard is here? This deep voice spoke with a very logical stance, which stumped even the hostile emissary. Only a while later did someone lament, "This is a legendary we're talking about," the voice reverberated throughout the room. Amidst the fervent discussion between the forces, Leylin chose to hole up inside the wizard tower, seldom seen by the public eye. He was draped in comfortable robes within his chambers, his golden hair gently resting on his shoulders. A dark red light glowed under this golden hair, making him look extremely sinister. Leylin hadn't taken on the nightmare form completely, but his body was covered in dark red runes. A red line appeared on forehead, radiating a light of dreams. In this state, he was able to grasp the power of faith and emotions much easier. Using dream force as a catalyst, he could see the actions of each and every person that he chanted his name, their joys and sorrows, and everything else. After entering the legendary realm, his body and soul had achieved a quintessential upgrade, the beginning of his journey to godhood. A legendary could already sense the faith of any worshippers, and even respond in return. If one was able to amass a following of devout worshippers, they could accumulate faith over a long period of time, progressing in their own strength and giving rise to divinity. They could even ignite their god fire, becoming a demigod. However, the churches all suppressed the worshippers of anyone who hadn't become a complete god. Forget legendaries, even divine beings and demigods weren't spared. This unspoken rule showed Lei Lin the hostility the gods had towards someone joining their ranks. Unless one could become a god immediately, or had the backing of a powerful god themselves, it was very difficult for a being from the material plane to attain godhood. This was a perilous path riddled with danger. The divine hall was now extremely packed, and they did not wish to see any other newcomers joining them. Even without this restriction, legendaries, divine beings and demigods would still find it difficult to compete with the churches of true gods, Lei Lin sighed. Legendary experts could only vaguely respond to prayers, and divine beings could only respond somewhat more clearly. Demigods could bestow divine spells, but only up to rank 5. Only those true gods who had their divine spark were able to bestow rank 1 to rank 9 divine spells. The ordinary people of the prime material plane were not fools. It was obvious who they would choose in this competition. The gods had leveraged many restrictions on the powerful mortals, all for the sake of protecting the source of their faith. Although I'm still only a newly advanced legendary, my sensitivity to the power of faith is greater than some weaker gods thanks to dreamscape vision. Apart from not being able to bestow divine spells, I'm much different compared than a true god. The most crucial point is that nightmare absorption can even absorb the power of emotions. This source of strength is greater than what those true gods have. Lei Lin assessed his strengths and advantages. A legendary's response to their followers' prayers was like that of an old handphone with a bad signal. Nightmare absorption was like an extra antenna, greatly amplifying Lei Lin's sensitivity to the signals he received. Although the power of emotions was weaker than that of faith, there were more sources of it. The quality may not be equal, but emotions far exceeded faith in quantity. This was too crude and complex for gods to use, but nightmare absorption disregarded such things, allowing Lei Lin to make effective use of that power. It increased Lei Lin's probability of ascension more than 5-fold. And indeed, this was what Lei Lin was looking at now. Having become a legendary, he placed his sights on godhood. He could not halt his steps because of a little bit of praise and admiration from those in the secular world. He always had to look up at the stars above. To become a true god, one must not lack god fire or divine rank. God fire is just a transformation of divinity once it has accumulated to a certain level. To attain divine rank, the legendary first has to comprehend laws, combining them with the power of faith from their worshippers. Lei Lin already had a great deal of experience in all the aspects required for his ascension to godhood. The faith of their worshippers and the power from their prayers can help gods comprehend laws, allowing them to form a special structure called the divine rank. The laws of the world of gods are really quite bizarre, Lei Lin thought. As for the divine spark, it was an emblem of a god's strength. Only those who had ascended to become a true god could possess this. A divine realm was also something that only true gods possessed. It was an external plane used to accommodate the souls of their worshippers, and it also served as a hideout for themselves. In their divine realms, gods could wield amazing power. The ancient magi had not understood this during the last war, and some had even died to that mistake. The divine spark and divine realm aren't too far off in the future. The most crucial point is to accept some potential worshippers and try to obtain divinity. I can then continue to accumulate worshippers, soon igniting my god fire to become a demigod. I need to select my first worshippers carefully. Their prayers and philosophy will affect my domain and my divine realm. Clerics will be the most important, they help raise gods. Lei Lin began to feel rather vexed as he thought of this point. Although the seas around the Dambrath kingdom were at his disposal, this was a developing area. There weren't many cultured and civilized people here. Beelzebub's worshippers weren't even worth thinking about. It wouldn't be wise to let a group of devils function as priests and clerics. Lei Lin seriously suspected that those worshippers would pray their way into Beelzebub's stomach in the end. One reason Lei Lin had accepted Beelzebub's worshippers was that they were an established power. Another was to quickly raise his own strength. After advancing to the legendary realm, he was certain that he could take over Beelzebub's entire worshipper network, and obtain a secret church whose members could be found all over the continent. This framework would only nurture clerics the next generation. This was a worrying delay. He'd already put his plans into action though, having his followers in Dambrath accept orphans and the like, sending them to Viscount Tim for secret training and instruction. He also had a few plans to migrate people to the outer seas. I need to pay more attention to the race of the worshippers. Although racial gods are very powerful, it's far too limiting. Friend. Lei Lin was inside his secret chambers in the Wizard Tower, using a portion of his nightmare-absorbing physique powers. Many Dream Force runes had appeared along with his vertical eye. This state allowed his to sense the prayers of his worshippers extremely clearly, and also pulled tremendous amounts of energy from their emotions. It then allowed him to absorb it, which served to strengthen him. It was exceedingly difficult to advance once one entered the legendary realm. However, to Lei Lin it was like walking a level road. He was enjoying the feeling of constantly gaining strength, and he continued to make his plans for ascending to godhood. It would take too much time to move somewhere else, and spreading faith is a problem as well. While the quality of the worshippers would be high, there'll be too few of them. It's better to turn the devil worshippers, and have the natives of the outer seas worship me as well. Lei Lin's eyes closed, and the blood-red eye between his brows cracked open. He continued to think as dark red patterns covered his body. Worshippers were a very important resource for a god. They provided an unending amount of faith while alive, and became petitioners in death, similarly continuing to support their god. They could even turn into valiant souls or holy spirits, comparable to rank 5 and rank 6 magi. This was why all gods took good care of their worshippers. The faith of evil gods wasn't allowed to spread. There was even a specialized god of protection known as Helm, and he dealt specifically with these matters. Verifying a true god's qualifications and deal with belief in false gods were all within the scope of his divine powers. As the continent was so vast, worshippers of devils and demons could develop in secret. A new legendary like Lei Lin would not be the target of much attention. Inside the prime material plane itself, Lei Lin now had enough status and strength to protect himself. Even so, a few churches could band together, sending high-ranked and legendary professionals along with an avatar to kill him in mere minutes. I should work in the shadows and be more careful. I can't arouse suspicions. It's best that I amass strength quietly and become a true god. I wouldn't have anything to worry about then. While deep in thought, Lei Lin completed his meditation and absorption of the power of emotions for the day. He transformed back into the youth. Master. The Spear Crusader Jeffries has come to visit you. He's already been waiting outside for half an hour. The Tower Genie appeared and reported. Additionally, the Dambrath Kingdom and Church of Justice have sent special envoys to you, requesting private meetings. God of Justice? Lei Lin frowned. Nobody inclined towards evil had a good opinion of this person. I haven't dealt with them often enough. Could they have found out that I killed a paladin before? No, that's too trivial. Whatever, all will be clear once I meet them. With enough might to protect himself, Lei Lin was no longer as cautious as before. After all, as long as he did not collude with devils and demons, plot to bring chaos to the continent, or spread his own faith and try to become a god, no large organizations would willingly offend him. However, out of politeness and his status, Lei Lin still met with Jeffries. My sincerest apologies. I was stuck in meditation. Lei Lin looked apologetic. Hee. It's nothing at all. Only a wizard as meticulous as that can achieve the results you have, Lord Lei Lin. Jeffries revealed a sincere smile. Truth be told, he admired Lei Lin's hard work. He'd seen many talented geniuses, but never one as disciplined as this wizard. The puppet served a scented tea along with snacks. After some idle conversation, Lei Lin asked in puzzlement, I wonder what my lord is here for. Oh. Actually, Jeffries slapped his forehead, looking flustered as if he had only just recalled this. Legendaries are already at the peak of the mortal world. For this reason, there are a few established rules we need to follow. Since I'm the one who first witnessed your advancement, it's my duty to explain them. Ah, yes. Lei Lin nodded. Any world with extreme powers had a concept similar to no first use. If not for that, constant wars would destroy the world no matter how large it was. I obviously won't refuse. Do I need to sign some sort of contract? No, not at all. They're just conventions that you need to obey. Jeffries waved his hands while he smiled more warmly. He began to go through the rules one by one, and Lei Lin listened attentively. We don't really have many restrictions. We shouldn't initiate battles in densely populated areas, collude with devils and demons, spread our own faith privately, and things like that. Also, since you're a legendary wizard you can't cast legendary spells or conduct experiments that could pollute a large area. In general, the restrictions weren't too stringent, but what surprised him the most was that he didn't have to sign any magic contract. Then again, these are all restrictions in their own right. No legendary would be willing to attach such an act to themselves unless they're masochistic. Also, The fact that legendary wizards study material on arcane spells is an open secret, Lei Lin suddenly understood. Cough cough, Jeffrey's smiling face seemed to be saying, good that you know. He continued seriously, all right then. Lord Lei Lin, I welcome you two to the Continent's Alliance of Legendaries. We hold meetings every year, and all new members are welcome to join. It's taking place at. I will attend, if time permits. Lei Lin still planned to obtain the floating city, but he didn't reject Jeffrey's outright. Having obtained what he wanted, the Spear Crusader left in delight. Joaquin's church had given him a valuable gift as well. After he left, Lei Lin then met the special envoy from the Dambrath Kingdom. This person was supposedly the court's chief wizard. This envoy's ranking meant nothing to Lei Lin, though, and thankfully the other party understood this. He was rather courteous, and did not put on any airs. At the least, Lei Lin knew why this court wizard had come here. First was title. His father Jonas was made a marquis, and a word from the king rendered the barren islands around Fallen Island a part of his fief. In reality, these islands had already come under Fallen influence, effectively being their land anyway. The king was just formalizing this, but it still made Lei Lin elated. Even if these islands made up a tiny area, the sea region that he had control over far exceeded the lands of any marquis, the size of half a kingdom. In actuality, the king had basically given them half of the outer seas. Of course, this was his right as a legendary wizard. Lei Lin's own title had been upgraded as well. He was now an honorary duke, similar in status to this chief wizard in front of him. While they were indirect, Lei Lin understood these kind intentions. Lei Lin chatted with the wizard for a while after he happily accepted it all. It was more like he was giving the court wizard some tips, and when the time came the wizard left reluctant yet satisfied. A legendary wizard's lessons weren't an easy thing to come by. Tower Genie. Send over the envoy from the Church of Justice. Lei Lin had spent most of his time as a legendary training in strengthening himself. He also met with envoys from various organizations, and although it was somewhat annoying he had to do it anyway for the sake of expansion. Seeing the projection of the Tower Genie disappearing, Lei Lin stroked his chin, I should put upgrading the wizard tower in my schedule. There's so much to do. Lei Lin had never had a good impression of the God of Justice's church. This was obvious from the order of the people he was meeting. However, the envoy left Lei Lin slightly surprised. Long time no see, Wizard Lei Lin. A female knight bowed politely, on behalf of the God of Justice's church, I sincerely congratulate Lord Lei Lin on your advancement to the legendary realm. We hope to be able to work together to safeguard the justice in the continent. I shall accept your blessings then. Lei Lin watched the long-legged female knight in front of him as he recalled the past. It's truly been a long time, Raphania. Come to think of it, I haven't asked you about what happened after you left. When did you enter the God of Justice's church? Lei Lin first got Raphania to take a seat with an enthusiastic smile like a good host, and commanded a puppet to send over a plate of tropical fruits. Come. Try some special produce from the south. It's rarely seen in the north. Thank you. Raphania had a complex expression on her face as she picked up a purple fruit similar to a longan. While she had fantasized about meeting Lei Lin, she'd never thought it'd be in this situation. For some reason, Lei Lin's nonchalant expression caused fury to erupt in her heart. Plea for help. At the thought of the task that the church had entrusted to her, Raphania suppressed her emotions and forced a smile. This is pretty good. The captain mentioned it before in the north. Not bad. It looks like you've matured a little after entering the church, though it's a pity that it's not much use. Sensing her emotions, Lei Lin snickered inside. Unfortunately, she's far too naive. Right, I still don't know what happened to you. Lei Lin now held a cup of hot tea like a child wanting to hear a story. Once we separated, I returned to Silvery Moon and met Her Highness. Then, I took part in the city's final defense. Raphania laughed wryly, eyes glazed over as she immersed herself in her memories. Well, that's what happened. That paladin saved me, and after I recovered, I joined the God of Justice's church and have been working hard to protect the refugees in the north. Right, Lei Lin nodded gravely. He could sense that the devil mark he'd planted on her had already formed a perfect balance with the God of Justice's strength. A soul that's balancing on a dangerous path. That's even more interesting. Lei Lin's thoughts didn't make their way to his face. I've heard of the God of Justice's blessings. Is there anything else? Lei Lin looked unhurried as he held his cup, and Raphania wanted to sigh deeply. However, she thought back to her orders and spoke gravely, I'm also here to ask my lord for help. Help? What help? The rising steam blocked the teasing look in Leyland's eyes. It's related to the north. We've already made contact with Queen Illustrial, and we're trying all we can to help her restore the country. However, we currently lack strength and manpower, especially in terms of legendaries. While the church is doing all it can to help, there are also similar problems in other areas. Tears began to well up in her eyes. On account of those innocent commoners who are suffering in the north, I hope you can help us. After all, you were once helped by Silvery Moon. How naive. Leyland shook his head. You're trying to invite a legendary without any form of payment. While he had gotten a lot of knowledge from Silvery Moon, it was all earned from battle achievements and many other things. He didn't feel like he owed the city anything. In addition, he'd have to fight the Orc Empire if he joined this war. Even if Grumsh was being suppressed by Mistra and Tyr, their Emperor Saladin alone was a huge problem. I have something very important to do for now. I'll be in the west for a while, Leyland answered, causing the light in Raphania's eyes to dim. However, just as she felt complete despair, Leyland changed his words. I might be able to come to the north if you wait a while. It won't be a problem at all. We're only preparing right now, and it'll be years before we begin. I can wait. Raphania stood up, looking emotional. Whatever it is, thank you very much. The commoners who are being trampled upon by the orcs in the north will never forget your contributions. Leyland answered speechlessly, rolling his eyes inside. If I didn't have to go to the north for a bit to get something, do you think I would agree to this? Watching Raphania leave, Leyland stroked his chin as he sunk into deep thought. I never expected this. Tyr's church has already made contact with Illustrial, and they're even trying to help her rebuild her kingdom. It seems like the god of justice has plans for the north. It is surprising that Illustrial agreed to this. Either Mistra and Tyr came to some sort of compromise, or she was moved by the refugees in the north. With her personality, it's probably the latter. Tiv had informed Leyland that the humans in the north weren't faring well. Other than the few lucky ones who'd managed to make it into the southern human nations, everyone was dead, exiled, or enslaved by the orcs. After all, the brutish creatures did not know agriculture, and needed human help in that department. However, the feeling of a master becoming a slave felt terrible, and they were definitely treated worse than before. While Saladin was a wise emperor, he was still an orc. He needed to consider things from the orcs' point of view. In addition, even if the Orc Empire sent down order after order about it, slaves were still abused or killed for entertainment. The humans in the north were in a living hell right now. After seeing this situation, Illustrial, who had been living in hiding, had probably changed her mind. After all, she was the type that was soft-hearted and unable to watch the weak plead for help. Were it not for Mistra's backing and her own strength, such a personality would have killed her countless times over by now. How many gods are gambling on the turbulence in the north? Mistra will definitely want to make a comeback. Tyr has made his stance clear, but his true intentions are still unknown. What do the other gods think? Leyland's brows furrowed slightly. He'd been small fry in the past. No matter what he did, he would not attract attention from the gods. However, things were different now. Legendaries could affect battles with avatars, and his own stand would be important. Leyland now had to consider every move carefully, else he might immediately form enmity. Whatever it is, the moment I help Illustrial rebuild Silvery Moon, I'll become an enemy of all Orcish gods. The human gods have a questionable stand themselves. Leyland rubbed his eyebrows and sighed deeply, but there is something I must get my hands on in the north. Even if it's dangerous, I'll need to give it a try. In order to get out of this uninjured, my strength will be key. Leyland's target had never changed. No matter what the future held, he would never be wrong in working hard to increase his own strength. I won't be able to advance in rank significantly in just 1 or 2 years. It took centuries to increase in ranking after entering the legendary realm. Leyland was already extremely fast. Still, he was weak compared to avatars and the better-known legendaries. Raising my own rank is too slow a way to strengthen myself in the short term. I can only rely on other items. The rules in the world of gods were very stringent. Legendaries with high-ranked legendary items or divine weapons evidently surpassed all ordinary legendaries in terms of strength. Leyland now placed his focus on this aspect. What divine weapons existed that could amplify one's strength more than a floating city? A floating city was the most suitable artifact for a legendary arcanist in Netheral's era. The two combined could even match a lesser god. Besides Netheral's greatest accomplishment in the Mice Energy Core, every floating city needed to merge with a semi-plane. This made every complete floating city equivalent to a divine realm. It was basically an impregnable stronghold. If I obtain that floating city, I can do whatever I want in the prime material plane. I needn't even be afraid of the gods' avatars. Leyland himself was already a legendary arcanist. If he obtained that floating city, he could probably become even stronger than the legendary arcanists of Netheral's time. After all, the depth of Leyland's research as a near rank 7 warlock in the Magus world far surpassed that of ancient arcanists. The first order of business is to deal with matters in the outer seas. I'll then head for the western desert. Leyland's eyes twinkled as he made his mind. In the following days, Leyland met different envoys with great statuses. They had come from huge organizations in different parts of the continent, all offering Leyland their blessings on his advancement as well as gifts. However, they didn't know him very well, so there weren't any deep conversations. Leyland was glad to see this happen. Without conflicts of interest, he mixed well with the many envoys, and everyone was happy. Afterwards, Leyland hosted a huge ceremony. He officially accepted the congratulations of other small groups as the edict from Dambratha's king was announced. The fallen family were now a lineage of marquises, and were basically free to do anything in the outer seas. With a legendary wizard like Leyland there, the family's glory and honor would last a long time. After all, wizards had long lifespans. The outer seas would count on this legendary to maintain this freedom. With all the small organizations nearby joining the Fallens, the entire outer seas had basically separated from Dambrath. The fallen family's glory was only just beginning. West Desert. The world of gods was vast and boundless, with the prime material plane being the core foundation. It had many other planes above and below it, and between them were an unimaginable number of scattered semi-planes. The combination of all this formed the mysterious ecology of the world of gods. All sorts of elementals, fleshly beings, angels, devils, and demons led to joys and sorrows, intense emotions and all forms of beautiful and bloody battles over race. With its location and other advantages, the prime material plane had become the area with the most intense competition. Be it the gods up above or the devils and demons down below, everyone cast their greedy eyes on this place. Even the most barren western desert was contested. Because some secret information had leaked, a few special existences had already placed their focus on this place. The western desert was at the edge of the continent. It was huge and barren, containing parts of numerous empires. The occasional black sandstorm made it a forbidden region for all life, and only a few desert races managed to survive near oases. Living in such harsh conditions, the natives of the western desert were fierce fighters, and everyone the place produced was extremely ambitious and terrifying. They were widely known for their bloodthirst. While the western desert was extremely barren and there were few signs of human inhabitation, there were still a few merchants who would come to purchase its specialties, and there were some who especially came here to experience this environment. They would use the harsh environment of the desert to discipline themselves in their faith, breaking through the limits of life. Some even attempted walking through the desert, reaching an unimaginable realm upon success. Of course, most people died. Most bodies were buried by the sands, while some became food for the desert's creatures. It was now the prime season again, and merchants and adventurers headed towards the place. The traders went annually, while the adventurers dreamt of gold. There were also mercenaries, and those seeking to temper themselves once again in the severe environment of the desert. Everyone headed west, towards wealth, power, passion, and sexy dancers. The town called Narwick was in the outer regions of the desert, formed around a little oasis. Its name translated to corner or edge, and it prospered as the entrance to the western desert as well as a point of service. Various merchant groups and tourists from all over the world entered this place in the trading season, practically filling the entire city. Beings of all races and alignments walked the streets, and there were goods from everywhere in this place. Some individual merchants chose to sell their goods here, getting more time to head deeper into the desert. It also attracted more business. Scimitars made of refined ore from the depths of the desert, female slaves who were so flexible they were said to be boneless, those slaves from the native tribes. There were many items from ruins here as well, both originals and fakes filling the market. A white-robed wizard entered Narwick in this prosperous time. It's the annual opening day. How lively. Leyland nonchalantly watched the passers-by and the many stalls, his footsteps never halting as he glanced past what were said to be treasures from the ruins found deep in the desert. With his foresight, he could definitely tell that most were fake, and the rest weren't valuable enough for him. He would definitely have to pay a terrible price for those. The entire city was filled with people of various races and all walks of life, which helped him widen his perspective. Warriors, thieves, assassins, bards. There were even rare wizards and swordsmen who were unique to the desert. These people were guarding merchant groups, or farming parties for adventure. There were even some lone wolves who gave off a very dangerous aura. These people should be hoping to make some wealth while the black sandstorms dissipated. Lei Lin shook his head inside. This desert was rumored to be formed during a great battle amongst the gods. It had once been beautiful and fertile land, with numerous powerful civilizations. Astounding ruins now hid beneath the yellow sands, and some people were lucky enough to uncover some and strike it rich overnight. This motivated generation after generation of adventurers and explorers to enter the ends of the desert, fearless of death as they looked for traces of the past. Lei Lin too needed a guide to bring him into the desert, until he reached Frostfall Valley. Even if I've bought a map, it's too vague. A mere piece of paper can't explain the dangers along the way either. While thinking this, Lei Lin entered a bar. His senses were flooded by the clamor the moment he pushed the door open, the smells of alcohol, meat, and perfume entering his nose. This place was evidently a combined bar, inn, and stage. It was loud, and a musician in strange clothing was beating the drum at his waist. A dozen passionate women danced to this vulgar beat, wearing clothing that revealed their belly buttons. Their eyes were tender, and a red veil covered the lower halves of their faces, only making them seem more mysterious and tempting. Gold hoops moved across fair legs that stamped to vigorous moves as bodies swayed. The bells and tassels intertwined smoothly. The guests cheered endlessly as they watched this graceful dance. The occasional merchant was so intoxicated they threw silver and gold coins on the stage, causing the atmosphere to grow more heated. Not bad, Lei Lin nodded slightly. He could sense the aura of a few powerful beings in the inn. A few merchants were evidently being guarded by high-ranked professionals. He then glanced past them and focused on a large round table on the right. A swordsman decked in white took up the entire thing, yet nobody protested it. He wore a veil and white turban unique to the natives, and his long narrow eyes gave off a sense of coldness. A black scabbard for a scimitar lay at his waist, the shaft having no ornaments but still giving Lei Lin a slight sense of danger. A near-legendary swordsman. He's probably the strongest in the inn. With Lei Lin's current rank, he'd not caught the attention of this man after spying on him. Casually throwing a gold krona at the attendant in front of him, he was respectfully invited to a seat at a table. Give me lamb chop, vegetable soup and fruit juice. Compared to steak that was tender and full of fat, lamb chop had a unique fragrance. With the seasoning that was similar to pepper as well as the unique meaty texture, it was drool-worthy. Once his stomach was filled, the attendant came over to tidy up. A golden luster flickered between Lei Lin's fingers. Tell me where I can find the best guide, and this gold krona is yours. You wish to enter the desert alone? There was a trace of greed in the attendant's eyes, but he seemed to be put on the spot as he spoke. The best guides have been hired by the large merchant groups. The rest are probably not better than me in terms of knowledge of the desert. It's very dangerous to enter the deserts alone. It's best that you join a group or form a group with other mercenaries. While he really wanted to earn this gold krona, the attendant still advised him tactfully. Is that so? Whatever it is, I like people who aren't led by their greed. This is yours. Lei Lin had never hoped for much anyway, so he nodded and put the coin on the table. May the gods protect you, esteemed customer. Not expecting anything, the attendant was pleasantly surprised. If you don't mind, I could help you contact a few adventuring groups. There's no need for that. Lei Lin waved his arms. Low-ranked professionals would just burden him now. Besides, he had a clear goal, and entering a group would only cause strife. After sending him away, Lei Lin picked up a glass of dark red wine, as if slowly appreciating it. In actuality, the AI chip's detection was operating at its limit as it gathered information from around him and tidied it up. This sort of place was where information circulated best. With the AI chip's unusual abilities of gathering and sorting information, Lei Lin soon had a general idea of the identities of the people in the hall and the organizations they belonged to. A month later. Frostfall Valley. At this moment, a conversation conducted in hushed whispers could be heard, causing him to freeze. Making use of the movements of drinking his wine, he nonchalantly glanced to the side at the swordsman he'd taken note of. There were now a few others seated around him, whispering to each other as they discussed matters. One of them was evidently a wizard, and she drank some clear water as her right arm secretly created a noise barrier. Unfortunately, this much was the same to Lei Lin as not doing anything at all. A month later. Isn't that the time that the floating city will appear? The location's right as well. Lei Lin then turned grim. It looks like I'm not the only one with information about the floating city. This is going to be troublesome. Fortunately, Lei Lin had somewhat expected this. There were many arcanists interested in a floating city after all, and it was hard to guarantee that others hadn't found this secret in historical records and deduced the time and location of its appearance. News. My luck is still pretty good. A guide appeared of their own accord. Lei Lin glanced at the white-robed swordsman and his group, a hint of blue shining in his eyes before he left immediately. The wizard of the group watched their swordsman freeze. She asked with surprise, "What is it?" "Nothing much." Something felt off for a moment. The swordsman looked slightly baffled, his right hand on his scabbard as he took a look around him. He sat down once more, looking puzzled. He'd felt a chill up his spine that moment, as if death was right before him. However, that sense of danger had disappeared before he could take stock of the situation. "You're being paranoid. We can't leak news of our mission," a black-robed person spoke in a low voice. "Perhaps that's it," he said as he sat down. His hand was still on his scimitar, though, and his frown didn't dissipate. Lei Lin had already left the area, and was now strolling along the bustling streets. "His senses are good. Even if it was only for an instant, the ability to sense my intent is quite impressive. He'll probably become legendary in a few years' time, but that's only if he can survive this." His noble attire, rosy cheeks, and extravagant accessories were signs of wealth, and they caused many small peddlers to pay attention to him. "Take a look at this, esteemed customer. Old Jaffer has the best things here." One in particular held a golden scepter up for Lei Lin to see. It was an old white man with golden hair. "Take a look at these patterns and decorations. I unearthed this while I was still an adventurer, braving deadly danger in an ancient ruin. It's said to hold the secrets of the ancient Sun Dynasty within, and it can be yours for just 100 kronas. Ancient Sun Dynasty? Lei Lin halted his footsteps, a teasing smile on his face. He watched this old Jaffer do all he could to introduce the item. Indeed. It was a dynasty from a time before this place became a desert. Legends talk of a large golden river, flowing not with water but honey and milk. The land was filled with golden words in that era, and this scepter contains a secret of theirs. Your name is Jaffer, yes. Lei Lin stopped in front of the stall, watching this old man who was evidently not a human from the deserts. Why did you settle here? Sigh. I met the mother of my children during my life as an adventurer. I naturally can't leave, Jaffer chuckled. Although he seemed honest, there was still a sly look in his eyes that could not be concealed. So. Since we're both from the south, I can sell it 10 kronas cheaper. The goddess of luck is smiling down on you. I'll take a look. Lei Lin seemed interested, and he crouched down in front of the booth. All these things are from ruins. Jaffer had placed decorative ornaments on a greasy black cloth, and some of them still had a layer of rust on them. It gave the illusion that he was speaking the truth. Unfortunately, Lei Lin had acquired the scholarly feat when he'd advanced to the legendary realm. His appraisal skill had hit its limit, and he used the AI chip to immediately see through these fakes. This looks pretty good. It'll look good on my wall, Lei Lin appraised a dark gold mask that was carved in the likeness of a cobra. Of course. How can there be nothing decent from the ancient ruins for an esteemed guest like you? Jaffer's face wrinkled in his delight. This, and this. I want it all. Lei Lin acted like a deceived noble, buying 7 to 8 items. Jaffer's smile was so wide he couldn't close his mouth. This too, and these. Lei Lin continued to point at things with both hands, basically buying everything in the stall. Old Jaffer is going to get rich at this rate. The surrounding peddlers all stared hard at Jaffer in envy. I'll buy all of this. There seems to be an issue with carrying them. Lei Lin looked troubled. No issue, there's no issue at all. Jaffer quickly discarded the items Lei Lin didn't want, his movement faster than a high-ranked thief. He placed the 4 ends of the cloth together and bundled the items up. How about that? So easy. I can even send this to your inn, together, forming a huge bundle. How's this? Isn't this easy? I can even send this to your inn. Old Jaffer had a cajoling smile on his face. That comes up to 1372 gold kronas, and I've already given you a discount. Lei Lin appeared like those generous guests that were easily cheated. Fine. Do you accept bills from the Church of Wealth, or will you come with me as I withdraw the gold? Every market had a Church of Wealth, and a huge market like the Western Desert obviously wouldn't miss out. The small town had one to serve the merchants. Lei Lin sent the extremely thankful Jaffer away once they exited the church, turning a corner on the street. I never thought I'd find something great from a peddler, Leyland flung the bundle in his hands, and all the fake gold items clattered to the ground like trash. A legendary magic beast hide with some information on it. Leyland stared at the greasy cloth, blue light flickering in his eyes. This was what he'd set his sights on, the cloth Jafar used to display his goods. I wonder how he managed to get this hide. Could he really have been an adventurer? Leyland stroked his chin, but didn't linger on the thought. He'd paid for the items, so this was his now. He couldn't be bothered with how Jafar had gotten his hands on it. Just the material alone is worth the price. I'll need to have the AI chip decipher the information on it. Leyland knew the history of the West Desert well. It had once been the core of Netheril, and in its days of glory been filled with fertile land and a huge population. Unfortunately, with Netheril fading away and wars involving gods occurring in the place, the West had become a desert. If not for that, why would an arcanist who leapt through dimensions keep his floating city here? This encryption. It doesn't seem like an arcanist's, but there's still some exemplary strength. It even contains the secrets of a lost civilization. Leyland's eyes glinted. If Jafar learned of the secrets of this hide, he'd probably grow so annoyed with himself he'd just commit suicide. Leyland was in a great mood now that he'd obtained a treasure. He walked out of the corner and then glanced through the items in the stall with more focus. With his foresight and experience, no treasures escaped his sights. Unfortunately, that had been the only one. Nothing stuck out to him after that. Boo-hoo. Please help us. Please help us. Some cries attracted Leyland's attention at this moment, leading him forward. A large crowd had formed a huge circle up ahead, and caused a disturbance that Leyland took notice of as he drew closer. In the middle of a circle was an adventurer and a crying little girl. The adventurer had fallen down, looking like he'd met with great hardships in life. He was no longer young, and his lips were blue. It looked like some sickness had acted up all of a sudden. Uncle, uncle. Please wake up. With such a huge crowd watching, the girl's cries made her seem even more helpless. He must have gotten poisoned. There are many dangerous beings in the desert nearby. An experienced mercenary went up, touching the adventurer's neck and pulling up his eyelids to check. Unless I have a specific antidote, I can't do anything. Do you know what poison it was? The little girl froze after hearing this, and began to bawl more sorrowfully. I don't know. Vivian is so useless. Sniff, uncle. Sigh. Unless a high-ranked priest is here to cast neutralize poison, the mercenary looked around. Who amongst you is a high-ranked priest? The crowd avoided his gaze, evidently not wanting to be involved in this. A death would cause the guards to come here, and the interrogations and the like would be very time-consuming. They could even be blackmailed by shameless jailers and officials, which caused most of the crowd to leave. The area was bustling with activity, yet they pretended not to see the little girl and the adventurer who seemed to be breathing his last. There was a great sense of detachment in this place. Little girl, we need to look for other methods. At the very least, we'll need an inn. The mercenary looked troubled, obviously seeing the impatient urging from his companions. He halted midway his speech, realizing that no inn would take in an adventurer on the brink of death, and he was only making things difficult for himself. Sigh, with this thought, the mercenary too looked agonized and placed a small bag of copper coins in front of the wailing girl. Take these and bury your uncle well. He then left quickly in large strides, as if afraid of something. Implantation. The streets were bustling with life, starkly contrasted by the sorrowful cries of a young girl. The bystanders dissipated quickly, death something they'd seen all too often in the desert. They were all in a hurry to strike it rich, so who would care for something like this? A few thugs even eyed the coin pouch in front of the girl. They were also looking at her person. Even though she was very young, beauty shone through her crying face. There would probably be many people who'd want someone like her. Selling her to child traffickers would be profitable. Interesting. How will things progress from here? Leyland watched on with his arms in front of his chest, apathetic like a god up above. He wouldn't be moved by the lives of these individuals. His focus suddenly shifted in another direction, at a monk that headed over slowly. He had a pugilistic aura, with short brown hair, thick eyebrows and a weak-looking gaze. He only wore coarse sack clothing, with patches all over it making it look tattered. He only wore one shoe. The monk even had a putrid smile, causing the crowd to distance themselves from him. A monk. A trace of fear shone in Leyland's eyes. This person was powerful, already at the legendary realm. Monks were people devils did not want to meet at all. They rejected the pleasures of life, their staunch souls not corroded by anything. Meeting a legendary monk was like hitting a jackpot. There's a monk here at this time. Does it have anything to do with the floating city? Lei Lin frowned. That adventuring team with near-legendary strength wasn't worthy of his attention, but he'd have to focus on this monk's actions. Were their targets the same, another variable would be added to his plan. Let me try. The monk approached the crying girl and spoke with a hoarse voice, as if he had not drunk water in a long time. Boo-hoo. It's not use. The mercenary just now already said that unless you're a high-ranked priest, Vivian wept, but still passed the coin pouch filled with copper to him, evidently treating him as a beggar. Thank you, kind-hearted young lady, but I can't accept any gifts or money, he smiled gently, and then moved closer to the unconscious adventurer. It's the hellthorn flower, a common and very poisonous flower seen at the edges of the desert. But it's already mutated a few times. This will be difficult. A bundle of warm light emanated from the monk, and seeped into the body of the adventurer on the ground. The healing light caused the adventurer to improve visibly. The spell naturally attracted the attention of bystanders, and someone with good eyesight soon exclaimed, "Poison removal?" No, that's true resurrection. A rank 9 divine spell that one has to be rank 19 to cast. Everyone froze, their eyes trained on the monk with reverence. It was a respect for strength. Seeing the situation changing, the thugs disappeared into the corners of the streets, leaving in the blink of an eye. Ugh, the bruising on the adventurer's lips dissipated, and he blinked before opening his eyes completely. He looked at the little lady in front of him. What's wrong, Vivian? Where am I now? Uncle. Uncle, you're awake. Teardrops sparkled on Vivian's face as she threw herself into his embrace. Uncle, you fainted on the road. It scared me so much. This grandpa saved you, Vivian said as she pointed to the monk. Thank you very much, Grandmaster. The adventurer knew his adventures much better than the girl did, and therefore understood the strength and abilities of the person who had healed him. Upon hearing this, he immediately got up to thank the monk, and then reached for his coin pouch. Priests required a fee to cast spells on their believers. A high-ranked divine spell was very expensive. There's no need for that. We clerics are duty-bound to help the injured and dead. The monk shook his head and rejected the man with a smile, and then swaggered into the market. However, nobody dared to underestimate him this time. As he left, the monk's dark eyes scanned the area Lei Lin had been in. Seeing nobody there, he looked puzzled. Only after the monk's figure disappeared from the streets did the adventurer leave with the girl. It was then that Lei Lin walked out from the shadows. TSK, as expected of a legendary. His senses are better than that swordsman, Lei Lin sighed, heart heavy. If this man was also here to contest for the floating city, things would be very troublesome for him. And his instincts told him that this was almost certainly the case. Ugh. It seems like more than one organization knows about the appearance of the floating city. Lei Lin looked grim. Looks like I'll need to make my move as soon as possible. Night soon fell. Lights and fire emerged everywhere in the market, illuminating the dark area. The market bustled with activity even at night. However, once the moon crawled halfway across the sky, the shops that had been boisterous before turned completely silent. The merchants and the rest entered their dreams after a long day. Dreamscape view. Lei Lin currently stood at the top of a tower, eyes flickering with strange red lights as a red crack appeared on his forehead. Scattered spots appeared all over the town in his vision, twinkling like the stars in the sky. These various star-like spots were actually the dreams of different people. Those that were whitish in color belonged to the weakest commoners. Professionals were much more dazzling, while high-ranked ones were bright as torches. The legendaries were like pillars of light reaching into the skies, obvious in an instant. The dreams of regular humans are far too weak. If I'm not careful, I could kill a whole bunch. These dreams showed Lei Lin things that hadn't been revealed in the day. First is Jaffer. That beast hide was something you picked up by accident. No wonder you didn't know its true value. Shifting his attention from a dim speck, Lei Lin glanced towards the west, looking serious. As expected of a legendary monk. I can't see through him, nor his dreams. Not like I intend to deal with him anyway. Dream Eater is a trump card, and I'd be foolish to cast it even before I see the floating city. Without alarming him, Lei Lin found his main target. There were dazzling dreams in the inn, like pillars of light. Lei Lin could see them through Dreamscape, and almost visualize a young man who'd been practicing his sword skills from a young age. Here you are, Lei Lin smiled slightly, launching dark red dream force that formed a winged eyeball. Go. With Leyland's command, the eyeball flapped its wings and flew into one of the dreams. With the nightmare-absorbing physique, Leyland's grasp of dream force had reached great heights. With the different system of power being applied on him, the target didn't even notice the eyeball. Many merchants aimed to make use of the cool weather in the morning, walking the path of hopes and dreams. The high-ranked professionals began their journey as well. "What's wrong, O'Leary?" The white-robed swordsman asked the wizard journeying with them, puzzled. "It's nothing much. I just recalled my dream last night, and it was a little disgusting." The wizard had a terrible look on her face, and she retched. There were dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't had a good rest the whole night. "Dream? Disgusting?" The swordsman was startled, but he didn't ask further. "Yes, it was just a dream," she repeated, as if trying to encourage herself. However, at the thought of the vivid dream, the wizard couldn't help but tremble, even as a high-ranked spellcaster. She'd actually swallowed a winged eyeball whole in her dreams. It had been exceedingly vivid, to the point that her throat still remembered that disgusting and greasy feeling. Could this be some specific curse? No, I've already checked properly. There's nothing strange. That was just a nightmare. But, why did I dream of that? She looked confused and touched her forehead. Looks like I'll need to get something to soothe my nerves tonight. Within the town, Leyland glanced at the map in his hands while looking deep in thought. The situation of the little group appeared in a crystal ball next to him, the point of view that of the wizard. The implantation was successful. Now that I have their position, they won't be able to escape. Leyland was rather satisfied with his work. These guides would make his own journey more convenient. Having them show the way, he could follow their path at a distance. There was no danger or trouble whatsoever. Watching them from such a large distance, it was impossible for him to be discovered. Skeleton Lich. Berserk energy from the four elements roared in a large semi-plane outside the prime material plane, causing ripples in the sky. The sky seemed to distort and shatter. There was no sun nor moonlight here, only a sparkling ambient light. Layers of ashen-white bones littered the ground, their height unknown. There were some little white flowers growing out of eye sockets, the most beautiful flower buds blooming. Numerous vines crawled over the bones, as if subsisting on them. A gale blew past the area, and it was like a rain of flowers as the plants dispersed to reveal bones on the ground. This plain was actually formed of all sorts of bones piled together. These bones were about the same size as those of humans. Some were exceptionally small but thick, likely coming from halflings and dwarves. There were even some extremely large animal bones scattered in the area, forming little hills. This semi-plane was one of bones, on the verge of being smashed into pieces. It was hidden in the gaps between numerous dimensions, unvisited for a long time. Asterisk Ka-cha. Ka-cha. Asterisk at this moment, a slight cracking sound could be heard from underground, followed by some shaking. Asterisk Gulu. Gulu, asterisk a hill of bones gave way, and large amounts of smoke and dust were sent flying. Meanwhile, a protruding round head rolled out of a crevice in the ground. This was a dazzling human skull. The eye sockets flickered with two still flames, and dead black soul force lingered around the area, emitting powerful undulations. The skull's teeth chattered and its jaws creaked, seemingly shaking in confusion. "I've been asleep for 1,000 years," the skull spoke in a desolate voice, its tone ancient. Only a scholar who had researched the past would be able to understand it. Crunch, the skull meshed its teeth together and seemed to spit out something similar to parchment paper. A layer of light flickered, and letterings as well as a map were projected in the air. The year where the elemental tide streaked through, when the black crows cry out to the blood moon. The Saint-Michel Canyon, east of Cygnus. A fire blazed in the skull's eyes as it found a few sparkling bones, slowly recreating its body. The floating city. The best achievement of the Arcanist era, able to match up to the gods' divine realms. The skull spoke as if it was chanting, an aura of despair from the very soul covering the area like a cloak. That floating city is definitely mine. The skeleton lich, Illyrio Paxlud. A staff of bones automatically moved its way to the lich, a blood-red gem at its top emitting crimson light. Roar, the lich tapped the ground with his staff, and it split apart to reveal the head of an enormous creature. This creature was tens of meters tall, with large bony wings and two heads that looked abnormally sinister. A brilliant soul energy could be seen within the thing's skull. This was evidently the necromancer's favorite pet, a two-headed bone dragon. Kiki. "Let's go, darling," strong winds blew, and the double-headed bone dragon flapped its wings, carrying the skeleton lich on its back and entering the terrifying elemental storm. The violent storm seemed to quiet under their might, forming a pitch-dark channel. The bone dragon roared and disappeared at the end of the plain. People had gotten wind of this at several other places. Abnormal movements from the Bone Kingdom. Seems like that lich has awoken. Illyrio. It's really been a long time. I have yet to settle that grudge with him. The envoy of death, the skeleton lich? How interesting. All sorts of mysterious godly conscience flickered all over the world, and then all focused on the Bone Kingdom without prior agreement. A few gazes seemed to have their own goals, heading towards the western desert. Scorching sunlight fell on the sand dunes, causing heat waves that distorted the air. Practically all moisture had evaporated, and each breath one took in this place was like breathing in fire. The desert surface was reaching the limits of temperature, and could practically roast a person alive. The entire desert looked like a place disallowing of life. Even the scattered cacti around the area had disappeared, and there was not even a hint of greenery. The leading swordsman looked at the map in his hands, beginning to check the distance. We're already very deep into the desert, so we have to do our best to retain our strength. We'll also need to plan for our items and water. What's wrong, O'Leary? Still thinking about the dream that night? Upon looking up, he found the wizard in his group had grown absent-minded once more, and his question revealed a slight annoyance. No, I'm feeling better now, it's just this weather. O'Leary gathered hair behind her ear and felt her dry skin while sighing inside. That dream no longer disturbed her, but the terrible environment in the desert was now giving her a vivid lesson. Even with the protection of magic, she felt this difficult to endure. Seeing this, the swordsman could only curse in his mind at the non-existent stamina of wizards. Still, there was nothing that could be done. He encouraged her, hang on for a while. We'll reach the dream oasis soon enough, so you can get some rest there. The mention of the dream oasis perked up everyone in the group. They were currently deep inside the western desert, and it was exceedingly dangerous. Terrifying black sandstorms could erupt at any moment. Even if they were near legendary adventurers, there was nothing they could do in the face of nature, there would still be dangers. The dream oasis was the only source of water in the depths of the western desert. It was said that this was a moving crescent lake and shrub forest, as well as the only hope for survival that lost travelers had. My most recent information, and this map, all indicate the dream oasis is up ahead. We can't be wrong. The swordsman yelled to raise the morale. With that hope, the group sped up quite a bit. However, none of them realized that someone had noticed all their actions from behind them. The dream oasis. That place is very close to Frostfall Valley. I might not even have found it if not for these guides. Ley-Lin was riding a sand scorpion, a winged eyeball flapping in front of him. It showed him scenes of those people. With the group of adventurers showing the way, he did not need to take detours. As long as he followed the safe path they did, everything would generally be fine. With the distance limiting them, normal detection spells wouldn't be able to find him. Once here. How do I say this? Their value is decreasing, Ley-Lin stroked his chin. In his opinion, this group was the weakest wave of those eyeing the floating city. But they seem to have a leader. I'll just put them ahead and see what they attract. Ley-Lin patted the scorpion he was riding, and the large beast immediately cried out. Its 8 legs alternating in motion as it sped up its advance through the desert. There was nothing to see along the way in the desert but sand, except the bones of all the monks that had died. Ley-Lin had even noticed a withered corpse with no moisture, one that looked like a mummy. Monks trained by toying with their lives. Without clear water, they would end up dead, and there were few who would be saved by kind-hearted merchant groups. But, it seems too calm. No longer bothering with the many corpses buried by sand, Ley-Lin urged the sand scorpion to keep moving forward. The western desert definitely had many dangers. However, there was a group of elite high-ranked professionals ahead. Besides natural disasters like the black sandstorms, they could deal with anything. Their numbers hadn't even dropped yet. While it seemed normal, Ley-Lin found something strange. The path to the floating city shouldn't have been so clear. It was at this point that Ley-Lin's face showed a sudden understanding, it appeared. I never thought that there would be natives deep within the western desert. Could these people be remnants of Netheril? At this thought, he gave up his ride and cast a flight spell, soaring into the air while flapping his wings. Once he passed countless sand dunes, a deep green entered his eyes. In a place where the only thing on the horizon was yellow sand, there was a sparkling crescent lake and a large oasis. Seeing this in an area void of life could move someone emotionally. However, there were signs of disharmony here. A vigorous fight had already begun near the oasis. No wonder I felt something was off. This was the place. Lei Lin looked like he realized something all of a sudden. Desert tribe. A gruesome massacre unfolded by the lake in the grassy plains. A group of strangely dressed men on one-humped camels attacked the group of adventurers. They wore the trademark attire of the desert, white, loosely fitted robes with a scarf wrapped thickly around their heads, revealing only a pair of wolf-like eyes. With a whistle from the leader of these camel riders, his men encircled the adventurers, where some of them had even drawn their bows. Looking at this turn of events, the expression on those adventurers took a turn for the worse. They were already lacking in numbers, without even mentioning the high-grade equipment being used against them. What are they saying? The female wizard O'Leary asked the assassin after casting a few layers of defensive spells on herself. They said that we have intruded on their land, and must use our blood and lives to wash away our sins. The assassin leader face darkened as he hurriedly explained, we're in deep trouble, these are the desert tribes. The original inhabitants of the western desert, and this is the place they call home. They also possess a strange ability for casting curses. Hakari. Hakari. The desert warriors immediately rushed forwards and released the arrows knocked. A few bamboo-thin warriors leapt high in the air, brandishing sabers with gems embedded in them as they sliced downwards in an beautiful arc. Good timing. The assassin leader shouted as he struck with the dagger in his hand. An icy blade flashed past as many of the desert warriors fell of the ground, the saber in their hands shattered into pieces like dancing butterflies. Head. How can you strike first and even deal such a fatal blow? The other adventurers looked on in disbelief at the leader. We don't have a choice, the assassin smiled wryly, Hakari means don't leave anyone alive. However, they did not have the leisure of conversing moments later. The desert tribe leader hopped off his camel and dashed towards the assassin. Ping! A thick and bulky saber whistled through the air, and the gale force brought upon them made the assassin somewhat apprehensive. Clink! Howling moon art. The assassin howled and clashed his dagger against the saber. A surge of chi dispersed into the surroundings, leaving countless pits on the surface of the desert. Asterisk Shing. Asterisk just when the two blades were about to clash, a blade from the desert leader's body flashed. Another small dagger appeared in his hand and he thrust it directly at the assassin's eye. Secret technique, dual serpentines. Leader. The female wizard cried out as she pointed with her index finger which glowed and shouted, Mage sword. An illusory blade appeared in midair and deflected the fatal blow from the desert leader. Damn it! Get lost! In this situation of life and death, that assassin too unleashed all his might and roared. The muscles on his body began to bulge and very soon, he had turned into a smaller version of a giant. The dagger in his hands now exerted a larger force, which sent the desert leader staggering backwards. That desert leader cried in a high-pitched tone and hopped away as nimble as a swallow, her eyes clear as water. A woman. This assassin felt the back of his neck tingling. His carelessness almost had his eyes gouged by a woman. Leader, what now? At this moment, the arrows fell like rain, throwing the rest of the party into disarray. Gather by a war's side, we will break from the encirclement. O'Leary, concentrate and support if needed. The assassin gave his orders. Ha! Berserk. The party member Awar was the group's berserker and meat shield. He produced a low grunt and the muscles on his body bulged. Bull's strength. Bear's endurance. O'Leary, on the other side, had also added multiple layers of buffs which glowed. Ha! Kill. After entering berserk mode, Awar seemed to change into a human tank with the shield in his hands, sending many of the desert warriors flying with blood momentarily. Wodarnike. Arbordonia. The female desert leader gave a few commands and directed her men to rows of defense. It seemed as though she did not want to stop until this group of adventurers were dead. Your opponent is me. The assassin inhaled deeply, before a layer of battle chi was imbued on his rustic dagger. In the face of peril, this assassin had shown his most tenacious side. He decided to engage directly with the enemy's leader, buying time for his teammates. Shing. The female desert warrior did not say a word. Instead, she crossed her sabers and unleashed her explosive force. Her body seemed to leave behind an afterimage as she dashed towards the assassin. Her attacks came from all directions, her arms seemingly boneless in their flexibility. HNG. Scorching Gale Blade. The assassin shouted coldly. With his eyes blazing, the blade in his hand formed a gale which matched the power of a sandstorm, parrying the attack of the female warrior. Ooh. There are actually martial art techniques in this area. Lei Lin leisurely watched on from the air, applying a layer of illusion magic around him. That female warrior is nearing the strength of a legendary, but her technique is at the legendary rank. The desert tribes do have some talents. This group of adventurers are in danger. Lei Lin's estimates were extremely accurate. In a situation where one was in an unfamiliar setting with a smaller number of people, the disadvantage could not be made up by just a sudden burst of strength. Thud thud, yellow sand flew in the air. Facing against a berserker like a war, those desert warriors chose not to engage head-on, but to ride their camels, dragging along multiple metal chains behind them. Asterisk pang. Pang, asterisk. The furious roars of the berserker carried on, yet he was still trapped like a bug in a spiderweb, and could only resist to no avail. Some time later, the berserker's roars grew softer, and his physique turned back into the original size, looking dispirited. Not good, his berserk mode has ended. Looking on, O'Leary went forward and shoved a spiritual force potion down a war's throat, her face filled with worry. Even with the resolution of the assassin, he could not help but be demoralized looking at the current circumstances. If there aren't any reinforcements, then most likely this group of adventurers will perish here. Lei Lin concluded while in midair, however, their backup has arrived. Lei Lin's face turned solemn as he looked at a direction, pulling his distance away, as if somewhat apprehensive. While he had used illusory magic to cover his tracks, he was still very likely to be discovered if someone of the same rank was here. Asterisk zoom. Asterisk. This scene could only be made out with Lei Lin's visual prowess. As for the desert tribe, they could only see a dazzling light shooting towards them, piercing several warriors and camel at the same time, finally landing before the female leader of these desert warriors. Clink. Against such an attack, the desert leader face turned solemn. She withdrew both her hands and crossed them, into a jagged cross symbol. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. A loud explosion sounded as steam rose from the ground, followed by the smell of rust. After the dust and sand had settled, the female desert warrior was no longer there, only broken bits of the saber were scattered around where she stood. Yoo. As if receiving some sort of order, the sand tribe immediately turned their backs and fled, not lingering for one bit. They retreated quickly, and in the span of a few breaths, no one from the sand tribe could be seen, only flurried tracks from the camels remained. It's our lord. He's here. O'Leary squealed, as the assassin and other members heaved a sigh of relief. You guys are late. A giant, metallic arm reached for the spear as its owner spoke in a booming voice. He had curly, wine-red hair, and a silvery unibrow. The expression on his face was extremely stern, commanding respect and intimidation. Our apologies. Lord Rogero, there were some circumstances on the road. The assassin's face turned slightly pale and spoke in a soft voice. Also, thank you for saving us, my lord. Allery's eyes held a tinge of adornment, but Rogero did not care the least. You bunch of useless creatures. Such a simple matter and you already can't deal with it, moreover. Rogero's gaze seemed dazzling to O'Leary, as he looked from her face down to her belly, causing her to turn red. You were being followed and no one knew it, you group of fools. Rage began to replace the puzzled look on Rogero. HN. Followed? No way, I. The female wizard looked blankly at the spear pointed at her, feeling flabbergasted. Soon after, she was stunned as she looked at her hands. The original jade-white skin now was covered in thick tumors filled with pus. As those tumors erupted, it caused her to wail loudly. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk. White smoke rose from the body of the female wizard, and her blood-curdling scream struck fear into the heart of others. When the smoke had dissipated, the female wizard no longer stood there, but only a puddle of pus left on the sand. Frostfall. What happened? O'Leary, the assassin stared blankly ahead. What a venomous spell, is it a curse-type magic or a poison element spell? Rogero squatted by the pool of pus, his expression extremely solemn. Right after I discovered a trace, it was decisively broken. The killer behind this is extremely cunning and cold-blooded. It'd be a worthy opponent. O'Leary. O'Leary. Only realizing what had happened now, the members all cried out in anguish. Especially a war, who knelt to the ground, and seemed to have suffered a mental breakdown. Looking on, the assassin sighed. He had long since knew that a war had feelings for all eerie, but the female wizard had only set her sights on strong people, which left a war feeling rather dejected. But now, the two of them will never be together. Is this a venomous curse-type magic by the Sand Tribe? The assassin asked as he looked at the sand that left no corpse behind, a chill running through his spine. It's very likely not the Sand Tribe, but the person that had followed you before you entered the desert. Rogero shook his head, and the spear in his hands whizzed in a whistling sound. Let's go. We can't waste any more time on this. The prophesied event is about to happen. We must reach Snowfall Valley before then. Yes, my lord. The assassin and the rest did not have any objections, and very soon set off on their journey. Only the sizzling pile of pus remained, as if reminding someone that it was once the life a high-ranked class which had perished. Rogero. Leylin walked out from the darkness in the distance. I've heard of this name before. He is a legendary that specializes in using spears. Having a high reputation amongst the western region, I never thought that he'd be here today. The gathering of weeping crows and the blood moon. It's soon approaching. I wonder how many experts who are blinded with greed will still be coming. Leylin raised his head and looked in the sky as he muttered, before vanishing from the spot. At this point, he no longer needed a guide. Because Frostfall Valley was in fact the sacred grounds of the Sand Tribe, which they had protected for generations. When he appeared again, Leylin had entered the oasis. He looked around at the mess on the ground and picked a Sand Tribe corpse from it. Very soon his eyes had flashed with various memory fragments. So it's there. Spells which could retrieve memories were already considered rare, but this skill to do so from a corpse would shake the world. After getting the information he needed, Leylin formed a giant scorpion with the sand and looked towards a direction. He then sat on it and with the point of his finger, the sand scorpion began to sprint towards the direction as if it had life within its body. However, after arriving at Frostfall Valley, the ongoing scene still left Leylin somewhat flabbergasted. Corpses. Corpses that filled the area for as far as the eye could see. Many of the Sand Tribe members had numerous injuries on the bodies. Their faces carried rage, and even utter fear. It seemed like there were traces of a castle, but right now it had been destroyed by a powerful force and reduced to just a rubble. This doesn't seem to be the style of Rogero and his men. Leylin stroked his chin, and looked at a pair of corpses that had died while fighting each other. The Sand Tribe warrior had a malevolent expression, as he gnawed off the throat of his opponent. The other party had plunged a dagger into the Sand warrior's skull, and his eyes were still moist, as if he had planned to sacrifice himself to kill his opponent. However, there was one thing that could not escape Leylin's eyes. The aura of death. Is this a necromancy-type magic? Leylin reached his hand out and grabbed a black gaseous matter above the corpse. It seems like a necromancer came here and raised the undead to wipe the forces of the Sand Tribe here. A necromancer. It was a subclass of wizards, who fervently delved into the research of the physical body and spirit. They dealt with corpses every day and in the dark, they engaged in the research of souls which was a taboo. Their presence was unwanted second only to arcane wizards, but were still outcast the same. However, a truly strong necromancer had prowess much stronger than peers at the same level. Their summons of the undead would be enough to trample and annihilate kingdoms. To crush the Sand Tribe here with an undead army, this necromancer is very likely a legendary too. Leylin inhaled a deep breath and followed the trail of destruction into the valley. The further in he walked, the more he could see traces of a bitter battle. Occasionally, there were a piece of bone lying on the floor, seemingly from a broken undead skeleton. After entering the middle section, Leylin saw several figures. In the middle section of the valley was a huge field, as if the core of the Sand Tribe. It was now a mountain of corpses. Several figures stood facing each other, seemingly in a confrontation. Rogero and his men were inside. Leylin even saw that legendary monk that he felt apprehensive about. The monk shifted a corpse into the ditch. The corpse had a soft body and eyes clear like water. Her eyes spoke of the desire to live. It was the female desert leader from earlier, but now all signs of life was not found. Someone else is here. Leylin's arrival roused the attention of others. They observed him with wariness in their eyes. Naturally, Leylin did not reveal his true features, but to use the image of Kukulkan. He wore a mask and dressed in black robes. His appearance was the manifest of evil. A faintly discernible trace of divine force surrounded the area, preventing all sorts of detections and probings. What an intense demonic aura. Rogero gripped the spear in his hands tightly, as faint sparks of lightning flashed at its tip. As for the monk, he put down the task he was doing and looked at Lei Lin in a hostile manner. Ha! I never thought that it'd be someone from our camp. Although there were several groups of people standing on the field, it was distinctly divided into two sides. The monk, Rogero, and a few paladins drew close to each other, which was evident that they had formed a camp together. As for the other side, they were a few powerful people who were alone. Most of them chose to mask their appearance like Lei Lin, and exuded an aura of evil as well. However, on the contrary of the opposing camp, the good alignment, these people did not trust each other as much and maintained their distance from one another. The person who spoke was a purple-haired woman who carried a snake-headed whip with 9 falls. Behind her stood several powerful people who too took up a very large head count. I'm Evita, and I welcome you, my friend. I wonder who you are. The purple-haired woman's eyes were filled with doubt. After all, the number of legendaries were limited, and she should have recognized him. However, the vibe that Lei Lin gave off to her was extremely foreign and dangerous. This piqued the curiosity of the woman. If I'm able to bring this legendary stranger to our camp, our divine god will definitely give me a handsome reward. As she thought of this, her eyes were only more coquettish, and even her words sounded as if they were honey-coated, intoxicating and tantalizing. However, Lei Lin did not bother with her at all. Instead, he chose to walk to a corner and give off an unfriendly vibe. Damn it, is he blind? Evita could only curse him, and doubted her beautiful appearance. Well. Now that we are opposing each other, there are simply no benefits to be gotten. Evita stared furiously at Lei Lin and stood out to speak to the good alignment camp. That skeleton demon has already entered the deeper parts. Do we have to fight here and let it take all of the benefits? Evidently, the evil faction still held the upper hand with numbers despite their lack of trust in one another. We're here to capture the skeleton demon Illyrio. The floating city is not our concern. The leader of the paladins was a middle-aged man wearing shining armor. He made his declaration in a low voice. Even paladins had to learn to compromise. If they, at this moment, begin to shout things like, "Eliminate all evil," the only outcome would be them being grinded to a pulp by the evil alignment. Cough. We want a certain item from the floating city. Rogero said. Very well. Although there are certain conflicts of interest, but it doesn't mean that we cannot mediate. Why don't we enter the floating city, and obtain the items we want to our own capabilities? Evita suggested. It was apparent that none of these people here wanted to take action with the absence of a tangible benefit. When two parties have close to equal strength, coming to an agreement was a common matter. Even though the opposing camp had not mentioned a word, the legendary monk quietly made his way to the deeper parts of the valley after burying the corpse. HNG. Evita snorted cutely with a satisfied expression, as she brought her men deeper in. The two parties too began to make their way in. Lei Lin followed casually behind the group and continued his thoughts. Skeleton demon. Iriol. That powerful legendary. I never thought that he would be here too. It seems like the castle earlier which had been reduced to a rubble was his doing. Judge. This was a lich. They were the pinnacle of necromancy, having abandoned their bodies and split their souls to obtain some degree of immortality. Some extremely powerful liches were even strong enough to face gods. Skeleton Lich Illyrio was someone Lei Lin had heard of before. Rumor had it that an accidental leakage from one of his soul experiments had contaminated and killed half a kingdom. The paladins had put him on the wanted list, and he was an extremely vile existence that had to be wiped out at all costs. Not all legendary necromancers are liches, but all liches are legendary necromancers. His movements make him seem like he's a high-ranked legendary, above rank 25. Lei Lin immediately marked the lich as the biggest threat to his operation. Evita looked around, suddenly asking, "The Dead Sea Scrolls passed down by our church indicate the floating city will appear deep in Frostfall Valley. Do you have any more information?" The group sunk into silence. Even if they had possessed the information, it wouldn't be revealed so easily. Rogero was the one who spoke in the end. "We have information from the esteemed diviner Frederick, our location is even more vague." Then things are going to get troublesome. Illyrio has a partial inheritance from ancient arcanists, and probably knows more about the floating city than we do. He might even have entered the dimensional fortress already. Evita bit at her lips. Upon seeing this, Lei Lin shook his head inside. Seems like they don't have accurate information either. Looks like I'm the one that knows more. He couldn't help but recall the time and location he decoded. It would be when the black crows cried out to the blood moon, within the Frostfall Valley slanting to the east of Cygnus. It's about time, Lei Lin looked up, gazing into the horizon. The sun descended slowly, the light dimming. The temperature of the region dropped, as was the norm in the western desert. The daytime sun could roast people alive here, and the night could freeze them to death. Few could survive besides some like the Sand tribes. It's the right month and time. The location is slanting to the east of Cygnus. Based on astrology, that should be. Leyland's eyes twinkled as he immediately calculated the precise location of the floating city. If the skeleton lich obtained an Arcanist inheritance as well, he should be lying in wait there. Since we know that it's deep within the Frostfall Valleys in general, how about we split up in our search? Evita suggested at that exact moment. Sure. Rogero and his group of powerful elites from the good faction naturally didn't want to mix with an evil person like Lei Lin. They immediately agreed. The legendary monk showed his intent with action as well. Numerous figures scattered as they cast many detection spells, everything dazzling Lei Lin. Just as Lei Lin planned to head in a certain direction, an aroma traveled over as Evita followed close behind Lei Lin. What is it? Do you wish to head that way, my lord? I'll take a look. The floating city will create a huge ruckus when it appears anyway, anyone will be able to find it within the valleys. Lei Lin would always decline invitations from this woman who might have been connected to the gods. But the people who enter first will still have better chances. Or am I wrong? Evita's beautiful eyes were trained on Lei Lin as she spoke, hinting at something. Do you intend to go this way? I can leave it to you. Lei Lin rolled his shoulders back nonchalantly. This attitude caused Evita to feel doubtful. Hee. How could I steal your path? I was just joking. She twisted her beautiful hips after she spoke, leading her powerful group away. It caused Lei Lin to blink. Has this woman discovered something? Rumble, all of a sudden, something happened. Bright, brilliant holy light rose from a direction, filling the skies and brimming with holiness and righteousness. Illyrio, accept punishment of justice. A thick voice traveled all over, holding within a steel determination. It's a paladin, and a legendary one at that. Lei Lin and other evil ones had terror showing in their eyes as if they had met their natural enemy, while staring at the silver rays in the sky. It's the judge. Quick, go there. He's discovered the lich. Other paladins cheered as they twisted the blades of light in their hands. As if trying to threaten him, they glanced over a few times like children that could now rely on their parents. Evidently, once their legendary judge took care of Illyrio, they definitely wouldn't mind wiping out this evil that was Lei Lin. Kiki. Felbert, I see that you haven't died yet. The sound of a cold snicker could be heard. A dense wave of dead spirit clouds covered the skies that even the holy light could not penetrate through. Roar, along with the intense dragon roars and terrifying dragon aura, a tremendous bone dragon with two heads revealed a bit of itself from the clouds. Die! The legendary paladin exclaimed, body burning with holy flames as the sword in his hands turned into a pillar of light, breaking the dark clouds apart. The dead spirit spread out, revealing a crystal skeleton with a black robe. The lich now stood at the head of the ancient dragon, and with a wave of his hands, countless bones appeared to form a bone shield with skeletal decorations, withstanding the paladin's sudden attack. It's him. Illyrio. That must be the place where the floating city is about to appear. Go. Immense energy undulations alarmed all of those powerful existences as they darted towards the place where the battle was. Damn it, he's so unprofessional at hiding. I was planning to lead a few away. Lei Lin sighed inside and headed in Illyrio's direction. That was the exact opposite direction he was planning to go towards. Lei Lin had intentionally made a wrong choice, hoping to cheat a few of the strong beings. Unfortunately, the appearance of this legendary paladin had spoiled his plans. On this day, nobody can obstruct me. After announcing something so huge, the fire in Illyrio's eyes blazed brighter as he extended his palm made of bones and caressed the head of the bone dragon. Legendary skeletal strengthening. Boost to legendary pet. Berserk spell rays were launched at the bone dragon. Roar, it burst out in an earth-shattering, angered snarl, and its terrifying dragon breath was launched, corroding everything in its way. A legendary dragon's breath? After seeing the attack, the legendary paladin immediately looked grim and covered himself with a milky white armor. Holy light protection. Holy light cross slash. A cross of pillars of light rose in the air, colliding violently with the bone dragon's breath and began to be consumed rapidly. The terrifying storm from a battle between two high-ranked legendary beings finally caused some fear amongst the surrounding powerful beings. It was only at this moment that they remembered the reputation of the skeletal lich and the legendary paladin. Of course, there were also some who proceeded forth fearlessly, and obviously those with similar strength. Even the pet is a legend. As expected of a high-ranked one. Lei Lin moved forward unhurriedly, getting closer and closer to the center of the battle. Terrifying waves of wind swept through the area, but that did not even result a crease in his clothing. You are indeed powerful. I'm sorry, but I think I might need your help later. Evita now looked extremely grim. The black-robed people behind her all came in front while taking turns to block the stray ripples from the battle. After seeing Lei Lin dealing with the situation without issue, she immediately drew close to him with a charming smile. My goal is also the floating city, so there's no way we can work together. The spoils won't be easy to split. Lei Lin apathetically shook his head to reject her. You never know. My target isn't the entire floating city. Besides, the people there will need us to work with them to cope. Evita's serpent head whip pointed at the paladins and monk ahead, looking relaxed. Crap. However, at this moment, Lei Lin's expression suddenly changed as he retreated by a large distance. What's going on? Evita looked puzzled, and soon felt a surge of spatial force crashing to her body, causing her to be sent flying while coughing blood. The few black-clothed beings in front of her had been burnt to ashes under the immense force, and nothing was left behind. Rumble. The lich and paladins who were in battle in mid-air simultaneously stopped, and then flew back by a large distance. A powerful spatial storm that formed a tornado began to wreak havoc on the area. Lei Lin looked up at the moon in the sky, which now had a bloody red creeping all over it. When the black crows cry out to the blood moon. It is time. The floating city will soon do a spatial leap here. I never expected the storm formed before the appearance would be so violent. Shadow City. It's the floating city. My floating city is finally about to appear. The skeleton lich Ilio's burning gaze was fixed on the core of the spatial storm, the fire in his eyes blazing brightly. Rumble, the air trembled and the earth thundered, and the frostfall valleys lamented as if unable to take on the pressure. Whether those of the good or evil factions, they all gazed up after retreating a large distance, watching the miraculous scene of the appearance of the floating city. The stars that filled the skies seemed to lose all their luster, and it was as if a supernova was born in the sky as a star more dazzling than any other descended, enveloping the world with color. BZZT. BZZT. Asterisk. Terrifying spatial undulations spread in all directions and in the blink of an eye created a gigantic and deep pit in the ground. The shadow of a dimensional plane loomed over, as if there was a single point of it trying to fuse with the prime material plane. Even while it was a tiny dot, that was only in comparison between the sizes of two worlds. The tiny point that linked the two unceasingly increased till it formed the figure of the floating city. This was a large base that was a hemisphere. The shadows of the roofs of many buildings could be seen, forming a large human city. In the Nether Arcanist era, the floating city not only was the main area for Arcanists, but also a large city and social hub. It could easily fit 100,000 people without it getting crowded. The four elemental planes seemed to have opened a special energy channel as immense energy surged and whistled forward. It was as if the end of the world for the Western Desert. If not for there being few people here already, there might have been a terrifying catastrophe or deaths here. After goodness knew how long, the astounding storm finally dissipated, and everything calmed down. A dark shadow was projected to the ground, hiding the glow from the stars and the moon. Lei Lin looked up and found a large shadow. This was the base of the floating city. This immense and vast city had now completely descended into the prime material world. Watching the large body of the city as well as the bright arcane runes, the whole world seemed to stop breathing. Deathly silence. In that moment, even the legends on the ground sunk into a temporary silence. Kiki, my floating city. Ilio was the first to react, riding his bone dragon mount and pouncing towards the city. Dream on. The legendary paladin obviously could not just watch as he got to the city and soared up high as if stepping on air, body moving rapidly. We're going too. That's the floating city, and the only one in the world of gods. It's the crystal of the Nether Arcane civilization. Other legends also began to get restless. In that moment, within the floating city where nobody seemed to be around, sparks flickered within a certain control room. Lights gathered to form flower elves that were around 10 centimeters tall. The little faces now looked stiff as they spat out in a robotic tone, dimensional leap completed. Damage to floating city at 1.77%. Energy consumed at 75.99%. Activating maintenance procedures. After which, a glaring red alarm sounded as a layer of screen projections showed Ilio outside. He had his bone dragon pet fight against the legendary paladin while he headed towards the city, and was right about to enter the city's territory. Discovered intruder. Strength at grade A3, determined to be high-ranked legendary. Activating energy membrane. Beep. Energy membrane damaged at 52.33%, unable to be activated. Change to automatic defensive mode. Activating magic missiles with automatic calibration and firing. With the commands from the intellectual core, the armors at the sides of the floating city opened up to reveal steel cannons that were like a beehive. In that instant, the floating city turned into a large porcupine. Target calibrated. Launching magic missiles. Boom! A boiling hot white energy of pillar whistled as it shot out of the cannon, arriving before the skeleton lich in a moment. Oh, shit. The skeleton lich somehow managed to show immense fear on his expression. *TZZ. After the glowing white rays, there was no sign of the lich left whatsoever. It can't be. That's a high-ranked legend. The terrifying might of the cannon finally scared off the greedy legends. Only then did they remember what made the floating city so terrifying. This is only the automatic cannons without a legendary arcanist working it. The most powerful dimensional cannon of laws and pure energy defensive membrane has yet to appear. Lei Lin gazed up at the floating city that was showing off its strength, the fervor in his eyes becoming more obvious. But, that bone dragon hasn't disappeared. Seems like Ilio isn't a high-ranked legend for nothing. Lei Lin noticed this and slowly retreated without leaving traces behind. Whoosh, now, white light flickered. A layer of bone powder turned into a gale and blew by the area Ilio had disappeared. The ashes from his bones converged to form a crystal skeleton. TSK, thankfully, I still had a substitute. This amount of strength is as expected of the floating city. Ilio floated in the air but no longer had the guts to just enter. He used the joint in his wrist to and used his palm to support his chin, the fire in his eyes dimming. It's getting difficult. Even with the dimensional leap consuming most of its energy reserves, just the least powerful automatic defenses can't be broken through by a legend as long as the intellectual core exists. If I don't obtain control over the floating city soon, the personifications of the gods will definitely strike out. Things will be troublesome then. Ilio gritted his teeth. It's a pity that I only obtained a portion of the inheritance of the arcanists and didn't become one. If not. At this moment, the floating city produced a loud rumble. Within the core control room, the personification of the core that were the flower elves had screens that appeared before them, gathering images of the people below. Beep. Discovered arcanists. Activating transmission mode. Starting spell formation to receive them. Numerous screens shifted till they locked onto two beings. One had a silver mask and looked extremely mysterious, and it was Lei Lin, who was planning to make his move. The other was actually Roglo. Rumble, with the sound, a bridge of light shot out from the top of the highest building of the floating city, landing on Lei Lin and Roglo who were caught unprepared. With a flash of light, the two disappeared. Huh? What's going on? Evita froze. Crap, the two that disappeared should have been arcanists. The master of the floating city must have set up a certain procedure for his legacy. Only when arcanists appear will the floating city take them in and even transfer the authority to control it. Ilio now looked very anxious. What do I do? What do I do? Just when Ilio was gritting his teeth, a new situation broke out at the ground. I have no choice, God. Evita closed her eyes, and the next time she opened them, there were now a pair of dark golden eyes. A tremendous might had descended into her body. The personification of a god has descended. So she used the method of having the god possess her body. Has a god already found out about this place? How quick! God! The guards Evita had brought along, who were lucky enough to survive, quickly knelt. We can't let other organizations get control of the city. They've activated a spatial channel, which means there's a hole in their tight defenses. I'll send you right in, so find it at all costs. Evita spoke unhurriedly, and a faint goddess image appeared behind her. Mighty divine force turned into a terrifying wave that swept those black-clothed people into the city. The consumption like this must be terrifying, because once all this was done, Evita passed out and crumbled to the ground. Now's the moment. It's a good chance. Making his mind, a rhombus-shaped red-blue metal tile was shattered and formed spatial force. This allowed Ilio to go along the god's tiers and enter the city. Dazzling divine force rays flickered on the legendary monk and paladin, allowing them to enter the floating city. Is this, the inside of the floating city? Leyland's eyes blinked open as he took in his surroundings. Yes. Welcome to Shadow City, where the flowers of the Nether Arcanists never wither. A flower elf projected itself in front of him, flapping the translucent double wings behind it as it surrounded Leyland. Congratulations, Arcanist. You have obtained a chance to inherit the floating city and all knowledge of the mighty Great Silver Hand. Chance? Yes. As two have been determined to be qualified, one of you will inherit the floating city. The flower elf spoke primly, obviously carrying out the will of the original master loyally. Speak. What is to be done? It was impossible for this intellectual core to go against its procedures. Besides, this floating city was not a ruins of the past, and since the flow of information and firewalls were still intact, using his mind and the AI chip to invade it would be just stupid. This was why Leylin went straight to the point. This is the floating city's core energy room, and also where the mice energy core is. The flower elf showed an image. This was within an empty room, where there was a floating ball emitting lights that showed the heat it emitted. Test. This is your current location. The fairy showed Leylin a map, indicating his current position within the floating city. You must compete with the other qualified person. The first to reach the power room will obtain the authority over the mice energy core. That will allow you to take control of the floating city and get control over the core. The fairy's bright eyes were trained on Leylin, voice robotic, please take note. Master has set up various hindrances along the way, and because I do not have enough power, a few invaders have entered the floating city. Scenes flashed and separated into smaller squares, allowing Leylin to see the skeleton lich, legendary paladin, monks and other people. Have a few worms snuck in as well? With the floating city's own defensive strength, there should be a few specific methods or gods acting in the shadows that allowed them to break through the outer defenses of the city. Leylin grinned, thinking back to Rogero who had also been chosen. I never expected this, a legendary with a reputation for his combat skills also has the strength of an arcanist. Rogero, you've cheated a whole continent. Pretty good, but unfortunately, you met me. Even if it was just a conjecture, Leylin knew what the floating city's master had planned. It was definitely something to do with testing the power of arcanists. He was now a legendary arcanist. Even in the Netheril era, he had about the same strength as the master of the city, which made him qualified to enter the Arcanist Elder Union and obtain his own floating city. He was obviously unafraid. On the other hand, Rogero too had become a legendary based on his combat skills. However, even with training hard in private, his arcanist ranking wouldn't be that high. In this area, Leylin could overlook his opponent. The most important thing right now is to get control over the city before the gods react. Leylin took a look at the map that the fairy projected, and the AI chip recorded everything before choosing the most suitable route. You who are qualified, I hope you can succeed in becoming my master. The fairy glanced at Leyland's back, and then gradually disappeared. After walking through a path styled in a futuristic, sci-fi way, Leyland entered a drawing room. Asterisk chi chi. Asterisk two magic golems that looked like monkeys stood in wait, large robotic eyes shooting out red lights. Gatekeepers. Even with the AI chip choosing the most optimal route, I need to pass through at least 20 stages. I need to quicken my speed. Leylin did not stop walking and walked in between the two puppets, figure disappearing into the path. After he left, the two magic golems exploded into pieces. At the other side, Rogero was advancing quickly, his lance emitting terrifying chi as he ripped a steel door apart. An opportunity. The best opportunity. Rogero's eyes blazed, I've hidden my arcanist inheritance for so long, and I finally have this chance. The floating city will definitely be mine. At this thought, the image of his competitor showed up in his mind as his emitted a bloodthirsty air. I must get the floating city. All who get in my way must die. Compared to the test that the two of them got, the other invaders were treated poorly. Asterisk boom. Boom, asterisk. There's so much wealth from ancient civilization, and every single item is priceless. The price of one would be enough to purchase half of a large city. Why do you still keep chasing after me? Ilio turned and yelled, sounding distressed. Destroying evil is the role the heavens have given to me. Did you think mere greed over wealth can confuse me? The paladin looked resolute as he followed behind relentlessly, causing the skeleton lich to have to run tirelessly and feel annoyed. Usually, he could just turn back and fight 300 rounds with the paladin. With the floating city and remains of historical civilization for him to explore here, having to waste his energy on fighting caused Ilio to feel his heart bleeding. Just you wait, he knew that paladins had brains like concrete, and could only come up with ways to eliminate him. Beep. Detected invader. Automatically activating defense mode. Activating metal golems. Once the two entered a plaza, a robotic voice sounded out. A large gate suddenly opened as a puppet with armor walked out. Many energy fields surrounded it, causing the skeleton lich and paladin to sense immense danger. They could not help but stop in their tracks. It's the metal golem. The legendary golem. The lich sounded as if he was sighing in awe, such a high-ranked golem is the top secret of the Netheril Arcanists. Wizards now can't create imitations of it. Boom. After this, however, the skeleton lich could no longer laugh. The golem instantly vanished in an instant, and the next time it reappeared, it was behind Ilio, large steel fist aimed at his head. So fast. It's almost like instant shifting. Is this really a golem? Spells flashed continuously at Ilio's body as he quickly set up several bone walls, the bone spurs and bone lances shooting towards the key areas of the golem and bringing with them great gusts of wind. Crackle, the many attacks reached the defensive surface layer of the metal golem and created sounds like rainfall, and then scattered. Rumble, Kacha, the golem cared not for these attacks and raised its huge fist, preparing to strike at the bone wall. There was a huge whistling sound in the air, and the bones flew everywhere. A defense that a lich had formed with all his strength actually was completely destroyed under this attack. Boom! By the time the legendary paladin arrived, all he saw was the lich embedded into the wall. He was perfectly printed onto the wall, neck twisted at a very odd angle. If he was alive, he would long since have died. Even if he was a lich, the fire in his eyes had dimmed quite a bit, and he was evidently gravely injured. You monster full of evil. Prepare to be judged by justice. Upon seeing this, the paladin heaved a deep sigh of relief, both hands raising the large sword that signified light and judgment. Beep. Enemy discovered. However, before the paladin's sword could fall, a metal golem had already arrived behind him, electronic eyes emitting dangerous red rays. For legendary metal golems, there could be liches or paladins, but all were invaders and needed to be exterminated. If Lei Lin had been here, he would have exclaimed, such high technology. Or transformers, but unfortunately, the paladin with an inflexible mind did not have so many stray thoughts. In his eyes, metal golems like these were not much better than demons of the abyss or devils of hell. Beep. Enemy scanned to be model of paladin. Activating extermination plan number 2. Activating extreme gravity engine. Activating nuclear furnace. The steel golem made sounds that the paladin could not understand, then spread its arms. Boom, the gravity around suddenly increased, and the ground caved in, now seeming extremely solid. The chest area of the golem opened up to reveal a red-hot furnace that rotated in a turbine, producing a frightening whir. What monster is this? Noticing that his attack at full power had been easily blocked, his exemplary sword that was almost legendary grade melted in the furnace at the golem's chest. No matter how strong his mind was, the paladin now held hints of despair. A similar scene could be witnessed at various parts of the city. The outsiders who had entered without permission were now under terrifying attacks, and there already were casualties. After all, the floating city was a nest of the great arcanists of ancient times, so how could they just allow enemies to barge in? At this moment, other guests had also arrived outside the city. I never thought, even with the consumption from dimensional leaping, the defenses of the floating city is still so terrifying. The divine force that the body I'm possessing can amass is nearly depleted. Evita opened her eyes, gazing at the large floating city while looking expectant. However, this relaxed look only maintained for a moment. Evita quickly turned to the other side, Her Highness, Mistra, and others. We meet again. A young girl dressed in black walked out from the shadows, having the dignity and coldness that only gods possessed. She gazed at the empty area next to her, looking hostile. Golden lights flashed, and numerous orc gods also appeared. They were all avatars, causing fear to appear in Evita's eyes. For true gods to descend into the prime material plane, there was the most dangerous true body saintly form, as well as an avatar and possessing a body. An avatar was a clone formed of divine force and godhood, while possessing a body would require taking the body of a follower. In comparison, possessing the body might be safe, but the power could not compare to an avatar. After the hall meeting of the gods, there have been few gatherings between many gods. An elderly being wearing white, scholarly attire had a wise look in his eyes. This was Agma, the god of knowledge and a powerful greater god. After all, this has to do with arcanists and the floating city. The other gods all went quiet, focusing on the weave goddess, Mistra. Banishment. Arcanist civilization must never be allowed to be revived. That is the bottom line. Mistra announced first. The many gods who had gathered revealed a tacit understanding. While they were confident that their avatars could enter the floating city, they were still afraid of the enemy. Who knew if there were traps specifically meant for gods, left behind by the great arcanist in the city? It's not advisable to go against it for too long. How about we, however, just as Agma broke the silence, an astounding change happened in the city. Dazzling rays enveloped the city and teleportation rays filled the area, causing it to seem translucent. Dimensional leap? No, it's a random teleportation. Stop it. The many gods quickly made their moves, using powerful divine force to form a golden sealing web. However, they were too late. The floating city completely vanished, leaving behind gods exchanging gazes. A while ago. Near the core power testing room, Rogero stared hard at the blue test tube in front of him, looking nervous. The expectations that the great arcanist had for his successor are a little too much. Even as a high-ranked arcanist, it's still too difficult to successfully brew the mild blue light potion. Thankfully, I have this. Rogero placed a white crystal under the test tube, and in the moment that it made contact with the test tube, the crystal instantly heated up. A stabilizing potion that increased chances of success by 50%, the Dream Stone, Sage Abafeld. Success or failure shall be decided in this moment. Rogero took a deep breath and placed another pipette at the mouth of the test tube. If the potion turns blue, that means it's a success. If not, it's a failure. There's only one step till I get the inheritance. Rogero prayed the most devoutly he ever had in his whole life. Whatever god you are, please bless me. If I can succeed this time, I will become your most pious follower. It was unclear if a remote god had favored him, or if this was luck. The moment after the pipette dripped a bit of the potion, the entire test tube began to boil. Thick liquid boiled and kept changing color, till it stabilized to a faint blue. At the beginning, the blue was not stable, and Rogero could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead. However, the dream stone that was like white crystal emitted white rays that enveloped the entire test tube. The mild blue potion stabilized, and he immediately looked elated. It's a success. He quickly darted over to the crystal door with a large vertical pupil carved in and splashed the freshly made mild blue light potion onto the eye. TSS. After the potion made contact with the eye, it was as if sponge met water as it was absorbed. Rogero looked nervous as he waited for the results, feeling uneasy and nervous. Beep. Brewing of mild blue light potion is successful. Time seemed to pass slowly, but it also seemed to be mere seconds. When the robotic voice sounded, Rogero could not help but give a whoop of delight. Rumble. The eye rolled and produced the mechanical sound of unlocking. The large door slowly opened, revealing a path straight to the power room. Ha! I've succeeded. I've succeeded. Rogero roared in his excitement. As expected, there aren't many arcanists left around. That black-clothed person might be an arcanist, but his ranking can't be higher than mine. I definitely was the one to pass the test first, so I'll get full control. While looking emotional, Rogero's footsteps never slowed. The path was short. With his speed, he quickly reached the core power room and saw the mice energy core that was continuously providing the floating city with strength, floating in the air. As expected, I was the quickest. Upon seeing that nobody was around, Rogero could not hold himself back and chuckled loudly. Mine. The ancient floating city, the remains of the great arcanist and all the arcanist's treasures, all mine and mine alone. Rogero looked expectant as he headed to the mice energy core. He looked moved and greedy as he reached his trembling right hand out. The fairy appeared nearby, watching on expressionlessly. Intellectual core, hand over control to me. Rogero shouted, as the master, I'll definitely treat you well. Beep, the fairy nodded expressionlessly, and the flooring under the mice energy core opened up to reveal something like a control desk. A purple crystal flickered with dazzling rays above. Good job. Rajiro laughed heartily and his right hand reached forward. However, just a centimeter away from the purple crystal, something happened. Glaring rays surged and enveloped his body. These were spell rays from a teleportation spell formation. The high-ranked legendary arcane spell, Dimensional Banishment. No. Mine, my everything. Rajiro looked unresigned as he vanished, leaving behind his voice that echoed in the empty secret room. Aha, he took so long to get here. I waited so long. A transparent human figure walked over from a corner of the secret room. The illusion on his body gradually disappeared. This was Lei Lin. He was now yawning, looking nonchalant. He couldn't even recognize the dimensional banishment trap. Ha, to think he was a high-ranked arcanist. Looks like there's something wrong with his inheritance. I'm pretty sure it's incomplete. But even if he recognized it, the way to get rid of this legendary spell is for it to work once. He made me wait for so long. Lei Lin looked dissatisfied. Only a legendary great arcanist like you can detect the arcane spell trap that Master set up. The fairy now bowed low to Lei Lin, while I'd already confirmed that only you, who is also a legendary great arcanist, can take over the city that is the glory of the Netheril era. I had to do this for procedure's sake. Please be understanding. It's nothing much. Proceed with the transferring of authority, please. There might be more variables from the passing of time. Lei Lin headed to the control desk. The dimensional banishment spell had now been completely removed. The mice energy core. Rumors have it that any item that touches it will be hit with something like a legendary disjunction spell and crumble into numerous particles. How powerful can this be? Lei Lin sighed, right index finger touching the purple crystal. Beep. Confirmation of qualified person. Beginning transferring of control. The fairy cooperated with the operation. Lei Lin felt that his self linked with the entire city, and that it seemed to become part of his body, and he could even see scenes of the invaders. Beep. Obtained control over floating city. Supplementary scan ongoing. The AI chip's voice sounded. With its help, Lei Lin could easily control the floating city. In terms of his proficiency, he immediately reached the level of the original owner. The energy reserves are at less than 50%, and there are also divine force undulations detected outside. Lei Lin looked at the report and frowned slightly. Fairy, begin preparations to teleport floating city. Activate concealing spell formations and spatial location confusion spell formations. Lei Lin commanded. Understood, Master. The previous master always called me Shaylin, but you can call me something else. The exquisite face of the fairy broke out in a smile and carried out his order. Also, send me to these locations. I still need to take care of a few worms before teleporting. Lei Lin waved his arms high-spiritedly, but at this moment, his expression changed. A strange beast skin scroll automatically floated from his dimensional pouch. The seals that Lei Lin had put on had all cracked. The mice energy core emitted terrifying energy undulations, creating a pillar of light the size of a thumb at the middle, shining on the scroll all of a sudden. The energy that could break up all matter did not cause the scroll to be damaged, but the luster on it grew more dazzling as it slowly opened up. It revealed an arcane spell model that was so complicated it was terrifying. Beep. Discovered high-rank arcane spell model. To scan. The AI chip asked. Yes. With Lei Lin's order, the AI chip immediately scanned and recorded the model. After which, the scroll seemed to be done with its mission and rolled itself back. As expected, this scroll isn't something dead but contains some wool of distorted shadow. In Lei Lin's tests, the scroll obviously sealed something amazing. If it were opened suddenly, it might result in terrifying contamination or curses. But now, under the radiation from the only mice energy core in the continent, this seemed to be the correct way to open it. He had been given a terrifyingly complicated arcane spell model. This. Lei Lin took a look at the AI chip's taskbar. As the spell model was exceedingly large and difficult, the effects and abilities still needed time to be deciphered. The only thing Lei Lin could confirm was that this spell had a very high grade. The price for all these arrangements and even giving me my bloodline ability is finally showing itself. Lei Lin looked solemn, but his eyes were now full of bloodlust and violence all mixed together. What are you standing there for? Teleport quickly. Lei Lin yelled at the fairy who seemed to have been scared stupid. Annihilation. Lei Lin knew the principle of equal exchange. However, seeing some of the tricks Distorted Shadow had pulled on the sly, he was left in a bad mood. At this moment, he decided to vent all of his anger on the intruders. The teleportation light shone, and Leyland's body vanished. As for the intruders in the different parts of the floating city, they were about to meet their maker. It was a complete mess at the arcane field. The metal golem's head was missing a huge chunk, and the right arm was ripped off. As for the energy core, it stopped functioning completely. Even though it stood still, but that malevolent and dangerous feeling still radiated from its body, striking fear into the hearts of others. Pant, pant. Thank you. The legendary paladin half knelt on the ground in the middle of a pool of blood. He was grievously injured. Cough, cough. Saving someone from dying and banishing evil. Cough, cough. Is what we were born for. This was the monk from before, but his injuries were far more severe. His chest had already lost a huge piece of flesh, and blood flowed from his lips endlessly. Even with the constant healing spells, it was impossible to restore his body to a fighting state. The floating city is really this strong. Just one metal golem and it's so troublesome, the paladin sighed, apprehension still in his eyes. He fought a bitter and losing battle with the golem earlier. If not for the sudden appearance of the monk, who used his tough body to take on most of the hits, he would have died a long time ago. Hey hey. And me? Why haven't you thanked me? The crystal head of the skeleton lich began to chatter. Under extreme danger, he put all past feuds behind him and chose to team up with the other two. After an arduous battle they had won, but this demon was unlucky, left with only its head intact. At the moment, the paladin gritted his teeth and stood up before walking over. Banish all evil. Damn. We were allies mere moments ago, how can you just about face? The lich began to wail, help, save me. In actuality, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as his phylactery survived, he could resurrect after death. It just required a very long time. Forgive me. Even if we work together, to eliminate evil is my calling. The paladin stood in front of the lich, holy light forming a sword in his hand. Scram. Teleportation light flashed at that moment, and the paladin grew stupefied as he was knocked away. I'm in a very bad mood right now. Tell me, how do you all want to die? Leyland walked out in the silver mask, looking at the three injured people like a god of death. This made Ilio feel as if he had met a demigod being in the distant past. Intense, overbearing evil that can devour everything whole. It's that legendary from the evil camp. Now that he has control over the floating city's teleportation portals, does it mean that the authorization has been handed over to him? The crystal skull on the floor tumbled several rounds before stopping, the dark fire in its eyes stopped flickering. What an intense evil. The magnitude now is countless times more than before. Had he just been putting up a front all these while? The pupils of the paladin and the monk narrowed, as they tracked the item that they were struck by. It was the decapitated heads of the other contenders inside the floating city. You are the only intruders left. After disposing the lot of you I will begin the transfer of authority. Leyland's features were hidden under his mask, so no one knew his current expression. Only his pair of eyes could be seen, cold and indifferent, as if it could freeze the soul of one who looked into his eyes. The evil black light covered the grounds. Compared to him, the aura of the demon seemed like a kiddie item. Cough, have the others been slain by you? The paladin coughed, time to time spitting blood from his lips. Most of them had perished under the arcane traps. As for the rest, they have been done in by me. It's only you three left. An icy killing intent was prominent in Leyland's voice. Suddenly, he appeared behind the legendary monk. You possess the most threat amongst the three of them. So, let me invite you to go to hell. Leyland's right hand seemed to turn into a pair of devilish claws which tore through the hardened defense of the monk, reaching for the heart directly. Ugh. Before this trip, I felt the restlessly during one of my meditation. As if some great evil was about to be born. Hence I followed my heart and was directed to the western desert. Droplets of blood dripped down, momentarily taking away the pain seen on the monk's face. He inhaled violently, as if pacing back and forth through death's doors. I originally thought that it was the descent of the floating city, which would bring great destruction to the world. But I know now it was due to your existence. The monk struggled to force the words out of his parched lips. Too much nonsense. Leyland clenched his fist, and the monk's heart was shattered into countless bits. Dead? The paladin and Ilio's eyes dimmed, as if seeing something unbelievable happening within minutes. Even if I have to ignite my soul, I have to stop the evil in this world. The next moment, the monk's eyes which had dulled violently opened, and emitted light rays even stronger than the sun. His right palm now took on a golden hue as he gently pushed out. The force felt even stronger than being crushed by a mountain, and even the air was pushed away. It was unstoppable. Legendary technique, Vajra's palm. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the golden palm pushed through the phantom behind Leyland's back and turned the construct behind into smithereens. You're not bad, huh? Old man, is this the legendary ability, life after death? You are indeed a powerful and gifted monk. Even after your body is destroyed, you are able to sustain life for a period of time. The monk's life was extremely tenacious, and now with this legendary ability, even if his heart was taken and having sustained grave injuries from before, he could still produce such a might. Giving your all to beat me, huh? Why do I feel like a final boss like the great demon king in the novels of my past life? Leyland squinted his eyes, and saw all of the righteousness represented behind the palm of the monk. A pity that an attack of this magnitude. It's not enough to hurt me. Leyland mocked, as his nostrils flared. Let me put you into utter despair. The floating city can never land in his hands, if not the world will enter even more suffering. The paladin now too struggled to get up, the final holy buff. Radiant rays shone on the paladin, and stopped all of his injuries in their tracks. Very soon, a sword made of light appeared on his hands. In the name of righteousness, the paladin held his sword up high, the energy swirling into a violent gale. Divine intervention. The radiant sword made of holy light carried the intent of killing as it sealed Leyland's retreat route. Blazing point. Vajra's palm. The monk ignited all of his life force into blazing fuel. The palm which covered the skies seemed to be able to incinerate anything in its path. The demon Ilio who was lying at the side had an extremely unsightly expression. He knew that against this wave of destructive attacks, if he was in Leyland's shoes, there would be irreversible damage caused. I've already mentioned it. There's no use. Under Leyland's mask, there seemed to be lamentation. Right now, I am not someone you guys can oppose. Against these ultimate attacks, Leyland indifferently raised his hands. Time, be still. Su. At this instance, the dust stopped in midair, and the air grew thick and dense. Even those attacks which could destroy heaven and earth were stopped. Buzz. After Ilio regained his consciousness, he only saw the two corpses of the other two legendary being shattered into pieces. That moment earlier. No, this is an arcane spell at the legendary rank. The divine ability of the legends that can stop time. Only legendary ranked arcanists can cast this spell, Time Stop. He is actually a legendary ranked arcanist. Haven't people of this caliber perished a long time ago? Has he survived since the mice period? The dark flame in Ilio's eyes continuously flickered, as if struggling with his thoughts. The performance that Leyland displayed earlier had scared him. I can only stop time in this region. It's still a mile away from fully controlling time. However, power like this is still extremely intoxicating. It is indeed an arcane spell from the limits of rank 8. I could even feel a strand of the laws of time. Leyland exclaimed inwardly, before walking to the demon. Subjugation, or death? Subjugation. Ahahaha, hahaha, you're very strong, at the legendary arcanist level, and also control the floating city. However, to want me, skeleton demon, one who has a kingdom of undead army, one who has survived 3 holy wars and participated in numerous holy wars that even gods had transcended and used human vassals. Me, the great demon king, Ilio, to subjugate. Ha ha ha. As if hearing something hilarious, the mouth of the skull continuously clacked, evidently in a mocking tone. Phylactery. Is that right? Leyland spoke blandly, leaving Ilio unamused. Leyland had been of good mind to take him under his wing. After all, this was a legendary expert who could fight many experts at once. He was a treasure trove of knowledge, and a talent in the research of spell models. Most importantly, he was aligned evil, so there was a possibility of him aiding Leyland. Alright. I'll admit that you are very strong, but so what? As long as you're unable to find my phylactery, the most you can do is kill me. Ilio put on a front like a dead pig who was unafraid of boiling water. Nope. I can choose to seal you for eternity and prevent you from committing suicide and therefore, resurrecting. Leyland's shoes stepped on the crystal skull. Ilio immediately discovered that his connection with the weave had been completely disconnected. He could not even kill himself now. Wait a minute. Under such extreme terror, Ilio finally let up. After all, being sealed was not a fun thing. Moreover, if there weren't anyone to break to seal later on, it was equivalent to dying. Although I could have coaxed you. But you gave me a pretty good suggestion. Lei Lin smiled as he sealed the crystal skull, mockery in his eyes. Phylactery huh? As the highest achievement of a necromancer, the Lich had chosen to store his soul into the phylactery, and obtain eternal life, as long as the phylactery was intact. Even after death, it could resurrect through the phylactery. As for the phylactery, it was the most protected secret and the life essence of the necromancers. They would store it in the safest of havens, some even with detection and prophecy-type spells. To put it in another way, if the phylactery was in the hands of another, the Lich would be completely controlled, unless it sought death. It's unafraid because of the phylactery huh? Lei Lin stroked his chin. With the techniques in the world, finding the phylactery of a Lich necromancer is extremely difficult. But in the field of soul research, Lei Lin had obviously surpassed the world of God standards. After all, he had the accumulation of knowledge from a completely different world. Moreover, in this demonic life transfer, he saw many familiar things. This type of life transfer, together with soul transfer, and also arcanists. No, there are traces of Magus spells in this. It seems like the wizards here have absorbed some knowledge from the Magus world. Although I don't have a spiritual connection to the Magus world, I can still identify traces of it through this clone. Not to mention I have dreamscape vision to peer into its most innermost thoughts. Lei Lin now looked at Ilio in pity. He couldn't kill himself even if he wanted to. Through the mice core, Lei Lin teleported into the control room. Master. The flower genie flew to Lei Lin's side and rested on his shoulders. The intruders have been completely wiped, energy required for the activation of teleportation portal is complete, the flower genie reported in a rather upbeat tone. Alright, begin to move. Make sure to mask the coordinates of the space, I don't want those gods to find me. Lei Lin waved his hand, before beginning to operate the teleportation system of Floating City. The way Lei Lin handled the operations expertly left the flower genie blushing. The other gods are arriving now? Too bad, they're late. Lei Lin smirked as he looked at the screen monitor. He operated the floating city and easily broke through the seals of the gods, disappearing from the Frostfall valleys. He actually got away. Ogma's avatar looked at Mistra, as a golden light flashed in his eyes. Prophetic spells are not working, it seems like the person is very used to the functions of the floating city. To be able to control the floating city this quickly, he must definitely be a great arcanist. I never thought that someone from the mice period is still around. It's a problem that you must handle now, Mistra. The gods broke into fervent discussion, venting their frustrations on the goddess of the weave. Mistra inhaled a deep breath before explaining, everyone here witnessed the fall of Netheril. I can guarantee you, not one legendary arcanist managed to survive it. No matter what, this is your job. I hope that you'll be able to handle this matter well, a golden orc spoke. At this moment, the other gods were watching on with a degree of schadenfreude. Mistra had always been too powerful, and now that she had suffered a blow, it was time for them to vent their frustrations. Many of the divine conscience held their discussion in midair before dispersing into different directions, leaving behind Mistra who looked on at the direction of where the floating city disappeared. In a quiet space of void, with boundless darkness surrounding it, the air current whistled violently, as a floating city quietly sat on the turbulent air currents. This was the outer membrane of the physical world, where many half-dimensions were produced and destroyed. Even gods found it difficult to follow every space that was created in the outer region. Shaylin, send me another report of the energy stored and the armory stock. Lei Lin sat in the control room and asked the flower genie. Yes, master. Currently, the floating city has 12.77% of energy reserves. The mice core will be able to regain its lost energy approximately the time of 271 hourglass trickles. Furthermore, there are damages suffered to the external parts of the floating city, and the 23.7% of the firearms are unable to be used. There are 2 missing legendary ranked golems, and one which is stopped operating as the damage is over 50%. The flower genie also pulled an image, which was the golem that the legendary ranked paladin and the monk had defeated. Right now, it had already been returned to the storage and the many golem constructs had been working to repair it, but the progress was extremely slow. Apart from all these, there are 3 main cannons which engages in the laws of secondary energy, 347 homing cannons, and 239,812 other various cannons. 80% of them are able to function normally, and 2 of the main cannons have damages amounting to over 20%. As for magic golems, the arcane garden. The flower genie displayed every aspect of the floating city, which left Lei Lin nodding his head in satisfaction. This is really a fortress which can rival that of a divine kingdom in its prime. However, it's not at its full capabilities yet. The floating city now had suffered damages and its energy reserves were lacking. Lei Lin would definitely not choose to use it now to war gods with casualties on both sides. He had a better use for the floating city. Master, that lich has woken now, and kept crying about wanting to see you after sensing something. The fairy reported. Oh. It seems like he has realized it, bring him in. Lei Lin beckoned. Seconds later, a golem walked into the hall with loud thudding on the floor. It carried a giant silver tray. On this tray lay a crystal skull, artistic like an ornament, with two dark glows in its eyes. Skeleton Lich Ilio, will you finally subjugate? Lei Lin toyed with a purple gold coin in his hands as he asked in a teasing manner. My phylactery, how could you find, the Lich wailed. He might have very well attacked Lei Lin if not for the seal. Ilio, I have to admit this is rather clever. You made the phylactery a metal coin of nobility, and even put it in the hands of a coins collector. It took me some effort to find him and to have it handed over. Lei Lin raised the coin in his hand. It was an ancient coin from the previous dynasty, and there were archaic carvings on the edges. The previous owners had kept it with great care, and the reflection of the light on the coin was dazzling. Nobody would believe that this was actually a phylactery of a lich. Lei Lin had read some journals of necromancers constructing their phylactery into everyday objects, some even into pebbles at a seabed, that they could never find it again on their own. While this could prevent their enemies from finding it, but if they were casually picked up and destroyed, their life would be over. Compared to them, Ilio's method was much more ingenious. The value of the purple gold coin was extremely high, often representing 100 gold pieces in the previous dynasty. Now it had become a valuable asset for coin collectors and every of its owners would keep it in a good condition. However, even after so much preparations, it was futile before Lei Lin's soul-searching method. It's not important how I found it. So. Subjugate, or die. Lei Lin added, even if you don't agree, I will be able to turn you using the phylactery into a golem. This means is enough to deal with another legendary. If you did that, my life force would be stripped almost to nothing, not to mention that summoning me to the front lines has the greatest risk of me dying. Do I even have a choice? Ilio muttered and grumbled, but he still chose to serve. Great Arcanist, master of the floating city. I, Ilio, will pledge my allegiance to you. Distorted shadow. Great. Lei Lin clapped and removed the restraints on Ilio. Since you've chosen to be subservient to me, then we're on the same side. There's no need for a contract or anything like that. That's what Lei Lin had said, but he nonchalantly kept the phylactery into his dimensional pouch under the desolate gaze of the lich. Compared to any promises, this was the ultimate restraint. With the phylactery, Lei Lin had plenty of ways to make Ilio wish he were dead. He knew full well that Ilio would never dare betray him. On the other hand, if he were to just give the phylactery back to Ilio, it was unclear what would happen. I will give you part of Grade 2 control over the floating city. From here on, you'll focus on maintaining the arcane gardens and the golems. Shaylin will transfer the information to you soon. Lei Lin waved his hands. Since Ilio was now his subordinate, it was natural that he used the lich as much as possible. After all, this was a scholarly type wizard, and was probably very useful if nurtured. Ilio laughed wryly in answer. If this were in the past and he had countless information as well as authority over the floating city in front of him, he would definitely go crazy in his elation. However, if the price was losing his freedom, that was a little too much. Understood, master. Shaylin. After Ilio left, Lei Lin commanded the intellectual core. While he submitted already, it's still necessary to monitor him. In addition, if he ever gets near the Mice Energy Core power room or any Grade 1 important areas, I give you permission to kill him immediately. Recorded into main procedures. Shaylin looked to have human emotions, but in essence, was an intellectual body formed of a bunch of codes. Her primary goal being to carry out her master's orders, she never hesitated when it came to Lei Lin's orders. I want some peace now. After taking care of all these matters, the floating city was now far from danger and under Lei Lin's control. It was only now that Lei Lin finally had some idle time. After the flower elf, Shaylin left, it completely went silent. Only the arcane spell lights emitted tender rays of light. With a flash of silver light at his right hand, the scroll Lei Lin had obtained from the Netheril ruins appeared. Ancient distorted shadow. What do you want? The rays from the AI chip shone in Leyland's eyes. AI chip, how's is the research on this going? After getting control over the city, the mice energy core's tremendous power had seemed to unseal something in the scroll and given Leyland a terrifyingly complicated arcane spell model to him. Leyland had been using the AI chip to decode it, and only now did he get some idea of what it was. Beep. Progress of arcane spell model analysis at 100%. Displaying quantified information. After which, the complicated numerical data of the spell model showed itself before him. Arcane spell name, Khalsa's avatar. Rank 12 arcane spell. Effects, allows the caster to substitute the weave goddess and take over control of the weave. Minimum requirements, Great Arcanist, 100% analysis of level 7 weave. Description, this is a mysterious arcane spell. With the caster's understanding of the weave, its might changes. Grasping it allows you to become a powerful higher god in an instant. An arcane spell that surpasses even a legendary arcane spell. Allowing me to become a powerful higher god in an instant. Leyland's eyes widened and he stroked his chin, smiling slightly. Interesting. How, interesting. An arcane spell of this grade was obviously not something developed by those great arcanists, but a spell of the Magus world that a peak rank 8 like Distorted Shadow could design. This arcane spell model already is out of the domain of arcane spells. It can only be explained with spells from the Magus world. It's at least a powerful rank 7 spell. Leyland muttered to himself. Even his main body only grasped one rank 7 spell, which was alternate world incarnation, which already had an astounding effect. It's at least a rank 7 spell there. If the caster's understanding of the weave has reached 100% of level 9, that would make this a rank 8 or 9 spell in the Magus world. Leyland gasped in awe. Allowing the spell caster to replace the weave goddess and obtain control all of the weave. What was this? Based on the rankings of the Magi, that would be like making a Morning Star Magus a peak rank 8 Magus in a moment. That was might comparable to Distorted Shadow, Nightmare King and the Mother Core. But, can a frail spirit and mind take on such power? The only probable outcome would be getting control of the weave and becoming a greater god for a moment, and then dying from the tremendous amount of information and energy being transmitted over. It'll be like a child who decided to touch a high-voltage power grid. Leyland now looked grim. Even if it's my main body of a semi-rank 7 warlock and help form the AI chip, I'll only barely be able to control the weave. Due to a difference in my godhood and divinity, my path will be contaminated and be corroded from the conscience of the other gods. But at least I finally know Distorted Shadow's intentions. So he wants to destroy the weave. Even after death, a peak rank 8 Magus still could leave behind a conscience and not disappear even after hundreds of thousands of years. With a slight chance, he could be revived. Distorted Shadow seemed to have been setting up this plan before and even given Leyland great benefits at the Nightmare Island. That had made Leyland feel very uneasy. Now, he finally understood what Distorted Shadow had been planning. His goal was to destroy the world of God's weave. Hee. You really think rather well of me. Leyland knew that besides being a channel for wizard spell slots, it was also used for the priest's divine spells. The moment he showed his intentions, he would not only be viewed as an enemy by most wizards, but the weave goddess would immediately become his mortal enemy. The other gods would also not be willing to give up the convenient channel of faith through the weave. This meant he would be going against the whole world of gods. No wonder he chose me. Aside from an outsider like me, even devils or demons wouldn't be willing to do this. His eyes twinkled as he grabbed the beast hide scroll. Unfortunately, I won't be a pawn for you. If I do become one, I'll do it as the player. Ancient Distorted Shadow. Did you think that your conscience could keep following me in the shadows? Leyland spoke in the Magus world's ancient Byron language, voice hoarse and activating a trace of the power of laws. After which, a formidable sealing force enveloped the hull. This was power he had from controlling the city. HSS. With immense support from the city and seal from another world, Leyland finally showed off his full strength. A Targaryen figure as large as a world appeared behind him. Rumble, in the remote, faraway Magus world, Leyland's mighty semi-rank 7 body that had been in a deep sleep caused a magnitude 8 earthquake and opened a slight channel, transferring streams of bloodline force over. HSS. A terrifying Targaryen with a single horn, devil fleshy wings and 2 claws appeared behind him. There seemed to be slight changes to the Targaryen. There were now traces of dark red fog surrounding it, and its scales were turning dark red. In its eyes that were like stars, there was a blood-red line had seemed to form a third eye. Did you think that I wouldn't notice you doing something behind the shadows while I had bloodline power planted in me? Get out here. Lei Lin yelled and tossed the beast skin scroll away, his clothes exploding open. Traces of black blood that had been contaminated streamed out from his pores. A distorted black shadow appeared in the sky, numerous tendrils at its dies. It seemed to want to hold on to Lei Lin, but with Lei Lin's yell and sudden powerful bloodline force, was forced out. Shio! There was a sharp whistle in the sky, and the shadow that was distorted shadow clashed with the scroll, and then began to burn with phosphorescent green flames. The flames slowly turned black, and a distorted human figure soon appeared. We finally meet. The ancient distorted shadow. Lei Lin panted slightly, but he now felt extremely comfortable. Even his soul seemed to have been refreshed, and his connection to his followers' prayers was now more distinct, as if he could produce divinity at any moment. TSS. Your body and spirit fuse perfectly with bloodline force, TSS. No wonder the nightmare chose you. Ancient spiritual force sent over this information, similarly using the ancient Byron language. Isn't this great? There's no exploitation whatsoever. We're conversing on equal grounds. Lei Lin watched distorted shadow in front of him, the Targaryen behind him spitting out its tongue, bloodline force created a dense armor over him. TSS. Warlock. I need you to destroy the weave. In return, I can give you all the inheritances of primordial magi. He seemed to know that Lei Lin would be difficult to deal with, but more importantly, was aware of the terror of the powerful isolation force of the floating city. He gave up on conspiring anything and proposed a trade on equal grounds. Fine, but I will choose when it will be done. Lei Lin did not give even an inch. What is inside the weave? I can somewhat guess, but I need you to confirm it. Back to the north. Lei Lin observed the trace conscient of a peak rank 8 existence. Your goal is to revive yourself, right? What does that have to do with the weave? There are 3 layers to the weave. The outermost layer is the channel for all spell slots. The inner weave is a network of faith and divine force for the gods. Lastly, there's the core, which is the ultimate seal where the gods have sealed conscience like me inside. That's also the largest hindrance to us reviving. Distorted shadow sent a spiritual undulation. Seal at the core. Conscient fragments. So that's what's at the heart of the weave. Lei Lin's eyes narrowed. In that case, there should be many other conscience sealed inside. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. After goodness knew how long, distorted shadow automatically dissipated, and the beast hide spell scroll also completely vanished. This was just a dead conscience, and after showing himself, he could not maintain himself for long. The seal on the floating city was released, and Lei Lin sank into deep thought. Revival? This seems to be getting more serious. Now, he felt that he had made contact with the greatest secret of the ancient gods' battle that led to its dusk. From what was known in the Magus world, the world of gods had buried numerously mighty ancient magi of laws, causing huge damage to magi organizations and leaving them no choice but to withdraw from the world of gods. If those rank 7 gods already had the possibility of revival after falling, then this was even more possible for ancient magi of laws. Rank 8 and peak rank 8 existences were already beginning to attempt at containing the laws of space and time in their bodies. Even if they were to fall, their true soul could still sleep in the long river of time and space, and wait for a chance of revival. They would leave behind many conscience and make arrangements to give themselves another way out. In the world of gods, which was the battlefield of a large war, this would definitely happen. Hence, the gods had worked together to develop the weave. Using power of the entire world, they had gathered all the conscience of the fallen magi and sealed them at the deepest parts of the weave, and even formed the weave goddess to guard over it. However, even though the gods had done their best to scour through the world, there were definitely still some that had escaped. Distorted shadow was the largest one that had gotten away. Now, after tens of thousands of years, distorted shadow had finally found a Magus suitable to deal with this situation. That would be making use of Lei Lin, who had used alternate world reincarnation and arrived in the world of gods. The moment he used Kalka's avatar, the weave goddess would immediately fall. Making use of his temporary hold over the weave, Lei Lin could destroy the seal of the gods and let out the conscience of the ancient existences of laws. Dying here in ancient times and still leaving conscience behind and wait for a chance at revival. These are all at least rank 7 magi of laws. Lei Lin stroked his chin, clicking his tongue as he imagined this. While they're a bunch of dead people who are powerless, the mystery of magi can't be easily understood by the gods. They can probably regain much of their strength in a short time or even completely revive. That would mean the reappearance of the ancient final war. His plan is great, and he seems to have something planned not just in the floating city. Leyland's lips quirked in a smile. Unfortunately, he met me. Initially, with distorted shadows laws, he could entirely cast the power of distortion by making use of the conscient and energy in the scroll. That would cause Leyland to unknowingly walk the path that distorted shadow had determined. It was a pity that even the peak rank 8 ancient Magus, distorted shadow, knew nothing about the existence of Leyland's AI chip. His main body had reached an unimaginable level and could discover the Magus and even expel him, therefore allowing him to have the upper hand. Now, the key to starting the final war once again and letting out the conscience of numerous existences of laws were all in Leyland's hands. The main body of distorted shadows had already fallen, and much of his conscience were sealed in the core of the weave. With Leyland, he could only try to make a trade and entice him to doing what he wanted. It was a pity that Leyland had no intentions of letting them out. I'm too weak, my main body is only a semi-rank 7 warlock. When it comes to battle might, I'm only comparable to a rank 7 Magus of laws, and I'd find escaping from a rank 8 existence too difficult, much less those peak rank 8s. Leyland evidently knew himself well. The world of gods was like a playground for him now. Why would he divide it and hand it over to others? In addition, these methods of causing a life and death struggle would definitely result in an all-out counterattack from the gods. Leyland wasn't so eager to please the magi that he would do this. But if I don't do anything, those ancient magi might do something desperate, so I need to give them some hope. Leyland's eyes darted around as he came up with a plan. Having this Kalka's avatar was an important deterrence and meant that he could turn the tables at any moment. Even if his identity was found out or leaked, then he could just move on. When faced with a threat like this, it was probably the gods who were more fearful. But this is only in the worst-case scenario. I have to focus on becoming a god first. Leyland pondered inside. He knew clearly what his path was. While he was merely a semi-rank 7 warlock, successfully becoming a god and receiving his main body to descend here would definitely allow him to advance to a whole new level. I've made all the theoretical preparations. I just have to wait for energy to be poured in. Leyland sighed. Looks like I'll have to go to the north and spread faith in me as well as prepare to get priests. That's the priority now. Trying to become a god as a legend without help from any god could be said to be insane. However, after getting the Shade City, Leyland now had the confidence to say this. The fusion between a great arcanist and a floating city would even cause a true god to tremble. Things are dire now, so there's no need to return to the outer sea. I'll go to the north then. Leyland's eyes flashed and he transmitted a few orders. The Shade City that was in a spatial turbulence rumbled and, like a huge warship that was 10,000 tons heavy in the sea, split the waves at both sides and pushed the elemental turbulence aside. It began to move at what appeared to be slow but was actually quick pace in a certain direction. The north, at the edges of Sabu Valley. Noble cavalry with the flag of a viscount unhurriedly moved along, protecting a noble couple within. There were green wheat fields at the sides. The ears of wheat were being extracted, and farmers caressed them with their 2 hands lovingly as if watching one's lover, elated at the harvest. For refugees from the north, obtaining life as it was now had been difficult. Just surviving from the Orc disaster 3 years ago meant needing protection from the goddess of luck, and very few were lucky enough to arrive at human territories. The others either starved to death or were killed by bandits or Orc soldiers, and even became rations. The refugees that survived had no guarantee that they could settle down, as there were far too many of them from the north. This resulted in great pressure for the master of the territories. Those who had gotten the distributed territories could only weep at the difficulty in dealing with the disaster. In comparison, the benevolence of this master of the land was enough for these victims to pray to him sincerely. The harvests from the newly plowed farmlands aren't half bad. Looks like we'll be able to get through winter. The Viscount mistress spoke reservedly, glancing past the farmer that had bowed towards her. Only a few lucky ones were fortunate enough to be acknowledged by her by the nod of her head, and she had the air of an arrogant noble lady. Now, she watched her husband. When it came to her husband, she wasn't satisfied nor dissatisfied. This was a mere transaction. Thankfully, the people in the organization had not lied to her and gotten her to marry some old man at death's door. That was something lucky for her. The Viscount mistress looked at Tiff, who seemed like a middle-aged man, and could not help but sigh deeply. Recalling what had happened to the north, she could not help but shiver. Those fierce and violent orcs had killed her family and slaves, and she herself had almost fallen into their devilish palms. While she had been fortunate enough to escape, she had then met a few greedy pigs. Thankfully, with some quick-wittedness and luck, she had managed to keep her family's name and territories. However, almost half of it was gone, but the pitiful lady did not dare hope for more. Next. I'll have to give birth to a few children. She watched her husband as well as the few cowering maids behind him, looking hostile. Only the mistress of the territories who gave birth to a male successor had the most secure position. There were already many girls wanting to climb into the bed of the master and get a better life, many of whom had once been nobles in the north. Indeed, while we spent a lot, we've finally settled this batch of refugees. Tiff had changed his appearance. He was now nearly 2 meters tall with bushy eyebrows and large eyes and seemed very masculine. His silver hair was slightly curled but combed neatly, and looked exactly like a traditional middle-aged noble in the north. The poor mistress had no clue that in terms of his real age, Tiff was probably even older than her father. However, if his age was to be considered in comparison with the average for legends, Tiff was rather young. However, nobles never cared about age, did they? What's wrong, darling? She found that her husband looked lost in thought. Oh, it's nothing. You can return first. I've gotten someone to call the jewel merchant and tailor to come over. They're going to pick the most beautiful and luxurious gown for you. Tiff planted a kiss on his lady's hand and sent her away. Education. Although she knew her husband was hiding something from her, Tiff's mistress still listened to him. Tiff had great power backing him, which caused her to feel slightly afraid. With the ability to forcefully snatch something from the northern nobility, he wasn't someone she could spy on. Let's go to the village office. After she left, Tiff brought his soldiers to a building near to the village. This was the village office, the building Tiff provided for public use. He could take orphans in here, many of which were refugees. It made him look like a benevolent man. These kids were so young they couldn't work, and they were destined to die of hunger quickly. Usually, nobody outside of the churches would take them in, and the disaster in the north had created an uncountable number of them. The few churches alone wouldn't be able to take them all in. A black-robed person with a silver mask was standing in front of the village office's wooden door. The moment he saw this person, he greeted him without hesitation. If anyone else saw the Viscount calling someone master, they would definitely gape in shock. Someone with the authority to have a Viscount bend the knee in a bow was a great noble, at least a marquis. However, the knights behind Tiff did not even blink as they did the same, master. Most of them were trusted aides that had personally battled with Lei Lin before. There were also a number of subdued devil worshippers, so they obviously knew who Lei Lin was. You're doing well, Tiff. The person who had arrived here was obviously Lei Lin. Through the astounding speed at which Shade City had moved in the spatial turbulence, he arrived in the north quickly and arrived at his base. From all he had seen and heard on the way, he was rather pleased with Tiff's recent work. Everything is going as per Master's instructions, Tiff answered humbly. Let's enter together. I want to see what you've achieved. Lei Lin waved his arms, entering the office with Tiff. On the way, there were children, teachers and nannies around bowing towards Tiff. By the looks of it, he had amassed a great reputation. In private, Tiff continued to transmit to Lei Lin, in order to avoid the priests and reduce expenditure, we only have 5 village offices like this. We've taken in almost 1,000 children, and the average age is from 9 to 12, which is the prime time to educate them. Tiff now brought Lei Lin to a window, through which many yellow wooden desks and chairs could be seen. Tens of young girls listened attentively as a scholar taught. There were simple letterings on the blackboard, which meant this was a class to teach them how to read. This scene immediately had Lei Lin recalling the schools in his previous world. In addition, after seeing that we're giving them an education, some peasants have gotten their children to come and listen as well. I've agreed to that. Lei Lin listened closely, nodding occasionally as he saw the glint in the children's eyes within the classroom. That was hope. After studying for a while, the children who are believed to have the aptitude and perseverance will enter the higher grade. Tiff brought Lei Lin deeper into the office. Nearby, Lei Lin could sense undulations from powerful beings monitoring the area, which meant security was tight. Divine Studies is a class about the gods. Here, I would like to introduce you all to a god, whose godly name is Kukulkan. Praying and meditation are compulsory courses for priests. The things being taught here were somewhat immoral, which was why the students were all orphans who had been trialed and would stay here. They used something like primary school education as a model. The scholars who passed down the information all wore black uniforms, and there was something about their aura that was contradictory to their roles. After seeing Lei Lin, they immediately trembled and made to greet him, but Lei Lin waved his arms to stop them. Exactly. These people who were instructing children with aptitude to become priests had all been devil followers, and had high priest rankings. With Tiff's help, Lei Lin had long since subdued all followers of gluttony in the north. He then did a round of selections and allowed only those who had gone through several trials and were truly loyal to nurture the future reliable priests. Yes, all of those village offices and the education provided was all a pretense. In actuality, this was about selecting children and nurturing numerous priests. These would be the people providing Lei Lin with energy to become a god. Something like this was far too sensitive, which was why Lei Lin had no intentions of doing this in the outer seas on his own territories. Here, there was no issue. Firstly, due to the invasion of the orcs in the north, many refugees had lost their homes. The situation was very complicated and could be said to be a disaster. That had resulted in a large number of orphans, and turned into the best natural circumstances for Lei Lin. Tiff being a legend, those teaching the advanced parts being devil followers Lei Lin had subdued, and the place where all this happened being Tiff's land, Lei Lin could do anything and create layers of seals that made it difficult for information to spread. Most importantly, even if discovered, Lei Lin could just abandon this place. He could just cut off all ties easily, but there would be no damage to his foundation. By the looks of it, Tiff was doing very well. We're limited by the qualified teachers we have as well as secrecy. This is the limits of what we can do. Tiff looked a little ashamed, evidently because he was unable to do more for the feathered serpent god, Kukulkan. That's alright. You're already doing very well. For the gods, the faith from priests was an essential part. They were beings that would be the prime mode of communication with followers, which was why they were very important. Outstanding priests had to be learned scholars and even needed to have some grace. Whether it was the peasants at the bottom of the hierarchy or nobles who were all about poise, they needed to be able to deal with all these people well. These were all seeds. Once the church stopped being in the shadows and came to the light, the other students might not become priests, but they could also be workers at the church. They would be the core strength of the church. In this age, it was not so easy to have elites who possessed knowledge. If loyalty was required as well, then there was no way but to nurture them the whole way. The inverted image of the Targaryen appeared in Lei Lin's eyes, causing Tiff to kneel reverently. My divine class has been expanding and is beginning to touch upon the domain of slaughtering. The prayers should also change slightly, including information to do with killing. Lei Lin now looked very much like an oracle, like some powerful being had possessed him. Understood, my master. You are the stars in the sky, and the serpent of the world that will devour everything. Murder shall be your sharpest sword. Tiff had lived for many years after all, and with just a moment, he managed to come up with a prayer. This was obviously something temporary. There would need to be divine scholars and high-ranked priests to discuss and refine it, before leaving it to Lei Lin to make a decision. After all, this was something important and could even change a god's faction domain, as well as the start of a godly war. However, Lei Lin was now doing something very sneaky anyway, so he couldn't really care less. Notify me once everything's confirmed. Also, prepare a quiet room for me and then summarize all the information gathered regarding the north. Understood. Tiff respectfully withdrew, though his eyes now showed his excitement. Is he finally making a move? He had always been the most enthusiastic about expanding the feathered god, Kukulkan's organization. While he had tried his best to hide it, taking in 1,000 children and providing them with the chance at an education was astounding. With some hidden context, the nobles of the north were now fearful. In the shadows, there was already a powerful resistance both in the shadows and in the open. Tiff knew that it was impossible if he wanted to expand here. The only method would be to force the way through. Lei Lin's actions pointed to making a huge ruckus, which caused the hot-bloodedness in Tiff to rise. Looks like the Orc Empire and War-Creature tribes reconciled. Tiff moved quickly. After enjoying a great dinner that was made with the style of the north, Lei Lin quietly skimmed through intel regarding the north in his study room with the rays from magic lights. With the AI chip's help, he could read the documents incredibly quickly. With a slight glance, he could practically read 10 lines and did not need any rest. It was only after he put down the last piece of parchment that Lei Lin closed his eyes slightly, the information forming a network and showing him what had happened after he left vividly. The largest change to the north was obviously the Orc Empire, formed from the remains of the Silvery Moon Alliance. Under Emperor Saladin's lead, the orcs stepped into the humans' northern district that their ancestors never had the ability to do, and formed an empire of their own. Saladin's reputation amongst the orcs shot through the roof, and he could possibly become a god. While the orc empire worked hard, the orc gods had also obtained immense benefits, especially the orc god Grumsh. It was said that he had advanced in the path of the greater gods, and there were a few other orc gods who had increased their rank, becoming a lesser god to an intermediate god, which boosted the orc god's strength by a large extent. On the other hand, the resistance that the orc gods had also increased. Not only did the greater gods, Weave Goddess and Tyr become their archenemies, there were also the human gods who believed that the orcs were powerful enough that they needed to be kept under control. Benedict. The orcs were the ones who'd instigated the war, and on top of that they'd committed such a huge atrocity afterwards. The elven and halfling gods would not support them much. They thought the orcs too ruthless, and developed a desire to contain them. This put the orc gods in a predicament. If it continued without end, they would likely only be able to find allies from the abyss or the hells. This was why the Orcish gods went all out in their search for new blood, especially the Black Blood tribe in the Moonwood and the god of the hunt, Malor. Orcs and were creatures weren't much different, and they even looked rather similar. On top of that, Malor's original form was that of a huge ape-like monster, so there was a high chance of him joining their side. With their tough situation, the orc gods would be relentless in their pursuit of this chance. The decision from up above ensured that the Orc Empire tried to befriend Black Blood tribe. They'd only be making a din in the dark forest at most, and with the territories that the Orc Empire now had, it wouldn't be too much trouble to give them that land. While orcs were the majority, there were still an astounding number of humans left in the north. After all, only the human race could measure up to them in terms of their rate of reproduction. The effects of the humans' reign over so many years were not so easily removed. In reality, despite the establishment of an orc empire, many places weren't under their control. There were even a few armies hidden in the corners of the north, giving Saladin a headache. With all the racial conflict, these rebel armies received the support of multiple organizations both in public and in the shadows. They'd won a few battles and liberated some cities, leaving the Orcish armies up to the ears in work. While there's a revolt from the humans in the north, this is all guerrilla warfare, and there isn't a real leader and flag. This makes Illustrial key. Leyland finally understood why the Church of Justice would begin a plan to reclaim the kingdom now. Some time ago, the Orc Empire's strength had been concentrated and been difficult to deal with. Things were different now though, since taking over land and completely occupying it were very different things. They were now scattered across the northern lands, making the Orc army thin out. It was no wonder that just a guerrilla band could achieve victory so easily. Tens of years later, the people of the north might succumb under the government of the Orcs and completely forget about Illustrial. After all, the adaptability of humans was fairly terrifying. Having seen this all, Leyland could not help but shake his head. TSK. Even though they've grasped a good opportunity, it'll be difficult to completely reclaim the kingdom. Based on his deductions, Illustrial being able to establish a few bases to go against the Orc Empire was already rather impressive. The Church of Justice will recruit legendary beings, probably not just to deal with Saladin but also the avatars of the Orc gods. Leyland's eyes glinted as he quickly went through the pros and cons. I now have too little information, so I can only consider working with them after meeting Raphania and other legends. Rubbing at his temples, Leyland pondered over his next course of action before leaving the room. Master. Next to the door, there were two pretty maids that had been waiting for a long while who quickly knelt down. Leyland could smell the scent of a purebred pleasure devil on them. However, their eyes were now filled with adoration and reverence for him. After all, Leyland's soul essence was practically like half a devil archduke. All devils who sensed his abstruse and dark strength would naturally do all they could to get close to him. This was an instinct of devils at all times, imprinted deeply into their genes. Not bad. Leyland had no plans of being a saint now and placed his arms around the beautiful female devils who were like sisters, and entered the bedroom. The next day, having removed his other appearance and regained his looks as a wizard, Leyland entered the outer parts of Yorkshire's Church of Justice. I'm here to see Raphania. This is the token she gave me. Leyland passed an emblem that was gold on one side over. On the base that was like a shield, there was a cross sword and image of a rose. Please wait a moment. I will pass on the message for you. The church guard's eyes widened. Leyland's aura immediately made him feel like he was seeing someone important like the king. He was also in wizard robes, and the power that signified more than shocked him. Hence, he presented himself politely. The guard who went and returned very quickly, though this time, he bowed so deeply that his nose practically touched the ground. "Welcome, esteemed wizard Leylin. Paladin Raphania is now away, but we have already informed her. We believe she will return soon. Many apologies for this. Please take a short rest in the church." The guard was actually trembling inside in fear. This was a legend. The pinnacle of strength in the continent, and even a legendary wizard at that. As the youngest legend, and one that had become one in the most difficult path of a wizard, Leylin's reputation had long since spread in the continent. However, there were few who had actually met him. "Fine. Lead the way." Leylin entered alongside the guard, and upon entering through the doors, a few people hastened over, evidently to receive hi. "Oh, Leylin, my friend. We finally meet." Next to the white-robed bishop of the God of Justice, Leylin saw another noble. His astounding memory caused Leylin to freeze for a second, and then put on a smile while going forward. Marquis Lancet. Long time no see. The noble who had come along with the bishop to meet Leylin was the one who held power over Yorkshire, and the one that had split the territories of a few unlucky noble families, Lancet. After hearing the beautiful birdsong from skylarks this morning, I knew something great was going to happen. I didn't expect it would be your arrival. Lancet now had a sincere smile on his face. He had a vivid memory of this kid who had gotten a position as a viscount during the feast of the dividing of lands in the north. Tiff, who he was helping, seemed to be doing something strange, but that wasn't important. Leylin was now a legend. It was impossible to go wrong with improving their relationship. Actually, Marquis Lancet was already regretting not giving Leylin more. But, who would have known that he would become a legend in a few years? Lancet observed Leylin's young face, removing the jealousy deep in his heart with some difficulty and then smiling brightly. "Also, this is a bishop of the God of Justice, Scholar Benedict, who's also a friend of mine. I express my deepest gratitude for Sire's determination in offering yourself in the name of righteousness. The refugees suffering in the north will never forget your contributions." Benedict's voice was kind and resolute, and there was a glint in his eyes unique to those willing to die for their cause. Leylin had no qualms that if Benedict were to be told that his death would save the lives of all commoners of the north, he would kill himself without hesitation. It was pity that the people who were the most resolute were also the most troublesome. "I'm only here because of a promise with Raphania. Whether I'll make my move at the end and when I do it is my freedom." Leylin had no plans of being careless with this and answered, causing the atmosphere to turn cold in an instant. Ha. Whatever it is, having Sire Leylin coming all the way here is already enough. It must have been difficult to come so far. Please get some rest, and you can meet the other comrades later tonight. Lancet's mind moved quickly and immediately dispelled the awkward atmosphere. Even though he's the youngest legendary, has he already been corroded by reputation and power? After Leylin left, great resentment shone in Benedict's eyes. In his eyes, all legends on the continent were the same. They only wished for power and enjoyment, and never did what they should. There were few willing to sacrifice themselves in the name of justice, and now this seemed to also go for the youngest to become a legend. But of course, he became a legendary with much difficulty and reached the peak in the continent. There are countless things for him to enjoy, so what right do you have to make him die for your sake? Lancet snickered inside while maintaining a smile on his face. Sire Leylin just has yet to come to terms with what's going on yet. I'm sure with time, he'll change his mind. Sigh. I hope so. The refugees of the north can't wait for long. Bishop Benedict sighed, looking as if he were bemoaning the state of the universe. The paladins and priests of the God of Justice are all lunatics. While already mentally prepared, Leylin had honestly been scared by his naivety. If the bishop was like this, then he could guess at what the clerics were like. They were definitely not people Leylin would like. But only a church with such a zealous ambience would attract Raphania and have her treat this as her final home. Secret meeting. Leylin sighed inside. A member of the clergy guided him to the back of the church. Golden sunlight streamed into the room through the windows, showing the motes of dust in the air. Furniture and all other decorations were simple, as was customary in the Church of Justice. If you have any needs, please press the doorbell here. We will await any orders. Also, the meeting with the other lords will be after dinner. Paladin Raphania will arrive very soon. The servant that had brought Leylin in withdrew and closed the door. Raphania came quickly. After all, Leylin was a legendary, and it was necessary to show him the required respect. Unfortunately for such a moronic paladin, Lei Lin had no common topic to discuss with her. After enjoying a simple dinner, Lei Lin was guided to a small drawing room. A few masters with powerful auras were lying in wait. Are these the other legendaries? Lei Lin nodded and headed inside. The room was rather small. There was a bright red fur rug on the ground as well as a fireplace that was blazing brightly. However, there was no scent of smoke in the air. While this was the north, the room was still as warm as if it were spring. You must be the rumored wizard from the outer seas. Lei Lin, right? You really are very young. Lei Lin's entrance immediately gathered their attention. A long-haired woman wrapped in a red mink fur coat stood up with a kind smile on her face. Besides us old geezers of the north, you arrived quite quickly. She was evidently a legendary, and from the elemental domain power around her, she was a legendary wizard. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lillian, and next to me here is the paladin of the god of justice, Sire Patrick. Next to the fireplace is the protector of the north, the legendary druid, Allegor. There were very few legends in the room, numbering only 3. The Queen Illustrial of Silvery Moon and her chief scholar, Blue, were not around. They were people that Lei Lin had wished to meet, and this left him slightly disappointed. Greetings. Of course, Lei Lin presented himself humbly on the surface and greeted the 3 of them politely while judging them. Lillian was a traditional wizard. Undulations from magic items and scrolls were emitted from her body, and there even seemed to be some hidden aura there, likely some legendary item SH had with her. Her battle might was not to be underestimated. Patrick, on the other hand, was a man of few words and looked rather cold. This actually had Lei Lin snickering inside. Recalling the legendary paladin that had died at his hands, who had been said to be a judge or something like that, he was sure that the god of justice's church must have been dealt a great blow. The last one was the legendary druid, Allegor, who was dressed in an interesting manner. He was a burly man over 3 meters tall and with a thick brown beard. Next to his fuzzy ears was a pair of large forked horns like that of elks, with some leaves appearing at the tip. This druid did not wear much, and only had some beast hide and leaves that had been used to make an apron. This revealed a hairy and broad chest, which made him seem rather wild. Initially, as the protector of nature, I should not participate in these activities. However, those orcs are destroying nature to a terrifying degree, which goes against the most fundamental cycle and harmony here. Allegor now looked solemn, giving Lei Lin all the information he needed in a few sentences. In general, all druids took on the responsibility of protecting nature. They were strongly against any actions taken to destroy it, and there was even the rise of radicals against this. After occupying the north, the orcs were doing more damage to the environment in order to obtain more resources and materials. The Queen of Silvery Moon had a great relationship with druids, which was why they began reminiscing about the time when she had been in power. It was understandable why they were hard at work here. Eye of the North. Protector of nature, as well as a paladin who is comparable to the judge from before. Lei Lin estimated the power they had. With these the 4 of them, it was impossible to turn the Orc Empire upside down, but it was possible to affect the successes or failures of a few campaigns. In addition, they were only the first batch that had arrived. The true trump cards were still hidden. What a pity. Even so, it's not possible to sway the orcs' power in the north. At the most, we can crack their foundations as a kingdom, but unless all the human gods band together, it's impossible to chase them out and restore our power. However, is that plausible? While having all sorts of complicated emotions inside, Lei Lin walked out of the church and into Yorkshire, where it was now night. While it was late, this place was still rather boisterous. From the dazzling rays from various churches, there were also large oil lamps in front of shops. Some citizens strolled around after dinner, melodious holy songs and prayers sounding in the background. It was leisurely and relaxing. But, seems like the effects from the refugees of the north are yet to disappear. Lei Lin found that there was a very high frequency of patrolling, as well as occasional thievery, and he could not help but shake his head. The surge of residents of the north was the greatest challenge for security. The huge increase in population, as well as entrance of nobility from the north, had increased the price of daily necessities and resulted in many citizens unable to voice their unhappiness. Actually, the people of Yorkshire did not think well of these refugees. All believed that they had not only stolen their jobs, but were also a huge burden. Perhaps they knew of a legend's senses and that sending people to monitor him would be useless unless a legendary thief or assassin were dispatched. Lei Lin strolled around and found that there were no people following him nor any magic for that. Of course, perhaps they have assured themselves that with the god's support, I wouldn't be able to do anything against them. Leyland shook his head and could not help but laugh, before then turned into a dimly lit alley. Streams of dark red fog appeared by him, concealing his original aura. It was as if he had turned into a whole other person. The people around him were all in a flurry, and none discovered this abnormality. With dream force concealing me, anything monitoring me will be rendered useless. Leyland stepped out of the alley that had an illusion hidden within and, as his figure flashed a few times, disappeared from the road. With Leyland's legendary strength as well as boost from the illusions of dream force, it was just too easy to prevent any spying on him. Light fluctuated, and the next time Leyland appeared, he had arrived in a secret room. The black fog in the surroundings seemed to be like a huge beast that devoured everything. There was only a yellow light in the center that emitted bright rays. A few figures with powerful auras were dressed in black robes, waiting by the light. "You're early." One of the black-robed people spoke to Leyland in a crisp, female voice. "I never thought you'd have arrangements here in Yorkshire too." Leyland watched the female wizard before him. Under the light, she had removed her disguise and revealed her original appearance. This was the legendary wizard he had just seen, Lillian. "Why did you transmit a message to me right before leaving, and there's these people?" Leyland looked suspicious. While this legendary wizard had looked normal during the meeting before, she had suddenly sent him an address at the end, wanting him to come here alone. There were also other powerful beings, and every one of them was a legend. A gathering like this was definitely not for some sort of banquet. "I've already set up multiple isolating spell formations. Even if it's a god, none can discover our conversation unless their true body were to descend." Lillian spoke with a smile, eyes seeming to burn. "Do you still not know the reason why we legends have gathered? What great plans could there be when a group of legends had sneakily gathered? If profits were the largest priority, then what could attract these exemplary beings would be ascension to godhood." Leyland knew this full well and smiled. "Well then, you haven't introduced me to them yet." "Kiki is a little brat who just entered our domain capable of plotting with us." At this moment, a black-robed person standing next to Lillian snickered, sounding like an ghostly owl in the night, causing hair to stand on end. Boom! A tremendous and cold deathly aura with great pressure attacked Leyland in the next instant, like raging waves. There were even cries from maligned souls as well as powerful negative energy, corrosive auras. The rest of the black-robed beings did not move as they watched on with smiles. "Is this a probe?" As expected, in circles like this in the dark, power is everything. With a thought, Leyland's body did not move and allowed the deathly aura to go past him. Many undulations rippled on the wall behind him, but he was completely unharmed. What a dense deathly aura. "And you are?" Leyland then smiled at the stunned black-robed person and asked. "You're capable," he declared, but did not make any more movements. Evidently, he found Leyland worthy. "Mailer. This is the necromancer, Mallister. He is a powerful death wizard who gained fame 1,200 years ago, and has already entered the ranks of a high-ranked legend. It's even said that he's on equal grounds with the Lich, Ilio." Lillian introduced him to Leyland, looking astonished. While that was a slight probe, wizard Leyland being able to take on the attack so easily means he must have quite a number of secrets. "All right. Since everyone's here, let's begin," Mallister urged, sounding enthusiastic. The great desire in his tone shocked Leyland slightly. As Leyland was right now, he had become more sensitive to emotional force. From the excitement of this old wizard coupled with the situation in the north, it was evident that they had huge plans. "The reason we're gathered here is obviously for the eternity that gods have." Lillian spoke softly, sounding just as eager. Even if they were necromancers, legends like them who did not turn into liches or spirits could only live for at most a few thousand years. This was a stark difference from the mighty gods in the skies. As legends, they felt that they did not have any less talent or invest less effort than the gods did. The only thing they lost out in was that they were born too late, which meant they had no opportunities by then. In this situation, which legend would feel content with staring at the gods up high and in eternal glory? Basically every single one of them had the ambition to ascend and become a god. While there were agreements between the legends on the continent as well as rules of churches or organizations, private gatherings like these still happened. After all, godly roles and positions were all accounted for. To successfully become a god, one or perhaps even a few had to be pulled down. Even if many legends were to gather, they could at most only beat up an avatar. The true forms of gods in their godly realms were practically invincible. Hence, it was necessary to wait for a battle between gods. Only when they began attacking each other did the legends have a single chance at obtaining divinity, God's spark, or even a godly role. The legends all knew of this possibility, which was why they had gathered. I'm sure all of you know the situation with the North. The Weave Goddess and God of Justice have made a deal, so the decision to support Queen Illustrial in regaining her kingdom won't change. There'll definitely be a battle against the Orc gods. Based on my intel, other human gods aren't going to do much about this. Lillian now looked extremely zealous and ready to make a gamble. The Weave Goddess and God of Justice are greater gods, while the Orc god only has a greater god, Grumsh. However, he's supported by intermediate and lesser gods. The battle with the two greater gods will soon arrive, which will be an opportunity for us. Leyland finally knew why the legends had gathered here. They were counting on the gods getting injured in battle, which would give them the opportunity to obtain divinity or a divine spark. However, even the weakest true god was not something a legend could deal with. This was not much less difficult than pulling chestnuts out of fire. However, this matched well with Leyland's goal. Hence, his lips quirked in a smile, a good choice. Well then, may I know what your targets are? We obviously won't put any hope on the three greater gods. Wizard Malister is only interested in divinity and divine roles that have to do with death. He's only requesting the divine force amassed from the avatars as well as any divine weapons that might appear. Lillian did a brief explanation and then looked at him. How about Sire Leyland? Do you have any goals? Me? Leyland rubbed his nose. As I am now, I don't think I can ask for much. I'll go along with what you do. All I want is a trace of the divine force from a true god. For ordinary legends, that is a very good choice. Malister gave Leyland a long look. For most legends that wanted to become gods, they first needed to amass followers and faith, and then attempt at comprehending a law. By combining that with faith, divine force would be formed. It was a pity that this was the most difficult part. Even in the Magus world, Morning Star Magi could not get past the hurdle of laws. Only after becoming a rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus and after a soul became completely positive could one start to comprehend laws. In the world of gods, while there was the power of faith as a cheat, actually getting past the hurdle was very difficult. However, stealing a trace of divine force would be able to solve this problem, allowing one to get past the threshold of laws. This was a huge temptation for legends. Then, which god are you aiming for? Lillian asked. Probably Malor. Leyland brought up the name of this unlucky person. This was one of the gods that had been mentioned in the discussions before. That matches up with our original plan. There aren't any conflicts either. After I get back, I can use my influence and have you join in the operation to attack Malor's avatar. Of course, you'll have to mention your interest here. She nodded. The god of Hunt, Malor, was a very good choice considering the plan. There was no other reason than that Malor was but a lesser god and the weakest of all. This was the most important, because the legends were not that confident that they could take down the avatar of a greater god. Secondly, Malor was not an orc god and merely an ally. He would not have too many reinforcements with him. Thirdly, and also most importantly, he was an evil god. There were no risks of tarnishing of one's reputation for eliminating him, and might even get a good name of being righteous and all that. In addition, the faith in him was underwhelming. Besides the were creatures, there were only a few intellectual beasts. He had few powerful beings he could truly make use of. With all these factored in, the tragedy that Malor would become was obvious. Leyland had been eyeing Malor's divine force for a long time. Initially, with his strength, the scale of the followers and his comprehension of the law of devour, he should have been able to produce a trace of divinity of gluttony or devour. Unfortunately, these two were too obvious in that he could easily be associated with Beelzebub. Beelzebub had only just fallen into a deep sleep, and if Leyland were to suddenly appear, the gods would definitely start making associations. Gods were no fools and, on the contrary, were extremely intelligent. It was just that they were sometimes influenced by their godly roles and the emotions from it. Beelzebub and the other archdukes in hell are all targets for me to kill in the future, but not now. Leyland stroked his chin as he pondered. Besides this choice, he had few others. After all, this also had to be compatible with the path as a rank 8 Magus that he would take. My path must contain emotional force and the vileness of all living things. With Dream Force being used as the base, I will then contain the law of space and time. With this foundation, the only thing compatible with the might of devils can only be massacre and death. The temptations of devils will definitely give rise to massacre and death. After fusing them, it will form the most basic sin. He had a number of things restricting him due to his goal, and he therefore had little choice. The only two paths possible for him were massacre and death. These two godly duties were very powerful, and it was not advisable to provoke gods who grasped these roles. The one controlling death was the greater death god Kalemver, as well as the god who had relations with both massacre and death, the god of murder, Sirik. They were both greater gods. If Lei Lin had plans to go against these two's divinity, Lei Lin felt he would be better off looking for a better method in death. Besides these two, there was only Malor, with the role of Hunt, that somewhat had relations with the law of massacre. If it was said that a full godly role meant having 100% comprehension of a law, then there would only be at most 10% of divinity. For the godly role of Hunt, this obviously included pursue, slaughter, and many others that would make up around 80%, as well as other miscellaneous laws. On this basis, even powerful intermediate gods could easily obtain the divinity of massacre and pursuit from his avatar. While Lei Lin's ranking in terms of strength was slightly lacking, he was still a magus of laws. It wasn't that troublesome to separate and change the power of divinity that he required. If I really have to form a trace of divinity for massacre, it'll still take me a decade even with prayers from my followers. Lei Lin sighed. It would take a decade just to obtain divinity, much less ignite his god flame and obtain a godly role or becoming a true god. While this speed would otherwise be astonishing, Lei Lin was still unsatisfied. Ever since he met Distorted Shadow, he had been feeling very nervous. Since Distorted Shadow wished to revive himself and had his conscience survive for tens of thousands of years, he definitely had more up his sleeves than just the taboo arcane spell Lei Lin had. There had to be other pawns. The moment he did not make a move quick enough, Distorted Shadow would definitely show his trump card. Distorted Shadow was an ancient peak rank 8 magus. In comparison, Lei Lin was like an ant and a passive party. Hence, it was necessary that he come to the north and obtain a trace of massacre divinity. After obtaining it, legends could become more sensitive to one's followers' prayers, and the speed at which faith and divine force was amassed would quicken. From divinity, and then igniting god flames to become a demigod. And lastly getting a divine role to ascend and become a true god. The system of advancement in the world of gods was clear. Trap. Dark forests blocked the sky, hindering all light. All sorts of twisted branches lay on the ground, the dried-out old bark black as if they were the arms of devils and demons. It caused the forest to seem sinister and frightening. This was a famous area in the north, the Moonwood. After the Orcish Empire was established, the Black Blood tribe took this place over. All intruders were killed upon entry. However, a black-robed wizard was now walking indifferently through the forest, and the were creatures and mutated beasts didn't even seem to see him as they walked straight past him. Moonwood, Black Blood tribe. It's been a long time. Lei Lin observed the familiar terrain as scenes of his time at Silvery Moon appeared vividly in his mind. Still, it was but a tiny section of his long life, and he regained his indifference once more. Making his way to a cave, Lei Lin seemed to walk through some barrier to disappear inside. He then heard an impatient voice ringing by his ear, "You're late." Two figures showed themselves from within the darkness. These were legendaries he'd seen before, the druid Allegor and Lillian. The paladin Patrick was around as well. Surprisingly, the four of them had taken on a mission together since they'd met, as if something like fate was pulling the strings. "My apologies. I needed some time to make preparations," Lei Lin answered apologetically. "We're dealing with a true god. While this is only an avatar, we need to be ready." The others did not retort, evidently accepting his explanation. "If your side is done, what's next is Patrick's side," Lillian continued, as if implying something. Indeed, this group of legendaries had planned to kill the god of the hunt, Malor. After their secret meeting, a few of the other legendaries who wished for justice had been called in. They had joined in on this project, which included many faces Lei Lin had seen in the secret meeting. Although they knew these legendaries weren't pure of mind, the Church of Justice and Queen of Silvery Moon still accepted them. After all, Illustria lacked the power to rebuild her kingdom and was in urgent need of help from these powerful beings. As for their motives, Mistra and Tri may have known what was going on, but they did not pay much attention. After all, even gods had to reward legendaries if they ordered them around. Most of them kept one eye closed to legendaries coveting divinity or divine spark. After all, these gods were using their power for their own gain as well. It wasn't as if there were no legendaries with divine force on the continent, but it was only a minor boost to their strength. They wouldn't ascend to godhood even in hundreds or thousands of years. Divinity was just the first step on the path to becoming a true god. They had to ignite their god fire, obtain a divine domain. All this was even more difficult. Besides, the avatars of gods were not so easily dealt with. Leyland and the rest would have to be amazingly lucky to get even a thread of Malor's divinity. In general, the two greater gods were more at ease even with Leyland and the other legendaries plotting against them. However, they had no clue about the kind of terrifying thing that had entered this group, definitely becoming a huge variable in their plans. Good. Once we set up the greater isolation array, even a god's avatar will lose a part of its strength. The trap has been set, what's next is to wait for the prey to walk in, Lillian spoke softly. The gods were very powerful. Even mere demigods were immune to spells, and even Leyland's times top spell would be useless against them. The same could be said for lower-ranked spells. What they would face now was just an avatar, but they still held a trace of the might of the gods. They were immune to spells below rank 7, maybe even rank 9. They also possessed all sorts of unimaginable buffs to their bodies and regeneration. Even with all their traps and plans, Leyland and the rest would be facing a terrifying peak legendary monster. Is it alright at Patrick's side? Are you sure Malor would be so enraged as to send his avatar down? Leyland frowned. A god's avatar was basically their most powerful body in the prime material plane. Avatars and true bodies were also closely related, and the avatar's elimination would damage the true body itself to a degree. He was honestly rather skeptical of whether the prey could be lured out. Come to think of it, Malor is quite unlucky. Legendaries like us are coveting his power, but on top of that even the Church of Justice won't stand his existence. As a lesser god allied with the Orcish gods, Malor was a huge target. Even without Lillian pushing for it, the Church of Justice had determined that he was to be eliminated. At the start of time, it was very common to weaken an opposing god through a battle of their avatars. Leyland had his eye on Malor's divinity, so he naturally didn't hesitate to join in on this mission. Rafinha was rather gratified, thinking that Leyland had separated himself from some sort of vulgar interests and made his mind up to join the mighty project of saving the North. There's no problem. The Black Blood tribe should be holding a legendary hunting ceremony right now to please Malor. Records state that this ritual is very important to him. If it's interrupted, he will immediately become enraged. And if his followers and subordinates fail to find the person who caused this, then there's a large possibility of him sending his avatar down. Lillian did not hesitate when mentioning Malor's name, not even trying to avoiding it. They now had two powerful greater gods on their side, which was enough to shield them from Malor's senses. This would allow him to enter the trap without having his guard up. Roar, rumble, meanwhile, large sounds and violent tremors could be felt through the boundaries. Even with the great distance and layers of weakening, there was still a huge ruckus in the cave. Leyland and the others immediately twitched. It's begun. Chaos reigned as the cries of war creatures closed in. Evidently Patrick had succeeded in stopping the ceremony, and he was now being pursued. Get to your spots and make sure the connection is good so you can hear my commands. Lillian's eyes glinted as her body turned into a soil puppet that soon crumbled. Her true body had already left. The time to get rid of the disharmony in the dark forest has arrived, the legendary druid Allegor muttered and left, his large beast body as agile as an elf in the trees. What a spectacle. Looks like Patrick really riled up these war creatures quite a bit. After opening up the teleportation gate, Leyland narrowed his eyes, watching the war creatures that filled the grounds. These beings that were very similar to the orcs now had reddened eyes as they pursued a white streak of light. Roar, at the moment, there was a black ape-like creature over 5 meters tall in front of the war creature team. Its scales reflected a metallic luster, and claws with rough, long nails ruthlessly pushed apart everything in its way. Swish, it was as if the air was cut and pushed away, creating an intense blast. Ha! Holy light protection. The figure amidst the ray of light suddenly turned back, a large sword that seemed to be made of crystal emitting holy light to form a large wall. A large figure seemed to clash against the pursuers. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the trees and soil were shaved off, sending numerous weaker war creatures flying. Making use of this opportunity, the paladin darted to Leyland's side and took a breath. Be careful, they're coming. You even lured out a legendary hunter. What did you do? Leyland was rather curious about how the paladin had achieved this effect. He instantly recognized that the monster following right behind the paladin in a crazed state was something mutated by Malor, a guard of his divine kingdom. It was a hunter. Unlike the previous monsters, though, this one had already become legendary. Even Leyland himself would find it difficult to take this being down. Hee hee. I just stole all of the legendary blood that the Black Blood tribe has amassed. There's this too. The paladin Patrick tossed a large ape head away. This was obviously a legendary hunter as well. Seeing this, the war-creature soldiers grew more fervent in their pursuit. They roared as they pounced, like they'd seen a mortal enemy. Which was the case anyway. Since the ceremony had been interrupted, Malor was now enraged and had even devoured a few high-ranked priests. Those were people he usually liked a lot. If they could not capture these sinners and sacrifice them, there was a possibility that Malor would give up on all the war-creatures here. After all, what did anyone have to say to someone who was half a beast? If we wipe out all these soldiers, he'd probably send his avatar down, right? Lei Lin nodded in approval, and then unhesitatingly cast a spell. Blazing rings of fire immediately lit up around him, causing the skies in this region to darken. Traces of red emerged from dark clouds, as lava fell like raindrops. Legendary spell, Skyfire Rain. Bait. Asterisk drip. Drip, asterisk droplets of lava the size of human heads fell from the sky, bringing with them the burning power of fire. Under their glamour and beauty, they hid a terrifying might. The earth kept rumbling, and each contact between the lava and the ground caused explosions that formed huge pits. The surrounding forest was also set aflame, resulting in a horrifying sea of fire. The war-creatures seemed tiny in this fire. Even if they'd only been touched by a bit of it, their oily skin lit up like they were torches. The wails of the war-creatures resounded as an overpowering charred smell permeated the air. Paired with the vast sea of fire, it was as if this was the end of the world. The destructive power of a legendary spell really is immense. It's no wonder that the legendary council on the continent made it taboo. The paladin Patrick was obviously shocked as well. While he could easily kill a legendary hunter, his area of effect was nowhere as terrifying as this was. Thousands of war-creatures were burnt to ashes in a single attack, and many more suffered grievous burns. With no priests to heal them, their contaminated wounds would lead to certain death. Now isn't the time to watch. Lei Lin pointed his finger. A few black figures that overcame the flames soon arrived before them. Leading them was the legendary hunter, but it was evident that Lei Lin had focused quite a bit on it. The Skyfire Rain had been aimed at it, and much of its scales and fur had been burnt. Bones were jutting out of some parts of its body, creating a terrifying sight. Behind the hunter were a few war-creatures who looked just as pitiful. The fur and beards on their faces were mostly burnt off, and they were now watching Lei Lin and the paladin with vigilance. One of them, evidently an older priest, stood out and stared straight at Lei Lin. Its gaze contained a hatred that was etched into the bones. Legendary wizard of the outer world, we of the Black Blood tribe don't seem to have dealt with you. Why do you suddenly hinder our holy sacrifice, and even harm our people? Patrick had been ignored. With the difference in their factions, the two groups were natural enemies anyway, so what more was there to be said? I used to work for Silvery Moon, Lei Lin answered. He was smiling slightly, but felt a twinge of pity inside him. Even with the bonus of being an arcanist and his other skills, large-scale legendary magic still didn't cause much damage to the truly powerful. Blue light shone in Lei Lin's eyes. This is just a ranged attack after all. A single target spell would have taken one of them down forever. So you're one of Illustrial's people, the old war-creature exclaimed. The Black Blood tribe had stood on the side of the Orcish Empire, so they were now the arch-nemeses with Silvery Moon. The war-creatures had all heard that the Queen of Silvery Moon was preparing to reclaim her lands, so there was no need for discussion anymore. So that's why you're against us. Indeed, that conflict can't be settled, the old priest muttered, his eyes turning bloodthirsty, but while you did interrupt our holy ritual, you've provided us with even better sacrifices. The lives of two legendaries should be enough to appease our master. Get them. The priest roared, and the legendary hunter finally had an outlet for its impatience. It leapt out, leaving a large pit on the ground. Cracks spread like spider webs in all directions as the creature barreled towards Patrick like a cannonball, its terrifying poisonous claws striking down on the paladin's head. We need to show overpowering might. If not, it'll just be more powerful war-creatures. At this moment, Lillian's voice sounded by Lei Lin's ear. It seemed like she and the druid were still concealed, as if the most patient of predators waiting for their prey. That's what I like. Lowering his eyes, Lei Lin exuded a murderous aura. Banshee's wail. A piercing shriek that seemed to emerge from the very soul burst forth, the sound spreading in all directions to freeze everyone's thoughts for a moment. Now's the time. Greater binding. Lei Lin's hands moved like he was a professional bard, constantly pulling at the strings that were the elements in the weave. Dazzling spell rays emanated from his body. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the legendary hunter seemed to be bound by some invisible force in mid-air, and it was left stuck in that position. All evil shall be persecuted, divine trial. The paladin had finally gotten his chance. He'd arrived in front of the hunter with his crystal sword enveloped in holy white light. His eyes burned with platinum flames. Clean break. The legendary hunter's scales and energy defenses were split apart by the paladin's sword like it was a hot knife slicing through butter. Blood spurted in all directions as a giant head fell to the ground. Their proficient techniques and teamwork allowed Lei Lin and Patrick to instantly take care of the legendary creature. This amount of strength evidently surpassed the imaginations of the higher-ups amongst the war creatures, and the legendary priest resolutely placed his hands in his bosom, as if about to pick out something. Beep. Based on energy undulations and judgment of shape, chances of opponent taking out sacrificial dagger are 99.99%. Divine Force sacrifice will begin in 0.27 s. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded, and the prediction caused Lei Lin to move quickly. A mysterious light swept forth from his hand, disregarding all defense in an attempt to strike the old priest head-on. The priest stared at his hand blankly. The gorgeous dagger that had once been there had cracked apart, to the point that there wasn't even a handle left. Legendary arcane spell, Great Disjunction. Even a divine weapon would suffer the wrath of this arcane spell, much less normal items of the mortal world. That was not all. The old priest's necklace, his staff filled with divine force, his beast teeth, and all sorts of magic artifacts that were brushed with exemplary strength were all broken apart. As expected of an Arcanist legacy. Even just Great Disjunction and Timestop can allow me to do whatever I wish amongst legendaries. Although Lei Lin had a few standard legendary spells, they couldn't compare to the Arcanist legacy he held. He had even gotten himself a floating city. He had all the Arcanist secrets and spell models he wanted. This strength, it wasn't just the war creatures that were surprised by Lei Lin's strength. Even his allies in Patrick, Lillian, and Allegor were shocked in secret. How can he have so many high-ranked and legendary spell slots? Could he be a lover of the goddess of the weave? No, that's not it. There's another possibility. Arcane spells. Lillian's eyes burnt with fervor, his attainments in arcane spells far exceeds my expectations. It's already at an inconceivable level. As a legendary wizard, she too had performed research on arcane spells and obtained a few low-ranked arcane spell models. She definitely knew that this would allow her to cast more spells. It was a pity that there were few she had seen who had obtained and could use legendary arcane spells easily. They were all old freaks who had lived for thousands of years, none as young as Lei Lin. No wonder he advanced so quickly. So he's already grasped some secrets of the ancient arcanists. Lillian pondered inside, thinking she'd unraveled Lei Lin's secrets. Lei Lin had expected this, though. He paid little mind to it, for the leak of information was intentional. After all, it wasn't taboo for legendary wizards to perform research on arcane arts, and he was just skirting the line slightly. The more strength he revealed, the more he could do. Why are you still standing there? Go. Like now, for instance. The dazed paladin listened to Lei Lin's command subconsciously, charging towards the few remaining powerful war creatures, who were at a loss. Meteor explosion. Bigby's crushing hand. With the paladin attacking, Lei Lin used his terrifying control over spells and took care of the situation in an instant. By the end, Patrick's mind seemed to crash as he saw Lei Lin rendering the last of the war creatures to dust. Such a violent yet refined method of battle, as well as that last fight, is even more crazy than a berserker. Is he really a wizard? Be prepared. Now's the true test. Lei Lin reminded him with a serious expression. The paladin turned grim as he glanced at the Black Blood tribe. A terrifying roar resounded in the area, containing great amounts of fury. Seeing so many of his subordinates dead, Malor could no longer take it. He sent his avatar to take the stage. Malor's avatar. Howls and roars echoed in the area. Many high-ranked war creatures had gathered around a central altar in the Black Blood tribe's lands, chanting hymns of praise to Malor. Group after group of high-ranked captives were slaughtered before the altar, their fresh blood dripping into the pool of blood at the center. Prior experience told these priests that a large-scale blood sacrifice would suit the god of the hunt. He would even bestow great divine grace on them. Now, however, Malor's fury did not cease. He only grew more violent with every blood sacrifice, like a distant cloud of volcanic ash brewing to its peak. A terrifying roar rang out, and an avatar rose abruptly from the altar. A powerful suppressive pressure originated from its soul, which made the priests prostrate themselves on the ground. They prayed for Malor's fury to swiftly be quelled. It was a great pity that the god of the hunt did not listen to the prayers of his worshippers. More roars reverberated through the altar, and the blood pool rippled violently as if in a storm. It immediately engulfed the trembling captives and priests. "It's our Lord. Our Lord's avatar is about to descend." The other priests who had fortunately been spared from the wave fell to their knees in succession. They began to chant prayers to their god. A foot stepped out of the central altar at this moment, clad in golden fur. The atmosphere seemed to freeze in that moment, and the air was charged with a stifling and oppressive feeling. The golden figure slowly walked out into the full view of the worshippers. It was an enormous and powerful monster that stood over 10 meters tall, looking like a cross of man and ape. Its body was covered in swathes of scales and hair, and fierce claws grew from its hands. Its body glowed with a faint golden aura, making the enormous ape creature look like the darling of the entire world. It seemed to be in existence at the core of the world. This was an avatar of the lesser god of the hunt, the protector of hunters and were creatures. It was an avatar of Malor the black blood beast, completing its descent into the prime material plane. It possessed divine grace as boundless as the sea, divine might as stifling as a prison cell. All the weir creatures' minds froze, and their bodies acted mechanical in their loud chants of Malor's name. Malor's avatar did not pay the worshippers the slightest attention. After all, they were all like ants to him. With a divine domain in hunting, he easily obtained news of his prey from the undulations in the atmosphere. Whoosh, Malor's figure disappeared in a flash, chasing after those hateful and low-born thieves who had disturbed the legendary blood sacrifice. He had already decided to tear out the souls of these blasphemers, and have them wail in terror for 1,000 years within his divine realm. It's coming. Even from such a great distance I can feel its might. As expected of a true god, Leylin was inwardly apprehensive about Malor's power, but this was only an avatar after all. However, Malor's true body is equal to a rank 7 Magus. I can still take this on. I wonder what power he could show if we fought within his divine realm. Leylin's eyes were filled with expectation. I discovered Malor's avatar. It's heading our way right now. The epic isolation matrix is working well, it won't be a problem no matter how much energy it has to contain. Lillian's voice floated over to him. He could sense the anxiety in her voice. They were about to battle a god after all. Only legendary mortals could accomplish such a magnificent feat as slaying a god. Right at that moment, the AI chip flashed a prompt in a blood-red window, mapping out several exit routes. Beep. Powerful energy undulations are approaching this location at high speed, danger level is extremely high. Suggestion, leave the vicinity immediately. He's fast. Leylin's eyes narrowed as he caught a glimpse of the monstrous golden figure. No. When did it get here? Fortunately, he had heeded the AI chip's prompt and dodged into safety. In the end, he had only escaped the beast's claws by a hair's breadth. While he dodged, the layers of mage armor on Leylin's body immediately collapsed. It was clear that the beast's claws had also launched a wind attack, and even mage armor too could not withstand the beast's power. Terrifying. Is this the power of a god's avatar? At the very least, it has the strength of a peak-breaking dawn. After Leylin regained his senses, he found out that he had already retreated by several hundred meters. Patrick himself stood a distance away from him, miserable with his face incomparably white. The paladin had lost an arm, and fresh blood poured out of the injury. Evidently, this paladin was unable to escape Malor's sneak attack and lost an arm in the process. His prowess was reduced considerably. Swish, HH. Only now did the angered cries of Patrick travel through the air, which was in an extreme disorder to the senses. I was able to see him injured before hearing his cries. Does this mean that the speed has already exceeded the speed of sound? Leylin sweated nervously. An agility like this, it's most likely over 40. As a wizard, he could understand Malor's attack. The god had used some method to exceed the speed of sound, and put in a vivid manner. If Patrick had been killed, Leylin would still only have seen the corpse before the sound of the battle. Only death awaits if your reflexes cannot keep up with this. Leylin sighed inwardly as he looked at the golden ape the size of a mountain. This is the avatar of a god. And for a lesser one at that. What happened just now? Lillian's enraged voice sounded beside Leylin's and Patrick's ear. Patrick is injured. We need to move our plans forward, execute them right away. Malor's strength had greatly exceeded our expectations. Leylin rubbed his temples. His voice was incomparably calm, and he seemed not the slightest bit frightened. No. No problem. Before that evil is vanquished, I will not fall. Patrick snorted, and milky white light glowed on his injury. His stem cells began to regrow his flesh, and the bleeding soon stopped. Mailer's avatar merely watched the process mockingly, as if savoring the fear of his prey. Playing mind games and only striking when the enemy suffers a mental breakdown. Fool, this is just a good chance for me. Faint blue light flashed in Leyland's eyes. AI chip, scan target. Beep. Mission established, beginning scan. The AI chip duly carried out Leyland's commands. Soon after, a 3D hologram was projected in front of Leyland's eyes, with a large amount of data on the side. God of the Hunt, Mailer, Avatar. Estimated stats, Strength, 30 to 45, Agility, 40 to 42, Vitality, 30 to 31, Spirit, 24-27. Feats, 1. Epic Damage Reduction, all physical damage below the legendary rank is negated. 2. Epic Magic Resistance, with Divine Protection and Divine Force, an avatar has great magic resistance. All magical damage below the legendary realm is negated. Note, legendary arcane spells such as Time's Top will not work on the target. Divine Strength, Lesser God. Alignment, Chaotic Evil. Domains, Murder, Hunting, Pursuit. Weapons owned, Beast Claw. This legendary weapon has great attacking power, being fashioned after Mailer's original. Epic damage reduction and magic resistance. This means that without legendaries, the battle cannot be won with mere numbers. Leyland inhaled a deep breath upon seeing the stats of the avatar. If we cannot get rid of the domain, our chances of winning today are extremely low, Leyland questioned himself. If it was a 1 versus 1 battle with him and Mailer's avatar, he would definitely perish if he did not summon the floating city. Even with the added support and some traps prepared, he was not more confident. I need to use the floating city at the end and get rid of Mailer. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Leyland's eyes. Back then, he had used the appearance of Kukulkan to steal the floating city. While this had alerted the powerful factions that there was a rising powerhouse and even fooled the gods, they did not know his identity. If he were to use it now, he would be admitting his identity. However, if he was forced to the edge, what other choice did he have? Wait for me, I'll activate the array and support you again immediately. Lillian too, wanted to seize this rare opportunity. She placed her bets like a gambler. Beep. Sealed formation activating. Beginning in, the AI. Chip's voice intoned, but Leyland could not longer pay any heed to it. Just as Lillian activated the formation, Mailer's senses told him the situation had become dangerous. He immediately charged towards Leyland. Although he was no longer faster than sound, he could still deal Leyland a fatal blow. Roar. At this moment, Leyland was forced to reveal one of his smallest trump cards. The dazzling wizard robes were shredded into pieces, revealing a legendary dragon armor. A draconic staff found its way into his hands. Legendary Dragon Breath. Soul Burn. Ice Age. A phantom dragon appeared, roaring out with legendary might. Leyland had ignited the red dragon's soul without a single thought to the consequences, conferring unimaginable power to the dragon. A mighty draconic aura almost fully materialized, and dazzling crimson light dyed the skies red. Boom, a river of magma flowed into Leyland's position, with Mailer's towering avatar at the center. Having borne the brunt of a legendary attack, his skin was now charred. It was the first injury he'd sustained today. Leyland's figure appeared beside a tree across him. The dragon-scale armor had 3 long gashes in its breastplate, inflicted by Mailer's attack. Damn it, isn't it ready yet? Just as Leyland began to curse, the pleasant voice of the AI chip finally rang out. Beep. All preparations have been completed, epic spell formation activated. Golden threads began to float in the air, engulfing their surroundings. Mailer felt the imminent danger, and bellowed in rage. Many of the golden threads began to converge into chains as they coiled around the avatar. At this moment, Leyland could see Mailer's feats of epic damage reduction and magic resistance weaken, and finally disappeared. He heaved a sigh of relief. The ambient temperature fell drastically, and hexagonal snowflakes sparkled as they drifted down from the sky. Summon, Giant Frost Sprite. The snow converged into an icy white giant. Each of the giant's movements added a layer of frost to its surroundings. Apologies for the delay. Lillian said as she sat on the shoulder of the frost sprite. Mailer's resistance was too high, but it's been negated by the spell formation. The several legendaries present heaved a sigh of relief as they looked on. They weren't about to give the avatar any breathing room. Roar. A legendary roar sounded once more, but this time much stronger than that of Leyland's phantom dragon. A black shadow covered Mailer. Accompanying the deafening roar was a red-scaled dragon that dived to attack the avatar. Its razor-sharp claws met his, causing blood to spurt out. A legendary dragon? No. There seemed to be a trace of ancient dragons. Ahead of Leyland was a legendary dragon. An ancient aura radiated from its body, and its dazzling crimson scales glowed like mesmerizing rubies. Well done, Allegor. Lillian's eyes widened as she charged forward with her frost sprite. Allegor. The druid. So this is legendary transfiguration. The crimson dragon seemed incomparably authentic to Leyland's eyes. Nobody would have been able to tell that it was a druid. Mailer's speed had been reduced by the frost sprite, and he'd suffered from the melee against the dragon. The avatar was now in bad shape. Drops of dazzling golden ichor spurted from it, rising off the ground as steam. Die. Patrick seized the opportunity, and radiant light shone from behind his body. A holy figure appeared, restoring him to full strength immediately and wreathing his crystal sword in flames. Schlick, the holy sword stabbed into the avatar's thigh, almost breaking the bone. Mailer, who had suffered some injuries, howled loudly, "Ah! Tyr, you deformed thing. I'll never let you get away with this." Tyr struck as well. Leyland turned to the holy figure behind Patrick with some apprehension. It was obvious that a hand was missing from his body, and legend had it that the god of justice had been injured while trying to seal Cerberus. Avatars are indeed the best counter to their kind. I should be more cautious of them in the future. Leyland lowered his head slightly as he gripped tightly onto an ancient purple gold coin. Arg. The injury to the thigh caused a lasting effect on Mailer's body. His damage resistance had dropped, and even his hair charred. It made him look miserable. Having been pushed to the edge, Mailer finally decided to use his other powers. All this while he'd only engaged in melee, but how could a god not have any spells at hand? After one last roar, the avatar disappeared into the void. Neither the dragon, the frost sprite, or the paladin could detect any traces of him. Is this absolute stealth? It's rumored to be the most powerful stealth technique for rogues. Leyland turned serious. This skill allowed his opponent to completely conceal himself, and rendered him immune to all attacks. However, the body was still in the prime material plane, and he could launch a sneak attack at any time. It was worthy of being called the ultimate rogue skill. Be careful, he's still inside the array. These legendaries weren't less experienced than Leyland himself. After all, they'd reached this peak from a mountain of bloody corpses. Once Mailer's avatar disappeared, the other legendaries immediately began to attack as a defensive measure. It was a pity though. It was all a child's game against the god of the hunt. Just as Patrick had sheathed his sword, the enormous figure of Mailer's avatar appeared before him. A shadow sprung forth from his terrifyingly omnipotent body, engulfing the paladin completely. Help! Save me! The other three legendaries all understood the importance of working together, and even Leyland began to act. It was a shame that Leyland suddenly perceived a tremendous evil intent in the atmosphere at this moment. He immediately activated all the defenses of his dragon-scale armor, and the red dragon staff thundered as it launched a dragon breath in the danger's direction. Ah! A momentary hiss sounded, and an illusory shadow seemed to disappear in a blazing tower of flames. This must be. When did they prepare a phantasmal killer? Leyland began to think at lightning speed. This was the advantage of being a god, even such a high-ranked skill could be used as long as one had sufficient divine force. Get lost, you abomination! Lillian and Allegor had also been blocked by phantasmal killers, and were both delayed from acting. In this short span of time, Patrick's fate had been sealed. Ah! Chaotic evil, why can't you disappear from this world? Before death had its grasp on him, Patrick displayed his peak legendary strength. The burning crystal sword widened in a flash, immediately becoming a broadsword that was over 5 meters long. It clashed fiercely with the bestial claws of Mailer's avatar, who radiated divine force even more fiercely. Mailer seemed to be on the verge of possessing the paladin. Asterisk snap. Crack, asterisk faint shattering sounded from the points where the claws clashed with the sword. The special ability of the claws was shatter. Patrick could only watch with a dumbstruck expression as Mailer's avatar snapped his longsword with its claws. The giant claws covered in golden fur snatched the knight up immediately. Powerful divine force imprisoned Patrick, and he could only frantically howl in response. Nothing he did manage to harm a single hair on his opponent. His surging chi began to wane. In the end, all Patrick saw was an enormous smelly mouth clustered with sharp teeth that stood straight like pikes. Leylin and the others saw Malor's avatar toss the legendary paladin directly into his maw and chew him up. Patrick's defenses were useless against Malor's teeth, and a crunching sound made everyone's hair stand on end as a great amount of blood and bones fell from the corner of Malor's mouth, trickling down his fur. 4 great legendaries had surrounded Malor's avatar. Of them, the paladin Patrick had now fallen. Damn, should we retreat? For the first time, Lillian felt that she was not prepared. Even just the avatar of a god possessed unimaginable strength. She hesitantly glanced at the legendary druid beside her, who was still in his red dragon form. It's just an avatar, and its divine force reserve should be running low. It used up a lot against the paladin earlier, now is our best chance. AI chip. Calculate the avatar's trajectory. Beep. Mission established. Avatar's coordinates have been input. Simulation established. The AI chip loyally executed Leyland's task. Afterwards, Leyland's eyes glowed as he cast a legendary spell that he had long prepared, Greater Disjunction. Asterisk snap. Crack, asterisk Malor's bestial claws were still only a high-ranked legendary weapon in the end, and not a divine weapon. They had sustained some damage fighting the paladin, and Leyland's Greater Disjunction caused them to finally crack. Now's our chance. Lillian and Allegor's eyes lit up with hope as they advanced, revealing their own greatest trump cards. Legendary spell, Ice Age. Lillian chanted in a high voice, and the surrounding air seemed to turn into a blizzard. The trees, and even rocks around them all turned into sparkling ice, as if the entire world had returned to the Ice Age. Hall. So what if you're a god's avatar? You shall fall. On the shoulder of the giant frost sprite, Lillian was like a goddess of snow. A layer of ice covered Malor's feet, planting him firmly on the ground as an icy meteorite hundreds of tons in weight broke through the skies to land on the avatar. What the hell? Is this woman crazy? This attack will also affect us. In the face of such earth-shattering strength, Leylin was forced backwards. Even Allegor in his dragon form flapped his wings with as much strength as he could muster to keep a distance. You mortals profane gods, Malor's avatar transmitted spiritual undulations in the face of the meteorite. Yet, it crashed down before he could finish speaking, and his words were drowned out. Rumble, a magnitude 10 earthquake erupted abruptly, shaking the land and causing dust to form a terrifying mushroom cloud in the sky. Everyone with strength in the north felt the earth shaking in that instant. Ha, this mad woman, Leylin had grown himself a pair of powerful wings of air, and he looked down at the huge pit from the meteorite. The terrifying hole was tens of kilometers deep, and the middle was pitch black with a base that could not even be seen. Has the avatar died yet? I doubt it, but he's sure to be heavily injured. Allegor, quick. Lillian seemed to be on the verge of collapse after casting this legendary spell. She couldn't even maintain the giant frost sprite under her, only able to let it explode back into ice and snow in the air. Roar, the legendary dragon threw himself into the depths of the pit, and what followed were furious snarls and yells. A large black figure was flung out, like a small mountain being tossed away. Leyland's astonishing eyesight had allowed him to see what happened clearly. The legendary druid Allegor in his dragon form had been caught by the tail, and Malor's avatar had thrown him out like he was tossing a hammer. Leyland's pupils shrank, and he muttered to himself, such tenaciousness. So this is the avatar of a god. You who profane the gods. I will extract all of your souls and place them in my divine realm, burning them in holy fire for 100,000 years. The gigantic ape monster walked out of the pit, clearly agitated. However, he clearly wasn't doing well either. Golden liquid flowed out of his wounds, glowing with the light of divine force. Still, it was hindered by an invisible force. Seems like he really is gravely injured, Leylin thought as he nodded to himself. Still, Malor's body was just a convergence of divine force held together by a god's conscience. It was this divine force that allowed him to maintain physical form. Even the blood spurting out of his wounds was the same, slight injury unable to harm the god's origins. And yet things were different now. His wounds were making it difficult for him to maintain his form in the material plane, and his divine force was already beginning to dissipate. Mortal woman, how dare you harm my divine body? The golden ape monster appeared in front of Lillian in the next instant, its giant claws slashing forward. Ah, In spite of crystal armor and tens of layers of frost shields, Lillian's defenses were broken apart. The legendary wizard's body shot out like a cannonball, and smoke filled the skies. The red dragon was nowhere to be found in the deep pit. Instead, Allegor's original form lay there unconscious. Damn it. So I'm the only one left at the end? Leylin rubbed his nose, wondering with a wry smile. There's a few dogs beside this monkey, it'll be a little troublesome. Kiki, there's one left. Are you trying to flee? Come, let me enjoy this hunt. Mailer's eyes were fixed straight on Leylin, emitting a crazed bloodthirst. However, in the next moment, a large palm pushed the head of the avatar into the ground. This was crushing palm. Are you crazy? I finally got my prey here after much effort. Why would I leave? Leylin's eyes were cold and wise, a god letting me leave? The divine force forming your avatar is now lacking, and you urgently need to replenish it. How could Mailer's thoughts escape Leylin? The four legendaries had made preparations for a long time and given so much. While the avatar had persisted up till this point, the grievous injuries he had sustained were serious enough. Roar! I will kill you. Kill you. The large monster ape pulled up from the soil and shook his head in fury. You won't be able to kill anyone. Leylin's voice was cold as he pointed to the avatar's head with his right hand. Legendary spell, Meteor Blast. Four large fireballs fell from the sky, exploding on top of Mailer's head. The exemplary flames immediately caused Mailer to snarl in anger. Legendary spells again. Why? How do you have so many spell slots? You can ask again in death. Leylin looked apathetic as legendary spell was cast after legendary spell. Legendary absorption. Legendary detonation. Impossible, the avatar blustered. Much of his negative energy and defenses had been neutralized by the absorption spell, leaving him open to the detonation that struck his neck. Mailer's large head disintegrated. Having become a legendary arcanist, Leylin had integrated his research as a Magus with the analytic abilities of the AI chip to cause a terrifying qualitative change. He could now cast legendary spells near instantly. Having been drowned in them, it was no wonder that Mailer's avatar died. Still. We haven't even started the true battle yet. Leylin stared at Mailer's avatar's corpse unblinkingly. The collapsed body was undergoing a huge transformation. The pieces of the corpse melted to form a thick golden liquid, much of which fused to form a large golden sphere. Mailer's cries could still be heard from its core. The avatar isn't made of flesh and blood after all. Even if the head is cut off, it can still move. Then again, a form made of just divine force is extremely fragile. Leylin understood the various forms gods could take on. Mailer's avatar wasn't completely dead yet, and as long as he could flee to his divine realm and fuse back into the main body he would suffer no real losses. This unique ability of divine force, the ability to vary its form, is what makes it difficult for people to capture it. It is also the key to murdering a god. Leylin glanced in the direction of the unconscious Lillian. She was currently gravely injured, rendered immobile. The original plan was for her to capture the avatar. She would use extremely cold ice to dull the life of the divine force, then use a special container to capture or directly absorb it. Of course, Leylin had not expected too much of her. He had a better method. Don't you leave. He yelled, numerous thin green threads forming a large web that shot forth from his fingertips. Did you think a mortal object like that could, as he saw what Leylin was doing, the bundle of light that was the avatar scorned him. However, Mailer was then left unable to laugh. Swish, the large green web stopped most of the golden ball. The liquid divine force could not break through its seal. How's this possible? What kind of web is this? Mailer roared, but was unable to do anything about the tightening of the web. He soon reached Leylin's palm. As expected, a web formed of origin force works very well at detaining the divine force of a god. The AI chip's predictions were right. Leylin saw the struggle within the web, where Mailer was like a large fish that had accidentally fallen inside. He could not help but snicker as he grabbed the web tightly. World Origin Force. This was the origin power of everything, what arcanists called origin energy. A web formed of origin energy was the bane of all godly beings. It was no wonder that the ancient gods and arcanists were archenemies, and the arcanists had been wiped out. Leylin was probably now the only great arcanist on the continent. He had no problems with turning origin energy into a web, and this was the insurance he prepared for this operation. As the large web tightened up, Mailer's avatar's cries grew soft until he completely stopped moving. Rumble, tremendous undulations filled the skies in the direction that the other small part of Mailer's avatar had escaped, and his worshippers' prayers formed a golden light. So we weren't the only ones coveting the avatar after all. I managed to lure them out by letting that small part go. Lei Lin had no plans of stopping. While the smaller avatar still had most of the firepower focused on it, he opened a teleportation gate next to him. Please wait, Lord Lei Lin. Numerous figures shot over at this moment, all with powerful divine force on their bodies. This was a group of legendary priests. They were led by Benedict, the bishop of the Church of Justice. Retreat. That belonging to mortals shall go to mortals. That belonging to gods shall go to them. Please do not delude yourself. Benedict's tone was almost pitiful of the fate of mankind. TSK, I hate mediums like you. You've even brainwashed yourself. Lei Lin looked behind him, unsurprised to see the legendary priest of Mistra as well. Isn't this all for this avatar I have? Even the goddess of the weave is joining forces with you. You should know not to slight the wills of two greater gods. As long as you hand over the source of evil in your hands, our church will definitely compensate you satisfyingly. Benedict now had a merciful look in his eyes, as if he was saving the world. What a joke that was. Would Mistra or Tyr hand over a portion of divinity in exchange for the avatar? Even if they were willing to, Lei Lin himself wouldn't want it. Lei Lin was used to getting what he wanted, and did not accept charity. This situation caused anger to rise from the depths of his eyes. Sorry, not interested. The clear rejection immediately stunned Benedict. He then grew indignant. You're so stubborn. Go. 5 high-ranked legendary priests moved forward at his command, forming into a pentagram as they circled Lei Lin. It exhibited great prohibitive strength. So, now that we've shed all pretense of cordiality, it's time to do it by force. A dangerous smile rose by Lei Lin's lips. Luckily, I'm not entirely unprepared. Watching Lei Lin surrounded by the pentagram, a kind smile arose on Benedict's face. This spell formation is boosted by our gods, and it is impossible to destroy it from within. Do you still not repent? Lei Lin took at the sparkling array, seemingly deep in thought. These are pretty good sealing runes. I'll need some effort to break out from within. After hearing the man speak, however, he snickered. It wouldn't do good for you to dispose of the legendaries you invited yourselves. You think too highly of yourself. Our church can bear the consequences of losing a mere legendary. Benedict sighed. Looks like Lei Lin has been corroded by greed. Go. Exactly what I was thinking. Do it. Lei Lin nodded. We're already at this point, and you still. The fury in Benedict's heart grew, and in that moment he made up his mind. He would suffer the loss of reputation in exchange for Lei Lin's death. However, his expression quickly changed. Asterisk woo. Woo, asterisk a deathly aura, as dark as ink, had filled their surroundings. Numerous bony hands dug their way out of the ground, some with rotting flesh remaining on them as they roared with ire. This profaning of souls, it's a necromancer. The priests' bodies immediately flashed with divine spells. Kiki, the bones started to laugh with a strange sound as they formed a gigantic horned skull. The skull struck the pentagram. Rumble, although divine spells were the bane of necromancy, the opposite was true as well. The pentagram trembled under the deathly aura, reacting like hot oil would to cold water. Asterisk Ka-cha. Ka-cha, asterisk many black cracks crawled along the spell formation, seeming like human veins. The formation then shattered loudly. This strength. It's a high-rank legendary necromancer. Benedict exclaimed in his shock as a mouthful of fresh blood dyed his snow-white collar red. You got it in one. I'm sorry you don't get a prize. Lei Lin's figure flashed, and in an instant he disappeared from the formation. By the time the black light flashed again, he was already outside the encirclement. Chase him. Benedict yelled, no time left to care for his injuries. The supporting soldiers he'd brought had terrifying might. There were many legendary priests from the goddess of the weave, and there was even an entire regiment of paladins. Crack, crack, however, all these people were drowned out by the army of the undead. The skeletons enveloped them like an endless tsunami, and few spells could fight off this army of cannon fodder. Benedict's eyes widened further. Stay here, he shouted, activating quite a few high-ranked divine items. Still, even he was met by a wall of skeletons. A strange skull watched him coldly, a dead expression in its empty eye sockets. Legendary spell, skeletal wall. It's said to be so powerful even legendary paladins need to hack at it hundreds of times to deal with it. Benedict recognized the origins of this wall. Unable to suppress his injuries any longer, he spat out a few large mouthfuls of blood. He rejected attempts to help him along, now looking like a ravenous wolf in winter. A high-ranked legendary necromancer. Use this to identify and trace him. Although he said that, Benedict knew full well that powerful necromancer had very long lives. Some even just turned into liches, and it was unclear how many of them were hiding in the corners of the world. It would be a mere fantasy if one wanted to determine the identity of this one. Besides, with how things were, what was the point even if they did find out? Damn it! Damn it! At the end, the bishop could only let out an angry growl like that of an injured animal, unable to do anything more. In a different location. The little bit of Mailer's avatar that Lei Lin had deliberately let off streaked through the skies like a shooting star, breaking through a few seals to reach the outer planes. However, just as it was about to return to his true body in his divine realm, the beast wasteland, he was suddenly grasped by a palm. It continued to snarl, evidently frantic as if in peril. Divine force rippled forth, but dissipated like a cool breeze in front of the hand. Quiet. A discontent voice sounded, seeming to carry with it the power of laws. Every single movement of the hand seemed to be paired with a vast divine force, causing Mailer's avatar to immediately cease all movement. I never thought there would be someone in the prime material plane able to intercept Mailer's avatar. The weave rippled, and a goddess with star-like eyes descended to look at the person who'd grasped the avatar in his hands. Although there were surprises in our plan, it's still under our control. The god that rendered Mailer's avatar unable to fight back looked rather strange. He wore ordinary warrior clothing, and looked incomparably haggard. His eyes were lined with blood, and he was missing his right hand. He looked like an old veteran whose will was still strong. However, he'd still managed to grab Mailer's slime-like avatar with his remaining one. The avatar was completely unable to move. This was Tyr, the greater god of justice and the protector of all paladins. Alright, Mistress Weave. Let us see to Mailer, Tyr spoke slowly, following Mistra to the outer regions of Mailer's divine realm. Once they arrived at this place, the golden sphere that was Mailer's avatar seemed to grow more emotional. Loud howls echoed from within the divine realm. Now, Mailer. Swear to the sticks that you won't take part in our battle with the Orcish gods, and you will have your avatar back. Silvery Moon will also acknowledge the current boundaries in land and let the Black Blood tribe remain in the Moonwood. The weave trembled, sending the goddess words into the divine realm. Mailer's roars quietened down for a while, but he did not walk outside. Being a beast did not mean he was a fool. The god of justice was right outside. If he dared walk out, Tyr would definitely annihilate him. Mistra would probably be happy to see this happen. Hence, Mailer resolutely hid in his divine realm, occasionally releasing a few animalistic howls that were hard to understand. Of course, for the gods, understanding each other's thoughts was very simple. A long while later, Tyr nodded and sent Mailer's avatar into his realm, and then left the realm with the goddess of the weave. Alright. Mailer's side is taken care of. Thank you for your help, Mistra told Tyr. With our divine force, it would be a simple task to break into Mailer's realm, kill him, and send his true soul to the astral plane. Tyr began to speak. He's still a true god after all. Now that a war between the gods can erupt at any time, we shouldn't waste too much divine force. Besides, while Mailer is someone who works alone, I know that he has dealings with the gods of fury. The explanation rendered him quiet. Even the god of justice had to learn to compromise. Had he not, he would long since have fallen. The preparations in the mortal world are almost done. While those legendaries have their own plans, I have it under control. All sorts of images flashed in front of Mistra, revealing recent events. Now that the attack on the avatar is done, the battle between legendaries should start soon. When the time comes, I'll send my divine weapon down. It will challenge the possessor of the Thunder God's hammer, Saladin. Tyr reiterated their previous agreement. Justice will definitely triumph over evil. The mighty wills of the various universes came to this decision, and I now say this representing the suffering commoners of the North. The god's eyes seem to pass through time and space, seeing everything. Divinity, massacre. Quiet spatial turbulence was stirred as a crack opened up between planes. Fierce elemental energy surged through it, annihilating everything in its way. A floating city stood tall in this region, as if a powerful fortress that was indestructible and eternal. Only after entering the ghost city did Lei Lin heave a sigh of relief. Welcome home, Master. Shaylin, the fairy who was like a housekeeper, appeared to greet Lei Lin. Only this place had arcane spell formations that rendered him immune to the spying of the gods, as well as other divination spells. Once he tossed his coat to an attending golem, Lei Lin turned to the skeleton lich Ilio. "You did well. It is my honor to serve master." Ilio pressed his right fist to his chest as he spoke. He was in his crystal skeleton formed, but he was wearing something akin to a black suit. The clothing formed a vile harmony with the skeleton. Although he knew Ilio wasn't speaking from the bottom of his heart, Lei Lin felt it was enough for the lich to act upon his commands. Sensing the immense power of the god of the hunt, he'd contacted the necromancer through his phylactery, commanding him to stay concealed and ready to act at any time. It seemed like the lich truly was experienced. His grasp of time and usage of skills was split-second perfect. If not for the coincidental suppression of the ghost city and the phylactery, Lei Lin definitely wouldn't have been able to deal with him. "You won't be recognized by others, will you?" Lei Lin asked without choice. Skeleton Lich Ilio was a name synonymous with trouble and death in the prime material plane, and in recent times his name had even been connected with the ghost city. "Please don't worry, master. What I used were common death-type spells, and I even left behind little details that might point to other liches." Ilio's skeleton snickered. "If they really did try to pursue me using the clues I left behind, I'm sure it would make for an extremely interesting situation." Seeing his expression, Lei Lin could not help but mourn for the paladins. He sent him away, and turned to the fairy. Shaylin immediately flew to his shoulder, beginning an incessant report. "I've been working hard to help manage the ghost city ever since you left, master. That lich has been diligent as well, and the city is now restored." Shaylin was once the intellectual core of the ghost city. Once its owner had died, she'd managed it independently for tens of thousands of years, and she was obviously very practiced in matters like this. Lei Lin nodded along as she spoke. Time was now on his side. With the restoration of the ghost city complete, it finally began resuming its usual operations. The mice energy core was stockpiling energy, and soon enough it would regain the powerful ability to match up to the gods. "Good. Bring me to the core restriction room, and prepare 20% of the mice energy core reserves for use. Additionally, get me the arcane energy powder and golem rainbow crystal from the storehouse." Lei Lin looked at the large green web in his hands. It was now time to deal with Mailer's avatar. Still, this was the avatar of a god and could have some hidden abilities. It was best to be on the safe side and absorb him in the floating city. "Even if I let some of it get away, the divine force and divine will here, as well as the information on domains should be enough for me to refine a trace of divinity in massacres." He brought Mailer's avatar to the core restriction room, and once all defenses were operated he revealed the avatar's true form within the web. It was currently a large pool of golden gelatinous matter, an unmoving huge slime that seemed dead. "While I did give him some rough treatment, it shouldn't be to this extent." Lei Lin shook his head. "Perhaps the most fundamental divine will and conscience is still waiting in there, ready to devour me." Compared to the god's inconceivable strength, even a high-ranked legendary's soul seemed fragile. Many people had been deluded into thinking they could absorb divinity in the prime material plane, but they were instead absorbed by the gods and turned into avatars. Some were indeed lucky enough to succeed, but they experienced a great change in their temperaments and turned into lunatics. "What a pity. Your plans will not come to fruition." Lei Lin touched the semi-solid divine force on the ground with his finger. "Is the origin conscient of a mere beast trying to swallow me?" In the instant that Lei Lin's mind and the avatar's conscience made contact, the image of a terrifying giant serpent flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. Having absorbed the power of the nightmare-absorbing physique, the Targaryen seemed to have reached a more inconceivable level. It even seemed to echo within the world of gods, and its strength continued to grow. Sensing this conscience, the pile of slime quickly shrunk back. Yet, Shaylin was prepared and restrained it, leaving it with nowhere to go. Lei Lin took hold of it, and powerful devouring strength exploded forth from his body. "It has begun." Lei Lin closed his eyes, beginning the contest between their conscience and the transformation of divinity. There was little to say about the battle between conscience. Mailer's avatar couldn't even begin to resist the Targaryen before it was devoured, and he even leaked some information about divine domains. When Lei Lin opened his eyes again, a trace of dark gold divine force twined around his arm. "Is this the power of the divinity of massacres?" Lei Lin looked at the divinity of massacres, which seemed as thin as a hair on one's head. Sounds of slaughter filled his senses the moment his thoughts made contact with it, causing his eyes to redden slightly. This thread of the divinity of massacres contains about 10% of the law of massacres. There's a great amount of divinity, as well as the power of faith from Mailer's followers, Lei Lin identified the components of the threat. Divinity was very important to gods, and even true gods would take some time to recover after a portion of their divinity was cut off. Mailer had lost most of his avatar, so he would likely be in a terrible state right now. Stepping into the realm of the gods using the power of massacres. I like it. Lei Lin laughed slightly. A thread of the divinity pounced forward, fusing with his body seamlessly. The process was simple, he'd long since tamed this thing. Bits of comprehension of the law of massacres emerged in Lei Lin's mind. An intense, qualitative change occurred inside his body at the same time. Beep. Host body beginning to absorb divinity. AI chip upgrading, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded, and what followed was silence. After an unknown period of time, the AI chip's voice sounded once more. Beep. Auxiliary system successfully upgraded. Detected large changes to host body's stats. Recalculating. Afterwards, numerous prompts shot out. Beep. Host has successfully absorbed the divinity of massacres. Has been changed as a life form, transitioning into a divine being. Beep. Host has absorbed divinity. All stats +1. Beep. Host spirit has advanced, Arcanist ranking increased. Currently rank 22. Beep. Analysis of level 7 weave at 100%. Host has unlocked all rank 7 spell models, and will no longer forget spells. No materials needed to cast rank 7 spells. Beep. Host has obtained divine body feat, epic adaptability. Epic adaptability. Divine beings have a great tolerance for various extreme environments. All divine beings can survive in lava and frost, be suffocated, or starve. Note, this feat overlaps with intermediate perfect body, and is now encompassed under it. Lei Lin also found that his stats were refreshed again. Lei Lin fallen. Race, human, divine being, rank 22 Arcanist, legendary. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Vitality, 16. Spirit, 22. Arcane energy, 220 status, healthy. Feats, legendary sturdiness, scholarly, intermediate perfect body, dreamscape vision. Specialties, origin force detection, origin force amplification, illusions. Analysis of weave, level 0 100%, level 1 100%, level 2 100%, level 3 100%, level 4 100%, level 5 100%, level 6 100%, level 7 100%, level 8 87.56%, level 9 57.72%. Spell slots, rank 9, 4, rank 8, 6, rank 7, rank 6, rank 5, rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1. Rank 0. Divine being. A change to my state. Lei Lin looked at his hands. Golden veins appeared under them, and then died down. The progress of analysis has increased as well. With the analysis of level 7 complete, I've met the minimum requirements to cast the legendary rank 12 arcane spell, Kalka's avatar. Lei Lin recalled the powerful model that Distorted Shadow had given to him. It was a terrifying arcane spell that would release all the conscience of the ancient magi, and could steal all of Mystra's strength in an instant and cause her to fall. If this was in the past, Distorted Shadow would definitely have appeared and used all sorts of methods to distort my senses, forcing me to become archenemies with the goddess of the weave and then make his move. A smirk rose about Lei Lin's lips. He was now no longer a pawn to be used as others pleased. While the Weave Goddess Church was slightly hostile to him, they weren't mortal enemies and their differences weren't irreconcilable. Naturally, there was also no need to make any moves yet. Power of divinity. Lei Lin prized free will the most. For its sake, he wouldn't even mind falling out with Distorted Shadow. Besides, after grasping a thread of divinity and becoming a divine being, I'm officially on the way to ascending to becoming a god. I now can sense prayers from followers well and respond to them. While I can't bestow divine spells, this is already quite good. Lei Lin closed his eyes. Even without the boost from his nightmare-absorbing physique, he could sense the countless threads of faith in the air, and it was easy to trace them back to their source. In the north, within Tiff's Viscount territory, in a secret room. Tiff, who was doing his daily prayers, suddenly heard a voice from within his mind, "Dear follower, I am here. I exist within you." Through his spiritual force senses, Tiff felt his prayers connect with a very familiar existence. That feeling immediately caused him to kneel, with tears streaming down his face. Master, feathered serpent god Kukulkan, you are finally awake. This scene occurred in the minds of many followers of Kukulkan. They all began to pray, the power of faith constantly transmitted to Lei Lin through the weave and absorbed by his massacre divinity. Next is to spread faith and nurture my divinity, before attempting to ignite my god fire. A fire seemed to blaze in Lei Lin's eyes. The feeling of accepting faith is similar to the power of domains. Is this the massacre domain? Lei Lin commanded, AI chip. Beep. Mission established. Host has obtained partial information on the massacre domain. Beginning simulations. After obtaining the massacre divinity, the respective domain ability has awakened, but this would require large amounts of the power of faith and my own comprehension to coordinate. Lei Lin stroked his chin, eyes flashing as he pondered. Domains were God's true assets. Only through them could gods connect with the faith of their followers, and then transform that strength for their use. Lei Lin now had only made contact with the surface layer of the massacre domain, and even the AI chip was still unable to digitize it. After all, the massacre divinity was not his own. Only after he had a better understanding of the law of massacre could he truly grasp this domain. When that time came, the AI chip should be able to digitize information regarding the domain. Lei Lin stood up slowly, and with his breaths, a powerful gust of wind blew in the secret room and struck a steel plate. It began to buzz. How strong have I become after absorbing the divinity? Lei Lin raised his arm, and a water screen appeared, showing a reflection of his figure on the bright layer of water. He was still tall and had a good posture, his golden curls matching with deep blue eyes like the sea to create the most standard image of a noble youth. However, Lei Lin now noticed a very hazy golden luster from his body from the corner of his eye. This layer was very weak, and without paying much attention to it, it could be overlooked. Also, Lei Lin stared at his eyes. In the depths of the deep blue eyes, traces of gold flickered. Is this what happens after taking in divinity? Lei Lin stroked his chin. In a few years, I'll be able to conceal this entirely after I've adapted to the power of divinity. However, I don't have that much time. Shaylin. Move the floating city towards the outer sea regions of Dambrath. Putting on a purplish gold wizard robe with star patterns on it, Lei Lin issued the order. With his will, the entire ghost city began to rumble. Amidst the elemental turbulence on the outer plains, it began to charge towards the surrounding space of Dambrath. On the way, all obstructions to the floating city were crushed into powder. The gods. The north. Humph. No matter what plots you have, what can you do to me if I leave? Sitting at the control area, Lei Lin sneered. The reason he had come to the north was to obtain Mailer's divinity. Since his goal was met and he sensed the situation in the north, when was a better time to leave than now? Making a decision when it was time to was one of the reasons that Lei Lin could survive to this day. While there were immense benefits to be taken in the north, Lei Lin had offended two greater gods' churches. How would he dare stay on? But the god of justice and we've goddess churches are preoccupied with helping Illustrial regain her kingdom, which is why most of their power will be concentrated in the north. The possibility of them making trouble for me is at a minimum. But Tiff will be in trouble. Lei Lin's eyes flashed, but that's only something I've done at leisure. There's little to hang on to there. At this thought, Lei Lin immediately made a prophecy using Tiff's thread of faith. Immense danger will arrive soon. Bring all forces and preparatory priests away from the north and head to the outer seas of Dambrath. Immense danger. Is it the church? Tiff looked solemn as he began to pray, God. You are the master of everything. I shall carry out your will. What's wrong, darling? The mistress looked at Tiff next to her, evidently worried. While they had shared a bed for many years, she still felt that this person was like a stranger. It's nothing much. I'm leaving. Tiff ruthlessly got up and put on clothes. You can leave with me, or stay behind to manage the land. While she was still stunned, Tiff had already left the room. What came next was a huge ruckus. For Lei Lin, the land and wealth in the north were things that could be given up on. Only the seedlings of priests that had been painstakingly nurtured were the most important and could not be abandoned. Tiff understood Lei Lin and had the batch of loyal priest seedlings to leave as quickly and safely as possible from the north. As they had left quickly and resolutely, all that the two churches had after they could react were only the things that Tiff had abandoned. They had no clue of what they had let escape. Lei Lin had left without a sound and returned the same way. Besides Ernest, Baron Jonas and a few others, the people on the land did not even know that this legendary wizard young master had left and returned in secret. For ordinary people, it was common for wizards to stay in their towers for a year and a half and not show themselves. After greeting his parents and mentor, Lei Lin had no plans to care for the land and instead, stayed within the wizard tower. All these tasks were settled by his men. All he had to do now was amass the power of faith and train his divinity, all this to ignite his god flames and become a god. Within the wizard tower, a layer of distorted massacre domain expanded. Lei Lin wore loose wizard robes, meditating as he felt the threads of faith in this territory. It might be because he was within the territory itself with many people protecting him, but the threads of faith were even more distinct than before. The massacre domain expanded, allowing him to have a better understanding of this great domain power. The massacre domain should grow through constant battles and nurturing through taking lives. I even have a terrible premonition that this massacre domain can steal all life energy, which means, the more I kill, the more powerful my main body gets. Lei Lin looked at the AI chip, getting another prompt that said, obtained information regarding massacre domain. In Lei Lin's opinion, he would soon be able to control and digitize the true domain soon. Tiff and the rest should arrive soon. What's next is to find a place for a massacre and nurture the divinity in my body. Lei Lin stroked his chin and pondered. Based on his senses, if his divinity value was at 1 now, it had reached 1.1 after absorbing much the power of faith. I obtained the massacre divinity before, but that's only an introduction and medium. After passing through this threshold, I can transform the power of faith and boost my own divine force. Lei Lin seemed to understand something. Whether his divinity had power was another matter altogether. Before he had become a divine being, it would have been impossible to communicate with his followers and absorb their faith without help from the nightmare-absorbing physique. With divinity, he could do this as well as transform faith, thus making preparations to ignite god flames. It's best to comprehend the domain of massacre while spreading the source of faith. Is this, conquering? Lei Lin sank into deep thought. Where do I find a large unconquered land and not attract the attention of the gods? The prime material world had basically been divided by the gods already. There wasn't much more territory left. Even if Lei Lin was willing to head to Karen's hometown, the Dark Region, he would still need to seize faith from Ross and a large number of underground gods. Most importantly, they were all true gods, and it was impossible for him to go against them. I'll need to make my choice carefully. Tiff and the rest are going to reach soon, so I should settle them down first and have them mix with the commoners on the land. I'll make my mind after fully unearthing the potential of this territory. With the current circumstances, Lei Lin could only plan things this way. Empire. Waves splashed into the side of a majestic warship, yet it didn't falter at all. It stood tall like a mountain or reef braving the wind and waves, advancing into the depths of the outer seas. The ship was flying the flag of a scarlet skull and dagger. Numerous others followed behind it, with fierce cannons and countless pirates on board. Even the largest of merchant groups would be scared out of their wits at this sight. This fleet was that of the Scarlet Tigers, the organization that controlled the outer seas of Dambrath. The Scarlet Tigers had the best of the best, with over 100 large warships and more than 5,000 men. With their several expansions, the Scarlet Tigers seemed to have bitten off more than they could chew. However, with Tiff and the other elites joining from the north, a powerful pirate fleet was formed that rivaled the Imperial Navy. I never expected the native empire to actually exist. Isabel was on the bow of the Scarlet Tiger, her legendary red dragon sword hung at her waist. She emitted a faint draconic aura, her bloodthirsty eyes staring pointedly into the horizon. The memory of her time on Nightmare Island was still fresh in her mind. She'd been made a fool of by the natives there, and now she'd obtained information regarding their empire through repeated attacks on native tribes. Having determined their location, she was planning to deal them a huge blow. But I never thought Cousin Lei Lin would agree to this. He even came here himself. Isabel looked towards the ship's hold, seeming serious. Is this for faith, to become a god? Is a god going to be born out of our family? In the past, Isabel didn't have the guts to think of such blatant blasphemy. However, things were different now. Lei Lin had performed miracle after miracle, cementing his cousin's confidence in him. In addition, Isabel had been able to sense the power of divinity on Lei Lin's body. My cousin will successfully become a god. All who stand in his way will be killed, regardless of their identity. Isabel reached for the hilt of her sword, her mind made up. The somber atmosphere caused all the surrounding pirates to shiver in fear as they glanced at their leader. Once she'd become a dragon warlock, Isabel had completely suppressed the demonification of her body. Dragon King's mystic might had even allowed her to cross the threshold of the legendary realm. Her title in the outer seas had changed. She was no longer the Scarlet Witch, instead the daughter of the Red Dragon. Along with Lei Lin, she was one of the two main forces in charge of the outer seas, on one the surface and the other in the shadows. All the other organizations knew of their backgrounds, and were obviously fearful. Lei Lin could sense Isabel's conviction. Sitting quietly in the captain's room, he couldn't help but chuckle. A conviction formed out of love. Lei Lin nodded as he sensed an extremely thick string of fate. Learning of his ambitions for godhood and that he'd already obtained a thread of divinity, Isabel had become one of Lei Lin's worshippers. She even began to spread the faith of the winged serpent god Kukulkan amongst the pirates, and even if Lei Lin wasn't a match for the gods of the storms or the like, her methods caused a portion of the pirates to change their faith. What surprised Lei Lin more was that Isabel's faith for him was extremely firm and zealous. Albeit slightly, it was even more sturdy than Tiff's. Lei Lin knew for sure that if he'd become a god already she would be a devout follower of his. Lei Lin sensed the faith of the other pirates, and could only smile wryly. I'd be lucky to have even one with such a firm conviction as her. Although Isabel was doing all she could to assist him, Lei Lin was still only a divine being. He could only answer the prayers of his followers, not grant them divine spells. He wasn't competitive at all with the true gods, or even false gods, demigods, or devils. Worshippers were bright, after all. Why would they invest effort into someone who couldn't give them anything? If not for Isabel using her position and doing everything in her power to promote this faith, the religion of the winged serpent god would have failed terribly. I need to give my worshippers some real benefits as soon as possible. I should become a demigod and bestow divine spells to them, but I'll also need to give them material compensation. This is the principle of equal exchange. Lei Lin suddenly had a revelation. The path of faith in the world of God still followed the Magi's principles of equal exchange. Worshippers provided their faith, and in return the god promised to receive their souls after death, taking them into their divine kingdom. They would also provide shelter, divine spells, and other things. In essence, the thread of faith was a contract between God and man. Of course, even the Magi's concept of equal exchange did not necessitate that the things traded were of equal value objectively. The two parties just had to find the traded items that valuable. That concept allowed the gods to pay less than their worshippers offered up. This was the only way for them to accumulate divine force and increase their power. Sadly, these days the churches were growing more competitive. The gods had to give in greater amounts to obtain more and better followers. This internal competition caused wasteful consumption of divine force. On top of that, there were devils and demons stealing their food. This is the sorrow of the gods. As their foundations are with the mortals, they can never abandon the faith in the prime material plane. Gods whose faith has been lost will gradually die out, and their eternity is but an unrealistic rosy view, Lei Lin sighed. Although this path was powerful, it was so limiting it wasn't worth him immersing himself in it. This body was only a clone, while the original walked the path of the ancient warlocks. This had never changed. That was strength that truly belonged to him, and Lei Lin knew this very well. Of course, the path of faith was the most compatible with the rules of the world of gods, and there were many areas of it he could learn from. Clone as he was, this Lei Lin did not hesitate in his attempt at godhood. After pondering the contract between gods and humans, Lei Lin focused on other matters. But even I didn't expect that just as I was trying to find a place to expand my faith and comprehend the domain of massacre, the native empire suddenly emerged. Could the world origin force be helping me in hopes that I succeed? What kind of joke is this? He'd originally planned to conquer another territory to boost his relationship with his worshippers, comprehending the massacre domain and disseminating his faith. The information about the native empire had been a huge surprise. Although there were legends and rumors about the native empire in the outer seas, Isabel had now found a number of safe shipping routes. It seemed too much of a coincidence, so Lei Lin smelled something fishy. To the conscience of the gods, a Magus like him was an intruder and their arch-nemesis. Why would they try to help him? It would be more normal if he was being hunted down. What's with this situation? Could it be that the world will treat me as a complete native after reincarnation, and is trying to get me on its side? Or is it in such deep sleep that it doesn't react to the matters of the world anymore? Maybe this is to balance power. Have the gods' goals deviated from that of the world will, and they're betraying it? Numerous possibilities flashed in Lei Lin's mind, and were simulated by the AI chip to find any possible changes in the future. There are many changes in the future. But I can't go wrong with grasping the present. After planning for a long time, Lei Lin sighed, whatever it is, occupying the native empire and comprehending the massacre domain amidst constant slaughter is key. I need to spread my faith afterwards as well. At this thought, Lei Lin sent out a divine call. Master. A moment later, Tiff's figure emerged from the shadows without a sound or any trace of energy undulations. Have you met Isabel? You will work with her in the future, and spread faith of me in the native empire. A golden ray flashed in his eyes. I've seen her. If Master already has such power in the outer seas, the native empire will not be a problem for you. Tiff spoke reverently. He was actually rather surprised that Lei Lin had a legendary sorcerer under him, and rather relieved. He obviously did not dare to be negligent when it came to Lei Lin's divine orders. Watching Tiff's figure disappear, Lei Lin nodded inside. Tiff's retreat from the north had gone quite well. While he had lost a few helpers in the process, they were outer powers that did not know their true secrets. The group of acolytes that Lei Lin prized the most successfully reached the outer seas, giving Lei Lin the confidence to declare war on the native empire. After all, faith could provide unimaginable effects when one was invading and occupying another territory. This war could be said to be a selection and training for the priests. With Lei Lin's foresight, he would definitely be able to discover a large number of people who would form the sturdy foundations for his church in the future. He had two legendaries in Isabel and Tiff, as well as an experienced army. They were being led by a divine being in himself, and on top of that they had the continuous support of the fallen family. This was what Lei Lin was counting on. He'd basically sent out all his elites for this battle, his ambition evidently not something a mere fief with a small population could satisfy. DeBank's Island. An intense military discussion was taking place within the captain's room of the Scarlet Tiger. There were few participants. Lei Lin, who was in charge, naturally sat at the front, with Isabel and Tiff by his side. At Isabel's side were Robin Hood, Ronald, Karen, and the other leaders of the pirates. Next to Tiff was the organization Lei Lin had run in the north. This included devil worshippers and real devils. Even if they concealed it, their aura still caused the pirates to feel a sense of danger and unease. Next to the devil followers were a few priests, higher-ups with grim faces. These priests were seeds that Lei Lin had nurtured. Although they were young, they were already beginning to show merciful and kindly traits, and did not seem to be compatible with the devils. However, they still sat together, which created a rather interesting atmosphere. These two groups were meeting for the first time, and could not help but size each other up curiously. These were all Lei Lin's elite forces, as well as the fledgling form of his future church and army. They were also the capital Lei Lin was using on an expedition to the native empire, and he naturally had to integrate them well. After the long self-introductions were completed, Lei Lin coughed softly. Immediately after, the area went quiet. Isabel, present the situation over there. In official settings, Lei Lin always called Isabel by her name, and would still do the same after becoming a god. For eternal gods, blood relations and whatever else was pointless. The only interest was in eternity. The native empire was found by a group of pirates under me. It is on a large island with an area of about the size of 2 or 3 Dambrath kingdoms. The surroundings of the island is always filled with dangerous gales and ocean currents. There is only a slight period of time every year that ships can successfully sail past, which is why contact with the outer world is at a minimum. My underlings now have a clear idea of the patterns of the currents and have created an accurate shipping route. For the pirates under Isabel, identifying ocean currents and shipping routes were fundamental skills. For the pirates whose lives depended on the skies, their abilities in navigation and techniques in determining their location based on the stars far exceeded that of ordinary merchant ship navigators and sailors. As the greatest captain in the outer seas, Isabel naturally had many talented people at her disposal. After determining the location, determining the shipping route was simple with some time and many tests at the cost of lives. HSS. Isabel's speech immediately had gasps sounding from Tiff's side. The size of 2 or 3 Dambrath kingdoms. That area is akin to like a small continent already. The Dambrath kingdom has a population roughly made up of 1 million people. At the most conservative estimate, the native population that we have to face is over 2 million. How frightening. Such a simple ratio immediately resulted in uneasy looks on some pirates' faces. After all, they had less than 10,000 men, and yet had to fight enemies that numbered hundreds more than them. If not for having an advantage in possessing ships and a route, they would long since have had thoughts of escaping. Quiet. Tifa yelled. Are you trying to humiliate yourselves in front of Master? Or is your mind that weak? Such a strict questioning and his status as a legend immediately caused everyone to quieten down. While there are many natives, that doesn't mean much. You'll know how things are once we get on shore. Leyland nonchalantly waved his arms. Even in Leyland's previous world during the Age of Discovery in the West, when the colonialists had taken over North and South America, they had conquered all the tribes and the kingdoms there with just hundreds or even tens of people. With thousands of criminals, pirates and many others, they had taken over the whole continent. It was then discovered by someone akin to a hero. Similar to Cortés, who used just 1,000 people and took over the Aztec Empire with a population of 15 million people in 5 years. In Leyland's eyes, the native empire was not much different from the Aztec Empire in his original world, a backward civilization full of savagery and ignorance. With advancements in civilization and technology, conquering a civilization that seemed huge but was actually oversized and backward was basically no different from killing a fat pig. No matter how terrible the continent was, it was still better than the natives who used wooden spears and did not even have clothing. Most importantly, with a god like Leyland working, was there a chance of failure? As a divine being, Leyland had an invisible, powerful infectious aura. After seeing how confident he was, the fears of the rest of the people died down. After seeing how the situation had turned out, Leyland nodded and allowed Isabel to continue introducing the situation with the native empire. Based on our usual practices, I call this newly discovered island the Debanks Island. It is now known that there is a native empire at the very center which they call Sacartes, which means the sun that never falls. That takes up most of the plains on the island. The population is about 1.5 million people, and around the Sacartes Empire, there are a few tribes. Most are subservient to the Sacartes, and amongst them, there are some wars. Altogether, there should be about 500,000 or 600,000 people there. Isabel evidently valued this intel-gathering job and had even been able to gain such definite numbers about the Sacartes Empire, which was pretty god. While already mentally prepared, some still gasped after hearing that they would be declaring war on about 2 million people. That's nothing, you brainless things. Those aren't 2 million enemies but, in my opinion, 2 million healthy slaves. There's also countless treasures and fertile land. Isabel smirked at how her subordinates were acting and exclaimed coldly, sounding condescending. The rest of the pirates remembered the frail natives and reacted. What they used to do was take the natives as slaves. They obviously knew that just using blades would scare the natives into subservience, and they would not resist no matter how they were flogged. Sometimes, just one supervisor would be enough to manage hundreds of native slaves. After disregarding the numbers, the pirates finally reacted, feeling vastly superior to them. Exactly. Those natives are so frail. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, we don't have to declare war on all of them at once. We can work from the surrounding tribes and subdue a few groups to work for us and let them kill themselves. Ronald spoke in a low voice, the moment we conquer such a large land, or even just 10% of it, all of you will be able to obtain unimaginable amount of wealth and even become nobles who have land. Pirates had always been living with their lives on the line. After hearing something so tempting, their breathing began to get rough while their eyes became bloodshot. That's right. As a marquis, my family has the authority to confer titles. When the time comes, I definitely won't be stingy. Leyland made his promise then, which immediately had the pirates cheering. Being able to turn from the most lowly pirates to nobles. That temptation was enough for the pirates to work torturously for. At Tiff's side, the people started to get a little restless. After all, clerical members needed to eat and drink, as well as have safe and comfortable lives. Taking over the native empire and providing faith to our master is also a divine order. Tiff grimly announced. For our master. The rest began to pray devoutly. After knowing each other, everyone left the room in succession, leaving only Tiff and Isabel behind. It doesn't matter if there are 10 times more natives than us, but... Has Master ever thought about the possibility of them being protected by gods? Tiff looked solemnly as he asked. This was also what Leyland had been trying his best to avoid. I also wanted to warn you about this. In the few native tribes of the outer seas, their faith totems. Some were even comparable to legends or demigods. Isabel spoke seriously. From their point of view, no matter how useless the natives could be, they could still have 1 or 2 true gods. That would be terrible. After all, Leyland was now merely a divine being. The cruelty of divine battles could be experienced from many historical poems and poetic sagas. You don't have to worry about this. The Debanks Island does have a few native religions and divine beings, but at most, there's only a half-god and not a true one. On top of that, the gods of the continent have no interest in the faith of the natives. Lei Lin guaranteed. When it came to gods, he obviously was the one with the most right to say this. Upon hearing this, Isabel and Tiff relaxed. True gods were a large gap from him, but the difference between a divine being and half-god was not so big. If the difference was not so large, they would still have courage to risk their lives. As for how Lei Lin knew about this, Isabel and Tiff sensibly did not ask more questions, since gods always had their own secrets. Lei Lin too had no intention to share his plans. After they left, Lei Lin went to the bottom of the hold of the ship and saw a group of native slaves cowering in fear. In preparations for this expedition, these natives would be the translators and communicators. This would reduce the natives' hatred of this colonial invasion. Contamination. AI chip, show me the schematic from the Soul research. Lei Lin seemed to have no reaction to the natives' fear. A wave of the hand had a wizened old man approach him, and he pressed his palm into the old man's head with a glint in his eyes. Time passed, and the man's expression warped quickly. There was happiness and suffering, but mostly confusion. The rest of the natives backed off as they watched this god bestow gifts upon him. In their point of view, the leader of the slaves and the supervisor were both amazing people. As for Lei Lin, who headed thousands of pirates and had several hundred large ships in his possession, he far surpassed their tribal chiefs or priest elders. Perhaps the only thing that could compare to him were their totems. Beep. Soul schematic analysis completed. Beginning comparison, the AI chip projected a colored image in front of Lei Lin, comparing the native soul to that of a regular person. A few darker regions were specifically marked out. Putting the now useless lab rat down, Lei Lin returned to his bedroom alone. Large amounts of data flashed across his eyes, and he began to turn serious. As expected, there's something wrong with the native souls. A long time ago, Lei Lin had discovered an extremely interesting phenomenon. None of the native tribes in the outer seas believed in any true gods. This was something unthinkable. The gods were so thirsty for faith that they wouldn't even leave strange creatures and mud beasts alone. Why would they abandon these intelligent natives? Even if their souls weren't even a tenth as strong as that of a commoner from the mainland, the gods still understood that little things would add up. However, of all the tribes that Lei Lin had attacked, the natives all believed in natural spirits and totems, and there was no appearance of the gods from the mainland at all. The only explanation for this would be that there was some flaw in their power of faith, which left the gods with no choice but to give up on them and treat them as trash. They allowed the natives to do as they wished, and even if they knew of the large native empire they didn't bother with it. With large amounts of research and comparisons, as well as with his own abilities as a divine being, Lei Lin had finally touched upon the secret. This spirit. The problem isn't exactly internal. It's actually contaminated. Lei Lin was now solemn. On top of that, this mutation is familiar, with the mark of arcane and Magus spells. It reaches the depths of their genes, and has been passed on generation after generation. In essence, the power of faith was just soul energy that was dispersed when worshippers reached an emotional peak during their prayers or ceremonies, full of fervor. Using their domains and divine sparks, the gods absorbed this specific soul energy and turned it into divine force. There was no essential difference between lesser and greater gods either. It was the same process. What happens if we absorb this mutated soul force? AI chip, simulate the absorption of the native's power of faith, Lei Lin commanded, stroking his chin with his interest peaked. Beep. Mission established. Beginning simulations. Preparing model, large amounts of data flashed by Lei Lin's eyes, giving form to a scenario. The statue of Malor from before had been enshrined around a native altar, the rest of the natives worshipping it. Visible only to divine beings, power of faith rippled as it gathered at the stone statue. There was no change to the statue at the beginning, and his divine force increased in strength. However, a decade later the statue began to grow indistinct. A dark red luster lingered around it, and Malor turned more violent and asked for regular blood sacrifices. A century later, Malor's divine realm exploded amidst his despairing roars. A gigantic ape body fell into the prime material plane, bound securely around the native priests. 5 centuries had passed, and Malor was now a beast with no mind of his own. He had turned into a golden flag, with the figure of an ape on it. I used Malor as the model because I'm more familiar with his divine force, but I never thought this would happen. Once the simulation had passed, Lei Lin fearfully recalled the scene just then. There's definitely something wrong with the native's power of faith. It's greatly contaminated, and can even cause a true god to weaken, eventually even fall to the prime material plane. Combined with the sacrifices, they become bound to the planet, their minds slowly erased until all that's left is pure instinct. Such a miserable thing was no different from suicide. It was no wonder why the gods had forsaken these inhabitants. They lost their holy kingdom, and were banished into this area with their consciousness eroding over time. It's worse than confinement. The power of their faith is contaminated, but it's a hereditary thing that they simply can't change. Lei Lin pondered over the issue. Since that's the case, I don't have to worry about other gods meddling if I enact my plans on this kingdom. However, I'll have to bear the burden all on my own. Although the worship of these inhabitants was lacking, and the spirits they bound weren't as powerful as gods, a demigod who assimilated with those spirits could become comparable to gods. The totemic demigods would be that strong. Of course, once they left their area, the power of these demigods would fall drastically. No matter what, there is a chance here. A huge one. Leyland's eyes flashed as countless possible scenarios unfolded in his mind. All that was left was to bring them to reality. However, the incompleteness and contamination of these spirits still makes me uneasy. If I don't understand them completely, Lei Lin recalled several samples of these totems, his divine conscience delving deep into the genes where the ancient memories were located. There was a fire on the battlefield, floating cities crashing into the ground like meteorites. The Arcanists, who were always intelligent and far-sighted, who controlled all the truth in the world, were now being slain. Their murderers. The gods. The last remaining Arcanists of Netheril cried out in hatred and anguish, the spark of the arcane spells of mice will never cease. We will never yield. Multiple memory fragments were revealed to Lei Lin, and even with his power he could only process a small portion of them. However, the information divulged from even that small portion was enough to move him. So these people are actually immigrants from the Netheril era. Lei Lin gasped. He'd previously seen other people from the Netheril era before, like Helen. Although it was a rather miserable thing to see them run and hide for their lives, they were living in heaven compared to these people. Who'd have guessed that the progressive and cultured Netherese have been reduced to such a state over tens of thousands of years? They're called barbarians and fools, some even captured and turned into slaves. Lei Lin sighed inwardly. He could now understand what had happened before. The gods had been displeased with the fearless research of the Netherese Arcanists, and it had eventually led to war. They began to kill what looked like all living Arcanists, and most of the floating cities crashed into oblivion. The Netherese civilization had crumbled in a day. It was at this moment that a group of Netherese had gathered. They likely wished to resist the enslavement of the gods, and were resolute in their decision. They swallowed a medicine that caused them to reject the power of faith, the rest unlucky enough to be swept into the high-ranking battle and ending up as collateral damage. In any case, the Netherese had experienced a complete change in spirit, and were now considered venomous to the power of faith, and in turn to the gods themselves. They definitely wouldn't be taken in by the gods, so they escaped across the seas and started reproducing here. During this process, due to the powers of the gods and other backhanded means, these people from the Netherese era had regressed. What was once a renowned and cultured civilization had now turned into a group of barbaric and foolish tribals. If my guess is correct, the ancestors of these natives turned into barbarians after rejecting the power of faith. This had stopped them from finding even one god to turn to. How pitiful. Lei Lin felt the anguish of losing a whole civilization from the bottom of his heart. His eyes turned red. However, since matters have turned out like this, hand over your blood, tears, hatred, and your power of belief, everything. The gods may not have been able to resolve the issue, but Lei Lin could circumvent it. His ancient nightmare-absorbing physique could absorb emotion itself, and the emotions of millions of people would definitely grant him power to rival gods. Of course I have to keep a low profile about this. At least before I begin my ascension, the ability to make use of these inhabitants' power of faith shouldn't be divulged. Lei Lin rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. The number of secrets he was hiding continued to grow. I'll have to devise a meticulous plan. Fortunately, D-Bank Islands is a solitary one, with almost zero contact with the mainland, so there's a chance to keep information from leaking. Flame Bird. Hundreds of towering warships glided across the outer seas, making for a magnificent sight. However, it wasn't so beautiful to the one in charge of the long voyage. There were 5,000 men to feed and take care of, which was a huge problem on the seas. On top of that there was the restlessness, and the disease that constantly crept up on Lei Lin's men. Fortunately the crew were originally pirates of the Scarlet Tiger, so they could handle such long-distance sailing. Tiv himself had dispatched the acolytes under him to each and every ship, boosting the morale of the men. Without holy magic to aid them, it was a very big test. Lei Lin was on the deck of the flagship, looking out at the boundless sea. He breathed a light sigh. Our food and water supplies are depleting quickly. This long-distance war is really a huge gamble. Fortunately, we are able to reach to Banks Islands before our stock runs out. A flush of red appeared on Isabel's face, a rare sight. Being the captain of the Scarlet Tigers for so many years had killed that elegant young lady. She was now a pirate, filled with savagery and deceit. Only when she was with Lei Lin like now would she reveal a part of her girly side. Are we depending to seize supplies upon reaching the shores? That might not be the safest method. Hearing Isabel's surprised words, Lei Lin shook his head. We have a limited number of men. Each of them is extremely precious, so we can't make senseless sacrifices. Even in Leyland's previous world, it was difficult to win wars after a period of travel. What are you thinking of? Isabel looked at him. He'd already drawn out a navigation map with Banks Island at the center. The drawing scale was somewhat absurd, but it had sufficed. We will first make a detour and circle to this area. Lei Lin pointed at a group of islands beside Banks Island. They were large enough to each have a ruling kingdom, with many smaller islands beside them. You mean to say? So we take down the Chihuahua Islands first, and use them as a supply point? Isabel surmised. Although she had thought of this strategy as well, it required too much time to prepare. Lei Lin had maintained an unhurried pace in front of the pressing situation. Yes. There seems to be a tribe with over 10,000 members here. We could use them as practice to polish the skills of our men. Although both Lei Lin and Isabel were confident in their army's strength, it wasn't possible to establish coordination in a day or two. Lei Lin wanted them to undergo some training. I got it. This sort of slow and steady advance told Isabel how determined Lei Lin was, so she immediately passed down the orders. The Chihuahua Islands were close to Banks Island. The tribe that resided here were vassals of the Sicardi's kingdom, but because of the ocean supporting them they were quite independent. After all, with the unskilled boat crafting abilities that these inhabitants have, chopping up all the trees in the area to make wooden rafts would still not be enough to stage a rebellion. The ruler of this tribe might have had such thoughts, but his elders and priest would have advised him otherwise. Under such a situation, this tribe was still doing fairly alright, compared to the others which had to offer much more tributes to the kingdom. The chief of this tribe, Abesa, was now sheltered and served by his maids who lazily fanned a giant banana leaf, at the same time enjoying the taste of the tropical fruits. Abesa was extremely dark-skinned, and he was extremely obese. Layers of fat could be seen on his body, just like a giant hog. However, his neck was extremely slender. This was the sign of nobility, and several metal piercings were found on his lips. On his face were many oiled markings, which hid his original features. Something has happened. As Abesa enjoyed the service of his maids, an extremely skinny old man dashed in. Oh. My wise priest, what has made you come in such a flurry? The high priest had a heavy smell of incense mixed with lamp oil around him, and he wore a 5-colored feathered crown which the plumes reached the height of 3 meters, the feathers angling in a very dangerous angle. My mighty chief, the king of the Chihuahua Islands, our ancestors' spirits are now enraged, and this needs you to be there personally. The high priest fell and knelt on the ground, sounding serious. The fury of our mighty ancestral soul. Were our sacrifices not enough? When it came to matters like these, Abesa found it difficult to continue enjoying himself. He pushed the maid away, eyes surrounded by puffy skin staring at the high priest. No, I think this is more like a warning. There was a patch of blood on the high priest's forehead, evidently shocked by what had happened. Bring me there. Abesa waved his arms, and a few natives who were like monkeys raised the chair he was sitting on and began to walk. Less than an hour later, all the natives in the tribe seemed to gather as they watched the high priest in the center performing. There was some sort of anesthetic incense and gas burning in the surroundings. As the leader, Abesa donned his ceremonial attire, a cloak formed of 5-colored beast hide, with difficulty. He stood at the front of the procession while the high priest unceasingly danced, body writhing as if he had epilepsy. At the heart of the procession, on a crudely made flag of animal skin, traces of dark red golden lines appeared. Mighty ancestral spirit. What hint do you wish to give us? Abbas knelt, and the rest of the natives followed suit. Rumble. As everyone kowtowed, a huge cloud rose from the heart of the altar. The image of some creature flashed past, releasing a few roars that were difficult to understand. The ancestral spirit is warning us. At this moment, the high priest jumped as if he had obtained some divine enlightenment. At the west side, unprecedented enemies will appear. They will ride steel fortresses on the sea and bring about massacres and death. They are. The high priest foamed at the mouth. What are they? Abbas pulled at the high priest's neck till he turned purplish red, as if about to suffocate to death. They are, the fair-skinned devils. After spitting this out, the high priest fainted. Fair-skinned devils. Abasa rubbed his chin, send down the order. All warriors are to bring pikes and stone blades and wait at the western coast. The vocabulary and experience of natives was limited. Even the chief did not understand what a fair-skinned devil was meant to be. All they knew was that the enemy was coming. Oh! With the encouragement from the ancestral spirit, the sturdy warriors in the tribe completed this task at great speed. Abbas, who guided his subordinates, was full of mettle. I shall skin the scalp of the enemy's leader and hang it on the war to serve as my medal. Our attack seems to have been discovered. Lei Lin, who stood on deck, frowned. Luckily, this is just a small tribe. Of the natural spirits they worship, they are at most only divine beings. Seeing the native warriors at the coastline nearby, Lei Lin spoke, Isabel. Tiff. Here. You'll take over commanding. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just take down the Chihuahua Island. Remember to seal of the sea paths and don't let even one escape. It was naturally best to have news of his invasion not spread for as long as possible. After instructing this, Lei Lin took off, charging toward some divine being. Isabel, who had taken over commanding, drew the red dragon sword in her hand and glanced at the native warriors who had gathered at the coastline disdainfully. They had wooden pikes and stone blades, as well as canoes. Bombard them. Let them see our might. Isabel yelled. The natives were equipped so poorly, and there were less than 2,000 of them. This was like a fat piece of meat being presented to them. Go. The pirates immediately released terrifying howls from the battleship with reddened eyes. A wave of bombs were shot to the native tribe's position. The ferocious explosions as well as terrible cries by his ears left Abbas frozen. Ancient ancestor. This huge fort on the sea, and that godly fire. What have we provoked? Countless warships closed in. Their canoes were already capsizing, and the guards by his side were already yelling as they tried to flee. The chief could not help but release bellows of despair. In the next moment, this old chief had his head chopped off by a blade. Heh! This fat pig is obviously a high-ranked person. I wonder if there are rewards. Along with this voice, the gold and silver accessories on the chief's body disappeared in an instant. Is this the native's guarding spirit? While there's divinity, it has low intelligence. Lei Lin took a look at this divine being that looked like a flaming bird, eyes flashing with light from the AI chip. Your followers are now being massacred by me, and the power of my domain is diminishing. Submit to me, and I can let you live. Lei Lin used his divine will to send a wave of information, but what he got in return was the flaming bird's howl of rage. Chiu chiu. Along with this sharp chirp, a bundle of golden flames enveloped Lei Lin, causing the air around him to distort and rise. Domain of massacre. Humph, what a pig-headed idiot. You haven't even ignited your god fire yet and have the gall to go against me. Lei Lin snorted, and the flames immediately went out. After obtaining divinity, he no longer saw anything in regular divine beings. This divine creature in front of him was merely seeking death. At this thought, Lei Lin looked through the results of the AI chip scan. Totem spirit, flaming bird, divine being. Strength, 15, plus 5, agility, 17, plus 5, vitality, 19, plus 5, spirit, 20, plus 5, possessed feats, 1, domain. In the range of the follower's prayers, the totem spirit will obtain a boost to properties. All stats will increase by 5. 2. Affinity with flames. 3. Holy form, immune to all spells below rank 5. 4. Unknown. While in the range of the follower's prayers, all stats increase by 5. This really is a god similar to earthbound spirits. Lei Lin snickered, is this what you're depending on? Unfortunately. This isn't your time anymore. With the loss of followers, the boost you get from your domain will decrease, which means the optimum opportunity to have you serve under me is now. The boost from the domain would obviously come along with the existence of followers. Now, however, with the pirate army closing in and the young men of the native tribe being massacred, faith was quickly diminishing. The effects from the massacre was trivial. What was worse was that without the totem spirit's protection, the faith of the natives collapsed. In a short period of time, Lei Lin saw the +5 at the end of the stats slowly dim and turn into +4. As the areas they occupied expanded, the numbers went down. Is this faith? So powerful and so pitiful. Lei Lin sighed, noticing the fraud that was totem spirits. If he really could become a true god and bestow divine spells, the followers' faith would not crumble so quickly. Chiu Chiu. Lei Lin actually had plans to subdue this flaming bird totem, since this would be his first guide on the Debanks Island. Unfortunately, the bird had no plans to make use of Lei Lin's kind intentions and used a huge bundle of fire to end the conversation. Flames filled with golden luster struck the region where Lei Lin had been standing, the boiling hot temperatures taking in all the oxygen in the surroundings and created an area like a vacuum. It only has an ability similar to magic and can't make use of the divinity and power of faith in its body well. It's like the instinct of beasts. Lei Lin sighed, the roaring red dragon stuff appearing in his hands then. As he had used Dragon Soul Burn a few times already, the red dragon soul inside had already diminished in size and looked rather dispirited. Dragon Aura Domain. Conical Flames. Now, however, in the face of a legend that was merely a divine creature, Lei Lin did not even need to burn the dragon soul. With a wave of his staff, a powerful dragon aura domain expanded with the dragon aura rippling within. Roar! A red dragon figure appeared above Lei Lin, spewing out unique conical flames at the flaming bird. Such might immediately had the giant flaming bird snarling unceasingly. Rumble! Two huge bundles of flame strived for victory in the air, turning the horizon red. How can such brutish strength contend against me? Lei Lin yelled, conical flames piercing through the flaming bird's golden fire and enveloping it. Chiu Chiu. The enraged howls of the bird could be heard in the flames, but there was something peculiar about the situation. Rumble! All of a sudden, the red dragon's flames exploded into what looked like a red lotus. At the heart of it, the flaming bird did not seem to be injured and instead, even larger. It chirped in its excitement, swallowing the red dragon's flames with large gulps, its golden flames turning crimson. Chiu Chiu. The flaming bird that had assimilated with the red dragon's flames became larger in size, eyes looking human and filled with pride as it flew towards the red dragon figure in the air. Being able to take in the flames? The AI chip should have found out. Is this a unique divine ability? Lei Lin's eyes flashed with wit, are you trying to swallow a legendary dragon soul? In that case, I'll give it to you. Dragon Soul Burning. The dragon soul at the tip of the staff completely withered, body enveloped by translucent flames. With the burning of the dragon soul, the red dragon figure in the air became more solid. Each scale seemed to be more corporeal, and sharp claws held a sharp glint. Roar! The red dragon's large eyes showed intelligence as it collided with the flaming bird all of a sudden. High-pitched dragon howls and bird cries surprised both the natives and pirates on the ground. All of them gazed upwards, watching the battle between the red dragon and flaming bird. Some natives were able to recognize their totem and immediately tossed their weapons aside, beginning to pray right away. What are you standing there in a daze for? Go! A similar dragon aura burst forth, and Isabel drew her red dragon sword from a native soldier with an unknown duty as she berated the pirates loudly. With two legends in charge, strength, great equipment, and having more fighters than enemies, they completely crushed the opponents. The pirate army had now pushed through to the outer regions of the tribe, and the enemies they faced had turned into a group of people acting without structure. There were even appearances from the old, young, female and frail natives. Those who do not surrender are to be killed with no exceptions. With her life as a pirate over so many years, Isabel lacked the pity that regular females had and sent down the command. Those pirates and devil followers that were initially extremely evil carried this out ruthlessly, and perhaps even did this even more cruelly than required. All I can do is to give him all my faith and complete all mortal battles. Isabel's eyes showed her understanding of her position and charged to the depths of the tribal area. Around her, the red dragon's figure and flames followed, making her look like the most beautiful war goddess. Chiu Chiu. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky between legendary beasts reached its conclusion. While the red dragon was of a legendary rank and had its dragon soul burnt, it was a fact that it was already dead and its power was diminished. The giant flaming bird was not only a legendary being but even had divinity. Through several rounds, it had torn off large chunks of soul force from the red dragon's body and even swallowed its flames, causing its golden fire to turn red. Ka-cha. Ka-cha. Asterisk. At the end, as the flaming giant gnawed at the head of the red dragon figure, the crystal with the dragon soul at the tip of Leyland's staff shattered. TSK, after so many uses, the red dragon soul force is completely consumed. Seeing the dragon soul vanishing in front of him, Leyland did not look the least bit surprised. The flaming bird, on the other hand, released an elated chirp and gulped down the red dragon figure while absorbing the flames it possessed. Then again, it's time I changed the core. Leyland's figure ascended till he stood before the flaming bird. After absorbing the dragon soul, its body had become more enormous. A sense of a dragon aura was also being emanated by it as it met Leyland's gaze without fear. There was even desire in its eyes. Oh. Trying to eat me too. Leyland could not help but begin to chuckle after understanding what the bird wanted. It really is a beast. It can only do everything on instinct and doesn't even care if it can digest me. Go crazy, Leyland snapped his fingers, and the flaming bird immediately began to writhe, layers of flames rising as half of the red dragon's head appeared from its body. While being able to assimilate the flames is advantageous for you, you might want to be careful since eating too much could mean you might be assimilated instead. A sinister smile rose by Leyland's lips. As you are now, you are prey truly worthy of being slaughtered after being fattened up. Return. Leyland tossed the roaring red dragon staff in his hands, and it began to soar into the air till it reached the head of the flaming bird. The sharp end of it quickly pierced downwards. Chiu, the large flaming bird could have easily dodged the attack, but it seemed to have gone stupid as it stayed where it was, golden and red flames twining around and eating at it. Shio. The red dragon staff was like a sharp arrow that disappeared through the head of the bird, causing flames and golden blood to spurt everywhere. Chiu, with the large flaming bird's last miserable cries, a huge explosion sounded. The sound first came from its stomach, which then formed a storm that swept the bird within. Leyland stood at the side, watching the large body being torn and devoured by the storm. If all earthbound spirits on the Debanks Island have this level of strength, I have nothing to worry about. However, with the support of the native empire, those earthbound spirits have strength probably similar to demigods. Leyland sighed inside. The pirate allied armies had now killed their way into the inner parts of the native tribes. They began their ruthless massacre of the old, weak and ill, as well as all sorts of atrocious activities. Is this what conquering means? Increasing my strength by massacring continuously. Leyland's eyes showed his bewilderment for a moment, before the AI chip sounded. Beep. Host has killed a divine creature. Obtained partial information on the domain of massacre. Massacre domain model establishing. Beginning digitizing. Beep. Host has grasped domain, massacre. Massacre domain. Obtaining strength by constant massacres. In this environment, host stats increased by 1%, current effect. With a certain probability, host can obtain opponent's soul energy. Host's followers can also obtain boost from Massacre Domain. Conquer. Massacre Domain. Truly powerful. Leyland muttered to himself, you can strip the enemy of their life and soul energy during massacres and quickly recover yourself. Gods also have specific bonuses, and it might increase in power if I kill more powerful existences. The AI chip's prompts continued. Beep. Host has killed a divine being. Massacre Domain has been boosted, absorbing the opponent's divinity. In that instant, Leyland had sensed that he'd absorbed the trace of divinity from the flaming bird, something formed by over a century of worship from the natives. A golden light spread across his body, and with the Massacre Domain in effect its power was transformed into a part of his own. The prophets this time alone have allowed my Massacre divinity to grow greatly. It's worth at least 2 to 3 years of worship. Leyland looked excited. This trip to the outer seas definitely is worth it. Truth be told, the fastest way for a god to advance was to seize divinity, divine force, or even divine spark from battle. However, the native empire as it was now was not valued. The power of faith in these earthbound spirits as well as their divine force had huge flaws, which was why the gods did not set their sights on them. However, Leyland did not fear contamination from the Magi. On top of that, his nightmare-absorbing physique allowed him to naturally absorb the might of these native earthbound spirits without issue. After absorbing the divine force, I'll be able to make use of this large bird's divinity and soul to a great degree. Leyland tapped the crystal on top of the red dragon staff. Chiu. Chiu, dazzling light figured as the red dragon imprisoned within disappeared. In its place was a terrifying large bird, burning with golden red flames. Using a divine being's soul to substitute a legendary dragon soul, that's a pretty good deal," Lei Lin observed the soul of the flaming bird. It was now firmly chained within the crystal, and it cried out in refusal. "Although I've taken the soul already, I still need to forge it into something usable. Until I do that, the red dragon staff needs to be sealed." Lei Lin estimated that once he reforged it, the new red dragon staff, although the name would have to be changed, would be more powerful than a legendary item. As Lei Lin was killing the flaming bird, the flag above the tribe's altar tore. Ferocious flames devoured the totem. The gathered natives cried out in alarm, and their high priest's face warped and twitched before he fell into a dead faint while frothing at the mouth. The other priests and acolytes reacted in the same way. The followers of gods possessed some totemic power, which was what allowed them to communicate with the god and do all sorts of otherwise unimaginable things. However, now that their totem spirit was dead, they would meet a similar fate. The extraction of power that had fused with the body was like the removal of organs from a human. It was no surprise for a few of them to just die. Had they been worshippers of a true god, things would have been even more serious. While it could be worse, this situation left the natives horrified and panicked. "Ah, the ancestral spirit. It's dead. The evil god of the enemies, the fair-skinned devils killed our ancestral spirit. Boo-hoo, our chief, high priest and ancestral spirit have died." The situation instantly caused the old, young, and ill to fall apart. They'd originally persisted with the belief that their ancestral spirit would protect them from the attack. The death of that guardian was a huge blow to them. The fighting continued, and the spirit of the natives was swayed immediately. "All who resist us will be killed, whether they are elderly or children." The pirates and many devil worshippers that Lei Lin had subdued walked towards the tribe's altar. "My followers." At this moment, all the pirates who followed the winged serpent god Kukulkan heard a low and solemn voice in their ears. "I give you my blessing. You shall obtain power through slaughter, the fresh blood of your enemies shall give you courage, and the moans of terrified souls will restore your vitality." The word sounded like a divine order as a terrifying phantom Targaryen appeared in the sky. "It's our lord. The winged serpent god has shown himself." Unlike the regular worshippers, the acolytes Tiff had nurtured had a more profound reaction to this. Massacre domain, boost. Lei Lin's figure reached the skies above the battlefield. He willed a dark red light to move from his domain, having it appear by his followers. "It's the power of our god. The winged serpent god is protecting us." Robin Hood chopped off the head of a native with a wave of his hand. In this process, he could feel that the stamina he had lost was somehow restored. He took a look around and saw the pirates who should have lost their stamina seem full of life. What kind of terrifying might will this ability grant us in battle? The effects of this domain were incomparable in battle. The little resistance that the natives had still posed crumbled completely, and the tribe descended into a bunch of cries and howls. With Lei Lin showing up as a god and displaying his protection of his worshippers, the conviction of the natives completely died out. Many began to surrender, and dense black flames enveloped the skies above the native tribe. Evening arrived, and the reflection of the setting sun on the sea was as red as blood. Lei Lin had moved into the chief's palace, listening to his subordinates' reports. This place was made up of multiple smaller tribes, with a little more than 10,000 people. This palace was just a slightly larger house with beautiful beast fur on the walls. It was still pretty good compared to the houses of the normal natives, though. This operation was a complete victory. "We killed about 1,000 native warriors, and have taken over 10,000 prisoners. Mere tens of our men were lost." As Isabel spoke beside him, Robin Hood and Ronald began to flush with excitement. Also, the sea routes were blocked so not one of the natives' canoes escaped. "News of this will definitely not spread," Tiff added. With him and the other elites in charge of stopping the natives, breaking out had been an impossible task. "Good. Next is to organize the slaves and search the island." Many natives had still fled in the chaos of war, especially with their lacking manpower. Lei Lin didn't mind, though. This was an isolated island after all. Now that he had control of the sea routes, where could they go? "The most important thing to do now is to subdue the natives of the tribe and spread my faith. I can establish a secondary army made up of natives after that." The stories of colonialism from his past life gave Lei Lin many examples to follow. The elite pirates were his core group, and they couldn't easily be dispatched lest they suffer huge losses. Each operation with them had to be a huge success, and give the elites the image that they were all powerful. His next task was to manage these natives, dividing them up to form a secondary army and his guard. It would be necessary to assist the native nobles, provoking the tribes to attack each other and causing strife. It would be even better if he was helped by disease. Due to differences in their worlds, the battles between gods were extremely important. If Lei Lin could eliminate the totems that the natives had faith in, everything would be much easier. DeBank's island was just a fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. But that was all in the future. Lei Lin focused his attention on organizing the natives of the Chihuahua Islands for now. Night fell, and chilly winds brought coldness into the tribe. Numerous tied-up natives were grouped together, hoping to get some warmth from each other's trembling bodies. In contrast, a huge bonfire was burning in the center of the plaza, the altar from before long since destroyed and replaced by a brand new idol. On top of the gigantic obsidian base was a sinister-looking serpent, huge and with fleshy wings. It had sharp claws and a single horn, and its scales seemed to gleam. Large demonic wings spread wide apart, and vertical eyes revealed a ruthless bloodthirst. This was the statue Lei Lin had chosen for himself. He still feared the other gods, so he couldn't show himself. The next best thing was the image of a Targaryen. The natives were being sent to the statue batch by batch, ordered to swear allegiance to it. Before this, they even had to trample the flag of the flaming bird. No matter how stupid they were, the natives knew this blasphemy meant subjugation. It caused waves of chaos, the influence of an ancestral spirit not fading so easily. However, regardless of the disturbance, the hot-bloodedness of the natives died down in the face of the pirates' blades. Facing them, one of the natives was cowed into service. The rest soon followed suit. Lei Lin could sense the faith of the numerous natives, and the deer that accompanied it. He looked around and sighed, is the reverence for gods by all life forms the source of faith? The essence of divine force is astuteness and dignity. Saintis. Under threat of imminent death, the natives succumbed to the devilish snake that had slain their ancestral spirit, giving it their faith. Although with some unknown contamination, massive and unbridled power of faith surged into Lei Lin's body through the weave. Reverence turns into faith, reaping this new power. Lei Lin now understood the path of the gods better. A contract between gods and mortals was just the base of divinity. Another important requirement was reverence. If reverence was lost, it was only a matter of time before the power of faith moved to someone else. And murder and death were the most efficient ways to command this reverence. It's just that these natives' faith is incomplete, detecting a huge amount of contamination that would erode his own divine powers and eventually destroy him. Lei Lin smirked, but how can my quintessence be so easily tainted? Buzz, dark red runes crawled over Lei Lin's body. The nightmare eye opened between his brows, beginning to absorb the contamination and refine it into pure dream force. Dream force is definitely the most accommodating of different powers. Lei Lin nodded his head in satisfaction. With his abilities as a warlock in addition to the nightmare absorption physique, he could absorb the faith of these natives easily. However, I need some time to properly digest this much. Lei Lin could feel the intertwined emotions of his worshippers through the weave, and the instability of their faith. Still, this was only the beginning, and he'd gotten it through murder. Lei Lin was satisfied with the result. What matters is the other tribes. I need to change my strategy next time. Lei Lin recalled the knowledge from his previous world. Blood and tears proved time and time again that war would always occur. No matter how much one drove for peace, someone would always strike at their enemy's lowest point. The only way to conquer them was a display of force, constantly killing off their forces until they finally assimilated. There were many unorthodox ways to go about it as well, but they were easily countered. The theory was simple, it was just a dog-eat-dog world. Had Lei Lin been a simple leader, he would have decided to kill off all the tribes. After all, he already had a disadvantage in numbers. No matter how much they were assimilated, even smaller groups caused problems to large communities, let alone in this situation where the numbers were reversed. The glory of the bald eagle, of the United States of America, had come on the back of blood, sweat, and tears. However, from a god standpoint, Lei Lin had to adopt a different approach. Gods transcended humanity. Having stepped into such a realm, their vision was no longer limited to that of humans. With everlasting life, the conflict between tribes was trivial. To put it bluntly, even if he had to use all of the incomplete power of faith that came from these natives to match the power of gods, Lei Lin would be willing to do it. He thus absolved himself of all conflicts between tribes, only focusing on the power of faith. The more a person worshipped him and provided power of faith, the more glory they would get. Even a native would be able to become a cleric or even a bishop. As long as they were devout and prayed piously, of course. Lei Lin recalled a famous proverb from his previous life, everything between heaven and earth is but a stray dog. Although there were many interpretations of it, Leyland himself knew that everyone was treated equally by the divine, with no bias. That was the approach the gods of this world had adopted, at least. However, the truest lack of bias could only be attributed to the various world wills. Realistically speaking, as long as a majority of his faith came from the pirates and devil worshippers, Leyland would favor them. However, in the future he would have to rely on the power of faith from DeBank's Island once he conquered it. The scales would be adjusted then. It was only pragmatic and necessary to pick up natives and make them priests or saintesses, showing that everyone was equal and giving them hope. Leyland turned his attention to the field using his divine sense. The battle continued, with not every native being cowed by the fear in their hearts. When a change of faith was forced, heroes were wont to step up time and time again. Be it man or woman, youth or elderly, the only similarity was the unwavering resolution in their eyes, and the spirit of martyrdom. The pirates simply beheaded them, the fresh blood pouring into the battlefield striking more fear into the natives' hearts. Beautiful women who did not comply were a way for them to flaunt their manhood as they slayed the old and young. Isabel did not stop these acts. A change of faith had to be ignited by fresh blood, and those who wouldn't comply even superficially would only have death awaiting them. If their faith could not be forced from their soul, they would disappear in the flesh. Before humans grew civilized, killing eliminated problems without solving them. As culture progressed, this method was abandoned. However, the laws of the jungle still prevailed in the world of gods, even on the mainland. There won't be thorns sticking out anymore, but there should be some who've only complied on the surface. They'll be scheming something else in the background. Leyland mocked this train of thought in his mind. Like the proverbs went, one would grow accustomed to kneeling. Once they swore loyalty to him, he could acquire their faith and strengthen it in the future. The hidden problems were easy to solve. As a divine being, Leyland could tell deceit and true reverence apart. Those fellows would never climb up the hierarchy, and once they exhibited any signs of rebellion they would be executed immediately. Using the method of the carrot and the stick, Leyland would convert them completely, making them unwavering in their devotion. It's just that I don't have enough time, Leyland shook his head. At this moment, many black-robed clerics flooded the battlefield, soothing the natives like they were lambs. Forget the false gods you believed in, and put your faith in our Lord. Even your family will experience salvation for your choice. A threat to one's life left them vulnerable in many ways. Tiff understood this himself, having sent the acolytes out to soothe the natives without instruction to. With the gentle words of these acolytes, even more of the natives pledged their faith to Leyland, which strengthened his connection over the weave even more than before. A native girl looked up at Tiff, her eyes betraying her apprehension. If I choose to believe in your God, will father be saved? Tiff smiled gently, kneeling down. Who is your father, and where is he? He asked the girl who had pale yellow skin and dark hair. There were traces of mud and coal on her face. He was a brave warrior of the tribe. He died today on the shore, the little girl said timidly. He will be, Tiff stroked her hair, our Lord has mastered the massacre domain. All souls that perished under him can definitely be salvaged. If you pledge your faith. Then, I choose to believe. The girl knelt before the statue and kowtowed with utmost sincerity. It was so much so that her forehead began to bruise, and blood appeared. Almighty Bishop, I know where a group of the tribe's warriors have gone, including the chief. They are in a mountain hole at Bacala. The natives stirred in unrest, shocked by the little girl's betrayal. Her calmness surprised even Tiff. Very well, you shall be rewarded. Tiff eyed an acolyte at the side, who relayed this important information to the other leaders. He looked at the little native girl fondly, trying to think of a reward. Before he could do that, though, a golden light shone out of the Targaryen statue. The power caused everyone to kneel unconsciously. Almighty Lord. A divine aura seemed to come to life under the holy light, and a beam of it entered the native girl's body. You are kind yet resolute, you shall be blessed. The golden light circled the girl's body, leaving a mark on her forehead. Once the light dimmed, Tiff looked solemnly at the girl. Your name? I am Barbara. Barbara Morue. The girl repeated her name. You have received the blessings of the winged serpent god. From now, you are the saintess of our church. Tiff hoisted the girl onto his shoulders. May the winged serpent always be with you. Kukulkan. Kukulkan. The numerous acolytes cheered Leyland's divine name in zealotry. At the same time, this atmosphere, with Barbara hoisted up high, renewed the hope of the natives. Leylin felt the power from their faith surge again, and the web of their faith grew sturdier. Blackmail. Congregations are indeed a good way to embellish the atmosphere. No wonder the churches of my past preferred to hold worship on selected days each week. Leylin, who had withdrawn his vision, shook his head. It was just a matter of time before the tribes of the Chihuahua Islands would come to his side. He believed that Tiff understood his intentions, and could exploit the worth of a saintess. After all these matters were settled, Leylin's gaze turned to DeBanks Island. He did not have time to conquer all the tribes of the Chihuahua Islands. He had to conquer the few largest ones first, producing his own divinity and ascending to become a demigod before he could challenge the Sicardi's kingdom. Once the internal affairs were taken care of, a new round of battle preparations was underway. It isn't just subjugating the tribes and killing them. The quest to conquer the natives has to be filled with death and plagues. To truly win with his small numbers, he had to regard those last two aspects as well. If he wasn't limited by secrecy from the outside world, Leylin would even have sent people to ask for help from the goddess of plagues. With her belonging to the evil alignment, she would definitely be glad to do it. Forget it, they'd find out I can absorb the natives' faith. Might as well do it myself. Pride welled within Leylin. As a Magus, he wouldn't find it difficult to create a new plague if he spent some time. Moreover, being a bloodline warlock, he could even come up with one that was very infectious and fatal, capable of eliminating entire tribes. While he did not have to resort to such extremes, it was still necessary to give them a good scare. Any tribes going against him would contact the plague. With people dying all the time, the only way to save themselves would be to pledge their faith to him. How much power would that produce? While some clerics could use magic to resist the plague, how sparse were they amongst the commoners? With their limited spell slots, it would be great even if they could just save the nobility. Furthermore, their gods were just earthbound spirits or demigods at best. Their divine spells were rank 5 at most, and the number of casts paled in comparison to those of a real god. This was one major limitation. Having conquered the Chihuahua Islands, Leylin's army could finally plant their feet down firmly close to DeBanks Islands. With the support of their warships, DeBanks Islands' counterattacks would not amount to much. Even if they discovered Leylin now and took the most efficient course of action, they wouldn't be able to chase Leylin away. In addition, Chihuahua Islands was now a constant source of war supplies, warriors, and most importantly power of faith. The natives Leylin had brought on board were now released, acting as translators and mediators that aided his governance. While high-ranking cleric spells like language proficiency did exist, the acolytes on the ground couldn't use so many spell scrolls. The likes of translators were of paramount importance. Of course, this was only the first wave. Very soon a new civilization would be introduced with the common language spoken on the continent. This was in fact how colonialism worked. Leylin had merely borrowed a page from its books. However, instead of harvesting resources, he was harvesting power of faith. Another month passed with this set in stone. 2/5 of the pirates Leylin had brought were now either injured or running operations on the ground. He brought the remaining 3,000 on deck and headed for DeBanks Island, and the true native empire. This was 3,000 against 1,000,000. It sounded extremely absurd, but after past events the crew had placed their utmost trust in Leylin. This fervent worship was the necessity for zealotry. Leylin believed that once he took these pirates through the unimaginable war, the survivors would definitely turn into fanatics. Getting close to DeBanks Island, Leylin passed down the orders for all ships to stop sailing. It was as if he was waiting for something. To him, each and every one of his troops was extremely precious, so venturing in the dark would be too dangerous. According to his plan, what came next would be an effortless victory. Zoom, 5 hourglasses trickled by, and a red figure approached from the horizon and landed on Leylin's deck. Here he is, just as planned. Isabel was now in her draconic form. Crimson scales littered her body, and a pair of giant red wings protruded from her back. Her pupils had become vertical slits, as typical of dragons. However, Isabel seemed to be in a miserable state. The scales on her back were somewhat twisted. What happened? Is something wrong? Leylin raised his hand, and an arcane healing spell covered her body. Large amounts of the shattered scales quickly regrew. While we were plundering others, we were discovered by the totem spirit and pursued. But it was like you said. It automatically backed off a certain distance from the tribe. Isabel now looked much better as she tossed an unconscious native to the deck. The captured native was dressed in bright robes. His rosy cheeks and exquisite skin showed that he'd been brought up in a great environment, and had at least as much power as the chief of the Chihuahua Islands. Good. Lock him up at the bottom of the ship and ensure that he doesn't die. We can then happily blackmail the tribe and ask for a ransom." Lei Lin waved his arms, and 2 pirates immediately went forward to carry the unconscious native chief down. This is such a crude plan. Will they fall for it? Isabel asked. Tiv had no intentions of questioning him, as if Lei Lin's word was gospel, but in spite of Lei Lin's imposing divine aura, Isabel was still his cousin. Who knows? We can't go wrong with trying it. Lei Lin rolled his shoulders back, feeling like there was a large possibility of this working out. The natives were foolish, ignorant and naive, just like in the Americas of his previous world. The Western colonialists had used extortion to gain countless riches. While the situation was different, the natives here had sacrificial ceremonies for totem spirits and higher-ups like high priests. There was even a system of divine and royal power. This chief would have some descendants and faithful officials, no? Anyway, Lei Lin had made up his mind. If this didn't work out, he could just kill the captive and capture a high priest or something. Fortunately, the tribe did not seem to be able to bear the death of the chief. After Lei Lin sent out an emissary, the other party's people quickly arrived. In the stipulated coastal waters, a large wave of natives rowing tens of canoes arrived under the Scarlet Tiger's ship. The pirates on the deck watched the canoes under them disdainfully. In their eyes, just a slight splash from their large ship could drown the entire army, capsizing their boats and killing the people. After that, though, they could not shift their eyes away. Any teasing or attempts at attacking these natives' canoes would result in a ruthless counterattack. This was because they saw golden light. Golden light all over the canoes. Bright yellow gold household utensils and large chunks of gold nuggets were transported to the deck as a ransom for their chief. The dazzling colors immediately filled the pirates' sights, and greed appeared on their expressions. Was this not why they'd become pirates, and struggled with their lives on the line in the perilous deep seas against military and merchant ships? While it doesn't amount to much, having them piled together is quite eye-catching. Lei Lin knew that in reality DeBank's island didn't have plentiful amounts of gold. Gold and silver was currency on the mainland, but here it would be items like cocoa beans or obsidian. Gold was just for decoration. If Lei Lin's emissary hadn't specifically requested this, they could even have brought a pile of obsidian over as ransom. The natives saw being able to get their chief back by handing over a pile of useless decorations as striking it rich. Lei Lin stroked his chin, watching the emissaries from the natives' side crawling before him. From their point of view, this large ship was like a lofty mountain, no different from a miracle. Mighty beings with fair skin who traverse through the seas and possess tall and large ships, I have brought the items you wanted. Please let our chief go. From here on, you will also have the friendship of our tribe, a priest with status said while cowering, and Lei Lin had no trouble understanding him. Regular divine beings couldn't compare to him in comprehension ability. The moment he became a demigod, he would be able to understand all languages by instinct. The priest was now showing cowardice before Lei Lin. I see the ransom, but that isn't enough. Lei Lin branded his meaning into the minds of the natives. A king can only be redeemed by a king. You can meet your chief. After this, you are to declare war on the neighboring Engadub. Bring their chief captive in exchange for your own plague. Making sure that the emissaries understood what he was saying, Lei Lin confiscated all the riches that they had brought. He then showed them their chief who was still alive, and chased them out of the warship. Do you see this? There are riches all over this island, and the natives managing all this wealth are so cowardly and ignorant. Lei Lin stepped on the gold, watching the greedy eyes of his men. He grinned, half of this gold and everything we get in the future will be yours. Divide it amongst yourselves. The pirates erupted into cheers. Although the gold seemed to be a lot when piled up, how much would one person get when it was divided amongst 3,000? Still, this display served to increase their greed, and gave them a deeper impression of DeBank's island's wealth. It would motivate them to fight. Many of the pirates were now zealous, eager to take over the entirety of DeBank's island and willfully plunder its wealth. If he asked people to believe in him without any benefits, they would not advance wave after wave in the face of death, at least not now. Lei Lin needed to show them profits, and the sparkle of gold was the best of them all. Will they really do it? Isabel ignored the clamoring crowd behind her, standing on deck to watch the canoes leave. Engadub is related to them by marriage, no. Their great relationship is what lets them govern this region together. That depends. We aren't natives, and don't know how they think. Besides, how is it possible for two tribes to live so close to each other without friction? Tiff brought up an opposing opinion. Besides, even if they don't do it we can help. For example, we can spread news of them preparing to attack Engadub, or just pretend to be natives and attack a nearby village. Leyland's eyes glinted with intelligence. Once seeds of doubt are planted, they're not so easily removed. There will definitely be a war. Isabel now understood Leyland's plan, and had to admit its feasibility. Once both tribes are tired out, we can wipe them out with minimal cost, bridging our way into DeBank's island. Still, she frowned soon. She continued asking, what happens if the Sicardi's empire finds out? This is a large operation after all. Considering our current strength, we'll be chased away once they step in. DeBank's island was the size of several kingdoms, with the Sicardi's empire at its heart. A few tribes surrounded it. Although Leyland enacted his schemes in an isolated area, this was still a single island. There was no ocean to blockade it off, so news would spread quickly. Don't worry. They'll be too busy to bother with us soon. Leyland smiled and shook his head, the hidden meaning causing Isabel and Tiff to shiver in fear. Time passed quickly. Soon enough, the two tribes Leyland had chosen were immersed in war, without Leyland even needing to step in. After all, they were both occupying the same lands. How could there be true friendships between rivals for resources? On top of that, the totem spirits of the tribes wanted to devour each other to strengthen themselves. With all sorts of factors favoring it, it was natural for war to break out. To show his sincerity, Leyland's fleet did not stop by the continent and instead sent away many of the ships. Some of those that were left kept away from the war zone, as if this had nothing to do with them. Leyland even bought slaves from both tribes. They were sturdy, courageous natives, great for regular slave work at the Chihuahua Islands or as soldiers. He wasn't stupid enough to pay in precious materials like gold or silver, instead providing weapons and ammunition. These arms caused the natives to grow more powerful, and the selling of slaves continued. To avoid falling behind, the opponents had no choice but to do business with Leyland, which created a vicious cycle that caused both tribes to shed blood. Leyland's side had a great harvest. Amidst the flurry of activity, Leyland stayed holed up inside his lab. The trade was taken care of by his men, who had prior experience in capturing slaves from piracy. His own task now was extremely important, and that was to prevent the Sicardi's empire from meddling in his affairs. He looked at a petri dish under dim light, at a half-rotten piece of meat. His eyes flashed with light as the AI chip performed a scan. Has it been nurtured to this state already? The piece of flesh in the petri dish was from a native's body. Continuous experiments allowed Leyland to roughly understand the structure of their DNA, and create a toxin that would be extremely lethal to them. Beep. Number 2's infection is stable, beginning extraction of data. The AI chip sent a large amount of information to Leyland, which left him nodding his head. Very well, using a pair of tiny tweezers, Leyland clipped the piece of flesh and placed it in a test tube with clear liquid. Beginning experiment 17642, recording data, the AI chip's voice intoned. Leyland looked at the piece of flesh dissolve, shaping up like a tentacle before bubbling up. Alright, the fission is stable. The chances of success this time are extremely large. Leyland nodded his head, and spells glowed forth from his hand on occasion, using the radioactive energy to catalyze the reaction. After the violent reaction, Leyland looked at the test tube which was now red as blood, and smiled. Beep. New lethal virus completed. Give it a name. Number 1 pathogen. Leyland named it nonchalantly. Beep. Name recorded. Storing data, the AI chip carried out Leyland's instructions, before reflecting the data back to his eyes. Number 1 pathogen, weapon to target genes, extremely strong contagious effect. Able to thrive in weather extremities with a lifespan of 100 hours. Ability to spread through the respiratory tract, pathogenic effect of 90%, lethality 90%. No available cure. Transmission of up to a second degree. Note, the pathogen is extremely effective against the specimen used, the first wave of natives as per stored in the data. Only effective against the natives with a high contagious, pathogenic and lethal effect. This was like smallpox combined with influenza. Leyland did not doubt for a moment there that once it was released, it will strike fear more than the devils or demons would. Furthermore, giving the 10% chance of not being effect was not due to Leyland being kind. If all of the natives were to die, there would be no one left to provide him with the power of belief. Although I can't let all of them die, but I don't need a large population. The remaining survivors will be enough to provide me with power for B to ascend into a god. Leyland stroked his chin and pondered. If this pathogen was released on his previous world, it would be a total wipeout for the natives on Debanks Island. However, the rules in this world was different. Taking into consideration the existences of gods and extraordinary abilities, and the 10% chance that Lei Lin had given, there would still be a small number of survivors. Once the plague is released, what will follow next are special medicines and vaccines. Although there is no immunity to this plague, but immunity granted from external powers are still effective. This was a backdoor that Lei Lin left for himself. If the natives were to die waves after waves, how would they react after seeing the cleansing done by Kulkahan, which was in fact just the vaccines, that could grant them the ability to survive? It would already be a blessing if those totems and demigods could protect their nobility. There was simply not enough spell to go around to save the commoners. Hence, Lei Lin was extremely sure that there would be a big harvest for his power of belief. The death of those worshippers of the totem spirits would cause their power to drop. Even as demigod they would not be able to do a thing about it. Much less these spirits who are unable to leave their grounds, as they would suffer a huge decline in their strength. This is checkmate to them. Brilliance flashed in Lei Lin's eyes. With a simple wave of his hands, he would now determine the life and death of several million natives. Evil would not begin to describe the state of his actions right now. If he were to sieve the power of belief, he could turn into a god of plague or god of bio-life, immediately usurping the throne of the goddess of plagues. But he was not interested the slightest. While I must not congregate the belief of plague and diseases, there is one that I cannot miss. Death. Lei Lin's plans were always layers atop layers. On one hand, he could conquer the whole Debanks Island in the most time and energy-efficient way through the plague and vaccine strategy. While on the other, he would comprehend the domain of death through the sheer amount of people dying. Massacre and death. These two domains were exceptionally powerful and suited Lei Lin's needs, which left him coveting for it. As the millions of lives were obliterated, the power of death will definitely reach a frightening degree. By then, comprehending the domain of death will not be an impossible thing to do. Compared to this, the other trivial matters could be neglected. How Lei Lin saw it was, only after chaos would peace come. After a period of suffering, the people of Debanks Island would only choose to be under his rule, welcoming the revolution he had created. Dissemination. In Lei Lin's opinion, the famed big shots whether in his past life or the current one all had something in common. Once they determined their target, they would advance with fortitude, possessing absolute faith in their path. Since they'd long since marked their path, they feared nothing, and would be unscrupulous. In his pursuit of eternity and freedom, Lei Lin cared not for the lives of the natives. All I pursue in this life is eternity. Even if I collapse halfway through and face the backlash from my actions, I'll have no regrets. A tough glint flashed in Lei Lin's eyes, proof of his staunch resolution. With such motivation, killing humans, burning cities, and wiping out hundreds of people was a mere sacrifice on his higher path. The battle between the tribes grew increasingly intense. It had been a long time since anyone came to care for the chief that Lei Lin had captive. The two sides were blinded by battle, their primary goal to take out their opponent. People who started battles did not normally know how to end them. During the war, they would slowly forget their initial goals, leading to tragedy. The Sakartes Empire seemed to have found out about the situation, dispatching a 10,000-strong army to interfere alongside a large group of clerics. It was likely that mediating wasn't their only goal. Precautionary measures or wiping outsiders like Lei Lin out would be high on their list. Sadly, the Empire's interference ended quickly, having accomplished nothing much. There was no battle, but the Grim Reaper had descended on them. En route to the warring tribes, a plague broke out without warning amongst their ranks. It was infectious, and the rate of death was terrifying. In a few days' time, it had spread across the whole army. With how crowded their army was, and the lack of hygiene amongst the natives, it was difficult to survive the disease without divine healing. The members of the clergy were hard-pressed and overworked, only able to save some of the officers and elites. They had no choice but to watch the ordinary soldiers fester and die. With their limited number of divine spells, what they'd been able to do was already amazing. In an era of cold weapons, a casualty rate of over 30% was terrifying. This time, the plague had brought an additional psychological pressure with it. Under the threat of death, the army soon forgot its goal. Some even tried to desert. With more than half the soldiers dead, the army could do little about the runaways. The officers shouted themselves hoarse trying to bring the defectors back and behead them. Truth be told, even a few officers themselves had fled in fear of the plague. Soon enough, the army completely broke down. The soldiers spread everywhere, bringing the bacteria in their bodies to even further places and spreading the plague more. The natives died in batches, leaving fields overgrown with weeds. The fowl had wandered off. The plague had reduced the entirety of Debanks Island to tears. It worried the upper class of the empire out of their minds. Still, there was nothing they could do to stop the spread of the plague. As for the intruders, they weren't a priority. Taking care of the external interferences, Leyland began completely annihilating the two tribes that had fought each other. Many of them had been infected by the plague in the chaos of war. 60% of them had died out, including almost all of the healthy young men. Small as the two tribes were, their totem spirits were merely divine beings. They were greatly weakened by the loss of worshippers, and weren't able to obstruct Leyland's attacks anymore. Absorbing their divine force, Leyland sensed the massacre divinity in his body greatly increasing in strength. He was getting ever closer to the threshold of being able to ignite his god fire. After he got rid of what the two tribes believed in, it was natural for Leyland to take them over. The remaining members were gathered to establish a whole new town, complete with a large new Targaryen statue. The natives abandoned their old faith. Being baptized by prayer and holy water in front of the statue, in actuality just potions and vaccines, they sensed their suffering and ailments vanish without a trace. It immediately triggered a zealous wave of faith. The infectious power of faith generated by providing those who were on the verge of death help was something even Leyland hadn't expected. Many who had been at their last breaths, their bodies decaying, became fervent worshippers of the winged serpent god after being saved. It allowed his strength to increase. Soon enough, the surrounding tribes got word of a god's abilities to heal the disease. Getting blessed, they brought their entire families over with their wealth, requesting to join the town. While the priests of the totem spirits could use divine spells to remove the sickness, they had a limited amount of divine force and spell slots. They could only save those of status, able to do nothing about the commoners who fled for their lives. Even if they couldn't get a single divine spell from the winged serpent god, it was already enough to wipe out faith in the rest. Knowing this well, Leyland dispatched his own priests everywhere, bringing holy water and the like to surrounding tribes and displaying his abilities and achievements. It had a very favorable response. In the face of death, the authorities could do little to stop them. Groups of natives came and prayed for blessings from Leyland, soon enough filling the town up. Leyland named the town that had been built upon the two tribes' Hope Stronghold, denoting new hope. It was the beginning of his conquest of Debanks Island. Making use of his ability to heal the plague, Leyland had acquired the faith of the natives as well as an army. With the method of the carrot and stick, his organization began to expand rapidly. A year had passed, this winter especially chilly. Snow fell even on the southern seas, coating the islands in white. This applied to Debanks Island as well. The gods seemed to be lamenting the loss of lives, showing their sorrow. The snow on the continent was extremely thick, the older generations unable to remember something so terrifying. Many of the natives that hadn't prepared for this froze to death. Though the cold weather somewhat curbed the spread of the plague, it could not halt the footsteps of the Reaper. Debanks Island had become a hell for the natives in the past year, the horrifying plague spreading unceasingly around the island. Whole populations were wiped out. There was even a dead city now, one that was completely empty. The corpses of natives filled it, and many rats and crows roamed about the houses and the streets, gnawing at everything. The eyes of the wild dogs on the road had grown bloodshot from eating too much human flesh. In this land swarming with starved people, Hope Stronghold and the rumored winged serpent god by the sea were their hopes, able to do anything. Information had spread that this god possessed the powers of massacre and healing. All faith would be treated with kindness, and even if someone was infected by the plague they could still be healed. Now that these rumors had spread, huge batches of natives fled towards Hope Stronghold. No matter what the bigwigs did to stop them, it was pointless. East of Hope Stronghold, near a mountain of the Sicardi's empire, a surge of natives wearing thick fur coats trudged on in the snow with much difficulty. One of them was a young girl, who was encouraging her little brother. "Ha, push ahead. We'll reach the area near Hope Stronghold soon. Will we be saved once we get there, Sister Aya?" The young boy next to this Aya looked about 14 or 15 years of age, and he wore a thick fur coat as well. However, his face was almost purple from the cold, and he was cringing as he spoke. "Yes. The totem spirit there is a huge serpent that governs all life. It can remove the sickness." Aya kept encouraging her little brother and helped him along, afraid that he would slip in the midst of the crowd. However, as she mindlessly followed the procession up ahead, she sank deep into thought. The events a year ago had been like a nightmare. A plague had appeared without any warning whatsoever. The infected first saw greenish-black spots on their bodies, like sesame seeds. They were followed by low fevers, and eventually devolved into comas where even divine spells could not help. At the end, the flesh of the infected would rot and fall off bit by bit. Aya had seen this once, and it had left her unable to eat for quite a few days. The plague had arrived fiercely. At the beginning, it had just been rumors at the borders of the empire, but in a few sunsets' time, it had spread to the larger cities. The high-ranking priests and nobles hid at the altars and prayed hard with blood sacrifices, but it seemed to have no effect. The other shamans could do nothing, and soon enough the plague had affected their city. She lost all her relatives to them, the only one left alive her little brother. She followed the stream of people escaping the town to head south. Unsure of what to do, she rushed towards Hope's stronghold. Although this rumor could be a lie, it was her last hope. "I'll definitely bring my brother there safely," Aya kept telling herself as she prayed, "O winged serpent god in Hope's stronghold. If you truly can cure the plague, then please descend and help us. I am willing to give up everything. Begin." There were many people like Aya, all fleeing for their lives, but she was lucky in that they had enough food. With nearly half the empire dead, the stored-up food was more than enough. Many times, Aya had to muster up her courage and enter dead villages to clear up some land. She then could enter the homes and find food, one of the primary reasons for staying within this group. After all, making contact with bodies and going into the houses of dead people was very dangerous. Few were willing to do this. However, once all the reserves of grain disappeared, the famine that would follow would be a huge issue. There were no longer any farmers planting crops. The plague this time had caused immense damage to Sicardi's societal order. Of course, few of the natives considered this. They only hoped to live past the day. Alosasner. Alosasner is here. At this moment, there was an uproar at the front of the group. Aya could not help but grab her little brother's arm, the two of them freezing upon hearing the word. These people did not worry about the pursuit of the imperial army or dangers from outside the city. What truly worried them were attacks of the plague. In the natives' language, Alosasner meant the devil unable to be fathomed and found everywhere. It also implied a bout of serious illness. Is there someone in front who's gotten the plague? Aya had seen quite a number of healthy people who'd just been walking suddenly cough out black blood and collapse by the road. It was the arrival of death. The siblings passed the watching crowd and only vaguely saw a little figure falling into the snow. People avoided the figure like it was booby-trapped. "It's a doodle. I was just playing with him a few days ago," Aya's brother exclaimed with shock, and then lowered his head. When sickness occurred, life seemed so very fragile. Aya could only hug her brother's head and console him tenderly. These people were already numbed to death, and after moving away from the corpse the large group began to move along more slowly. Aya recalled the figure that had fallen and sighed inside, "I hope we reach Hope's stronghold soon. It's too much of a waste to fall here. I definitely won't let that happen to my brother. Once we're past this mountain, we'll have reached the territory of Hope's stronghold," she tried to encourage herself. At this moment, another ruckus sounded from the back of the group. Voices began to spread, resulting in even more confusion. Did someone collapse? No, it's, Aya's pupils shrank. The Imperial Army. Those darn things. Turn around and run. A burly native stood out, brandishing a fish fork as other strong natives grasped their weapons. While the men were hard at work, the old and weak quickly dispersed and fled. Aya took her brother and ran with all her might as well, getting away from the army's pursuit. None of the bigwigs could tolerate losing citizens, even with the plague. They ordered the troops of each military base to stop these refugees. Of course, they couldn't be bothered to worry about how to save these people who were stuck. Originally, even the troops of the native empire weren't willing to carry out such orders. They, too, were afraid of the spread of the plague. However, a divine order sounded and all the guardian and totem spirits joined hands to stop the refugees from entering the region of Hope's stronghold. The sounds of fighting could be heard behind her, causing Aya's heart to clench. She could only pull at her brother and try to escape. However, she felt a tug on her arm at this moment, and the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the snow. What happened? Did you fall? Get up. Ah! Aya had turned back to find her little brother in the snow. She immediately turned him over, but soon found that her brother had lost consciousness. The traces of black blood stung her eyes. He's been taken by this sickness too, the instant that that thought flashed across her mind, two unstoppable streams of tears began to fall from her eyes. Aya did not care for the possibility of infection as she took him into her arms. Please save him. Someone, please save him. The sounds of battle drew closer, but what Aya saw was hope. The army has a priest. He'll definitely be able to use divine spells to save him. Be careful, he's infected. Soon enough, the Imperial army had reached them. They watched the siblings on the ground, and didn't dare to draw close. The infection was obvious, and it caused fear to arise on their faces. Please, save my brother. Aya unconsciously went forward, but was forced backwards by numerous lances. Don't come over, countless soldiers circled her, as if defending against a monster. Get the priest and officer. There's a source of infection here. This iciness and resolution in that voice immediately caused the girl's heart to sink. Horses trotted along, and an officer and priest wearing bright feathers arrived quickly. Seeing the black bloodstains on the ground and Aya's unconscious brother, the two of them immediately frowned. Kill them quickly. Toss dried wood here and then burn it. Aya's last hopes were dashed ruthlessly. Brother. I'm sorry. The girl's tears fell on her brother's cheek and neck one by one, and she then closed her eyes. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh, asterisk the sounds of arrows being shot could be heard, but there was strangely no pain. Aya quickly opened her eyes, and then saw that there was an arrow in the officer's neck. The tail of the arrow was still vibrating, like a little snake trying to dig into the ground. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Sounds of fighting could be heard again, and numerous figures emerged from the surrounding jungle. It's the army of that foreign god. The priest's expression quickly changed, and he urged his horse along to leave. The rest of the natives quickly abandoned the lances in their hands, looking like they were about to fall apart. It's people from Hope Stronghold. Aya held her little brother and headed towards the group of priests that had just arrived. Kind and benevolent ones, please save. Thud, having expended too much stamina, Aya, who'd also been infected, fell. Right before everything went dark, she could hear distant voices. It's a pair of commoners. Saintess Barbara. Warmth spread through Aya's body, allowing her to feel some strength in her limbs. She slowly opened her eyes to see a warm bonfire, a huge tent blocking the cold air. What's your name? How do you feel? A native woman sat by her bed. She had long black hair and black pupils, with a golden mark on her forehead. She was radiating a sacred light. My name is Aya. Thank you for saving me. Aya expressed her gratitude while blushing, but her expression quickly changed. What about my brother? Where is he? Don't worry, he's here as well. He was just infected for a longer time, so he'll need more healing. Saintess Barbara stopped Aya from struggling further. This is Hope Stronghold, you are safe. 3 days later, Aya, who had regained much of her strength, elatedly walked out of the tent her brother was in. Gazing at the large Targaryen sculpture in the town, she could not help but kneel down sincerely and begin to pray. Oh great God, thank you for saving my brother. I am your devout follower from now. Similar things like this happened in every corner of Hope Stronghold. Waves of resolute and zealous power of faith unceasingly entered Leyland's grasp. The number of worshippers has increased again. Looks like sending the army to the surrounding regions to rescue the refugees was a good choice. A divine will was extracted from the threads of faith, allowing Leyland to see the general situation. Due to the hope to be cured as well as gains from various areas, the region with Hope Stronghold at the heart gathered a population of over 300,000 natives. And since he was their savior, the faith these people provided, and their gratitude, were all true. Tiff and his acolytes had put in a lot of work as well, to solidify these threads of faith and have them become devout worshippers who would pray to him regularly. Seeing the situation, it won't be a problem to ignite my god fire as long as we take care of all these people. It might even be enough for me to ascend to godhood. Leyland looked agitated. With the expansion of Hope Stronghold, and especially with the tribes nearby dying away, Leyland had managed to obtain the divinity of quite a few totem spirits. With their help, the power of massacres in his body had risen to its peak, to the point that he felt like he was on the verge of igniting his god fire. Anyone could see the divine golden luster on his body. This power of divinity had completely fused with his body and grown to the extreme. That was not all. With the deaths of nearly 1 million natives, Leyland had now made contact with the domain of death. While he had only obtained some information about it, and the AI chip could not analyze it yet, it was already quite fast. The phase of taking in refugees is done. Next is the war.